That's the shofar. Asherah, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba'ashua. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Avakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Atazak, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ah, Kamad, Kala, Shirah, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11:5. That's what
we sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, we sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, for your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
all praises to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. In the book of Psalms, I think it's about Psalms 37, somewhere around there. He says, my name is Yah. If you go to some of your transliterated Bibles, it'll say Jah with a J. There was no J in Hebrew. But if you go to the other Bibles, there's about 30 different versions that actually puts the Y, Yah. He says it. It says, say my name forever. So we're not just coming up with this this thing of saying that the Most High's name. Hold on, let me look at the comments, make sure y'all can hear me. Okay, so my camera is higher than usual. All right, let me bring it down. So, Shalom, Hashayah. All right, thank you, Naya. Let me bring it down. So, Shalom, MASHIACH Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. Shalom, everybody at home. Trying to look at the chat, see who's here so far. Shalom, everyone. Again, apologies for not having the Uncle YAHSHUAH 25 to Life Testimony TV on that YouTube channel. I didn't do a show last night because I needed a rest. I was under some serious spiritual attacks. So I needed some rest. So praise y'all for that. And there was other things coming. My lease was up for my house, so the realtor lady had to come in and do her walkthrough this morning, and all the attacks. It was just a mess. All right, so I'm about to fix the camera now. Give me 1 second. Let me make it full screen so I can see what y'all looking at. All right, so it's high. I would love to see what y'all see at home, but let's see if I can fix it. Guess that's better. Is that better? That might be too low. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second, guys. See if I could do this. That's more like normal. There you go. That's it right there. Think we cooking with olive oil now. All right, that's it. All right. So, all right, praise you. That's because I had to clean up. Spring cleaning, everybody. Do spring cleaning. That's why I like when my lease is up a little bit. So when the real estate lady have to come and do a walkthrough to make sure everything, in the house is the way it was, because I'm renting this house. We renting this house. That's a good time to do. We do thorough spring cleaning, clean everything. Clean my whole studio, clean my desk is nice and shiny, everything just, so that's why the camera was positioned different, because I cleaned everything. It's like so beautiful and nice. I love it. I'm like, spring clean and get all the dust off my hard drives and get all the little dust under the little corners. Once I clean, I go like a cleaning fool. Y'all know how our so-called black people do to the other nations. When I grew up as a child in the 70s and 80s, I think it used to be Saturday morning. Of course, it would be on the SHABBAT. Our parents used to do that cleaning. They put on the music. They put on their Marvin Gaye, James Brown, Isley Brothers, play that music through the house, and everybody got to get to cleaning something. You got to clean something. And when we clean, those of us who are clean, we go OD. I'm a OD cleaner once I start cleaning and I get in the zone. Y'all know y'all get in that zone. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Ain't no time for games. Ain't no time for playing. Get out of my way. Oh yeah, Soul Train, get out of my way. Do not say the wrong, like I'm in a zone right now. Ain't no time to be messing around. You get your butt beat. This is a butt beating time. Stay out of my way, because I'm focused. I'm cleaning. I'm focused. I'm cleaning everything, every nook, cranny, scrubbing everything. Beast mode. All right, that's how Unc is. I do a super clean. I don't play no games. All right, Shalom, everybody. All right, so let's get started. This is the Shabbat. Shabbat, that's the spring break was clean up week, and Saturday was clean up day. The seventh day that the Most High said, remember forever and keep it holy forever. We are Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. We are children of the Most High. We are not a Black Hebrew Israelite hate group. We do not identify with all of that, all of those camps, and we don't identify with no organizations, no nation of people who's coming together under one whatever. I don't believe we don't identify with that. We are children of the Most High who teach the holy manuscript, the Bible. We teach the truth in the Bible. We believe that the Most High creator of all is the Father. He is the creator, and he has a only begotten Yahad son, which is the Mashiach, the Messiah. And we believe that there are a descendant line from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the 12 tribes, and the fourth tribe of Judah is where the Messiah came through. So the King David and all of that. And we believe that those group of people in the Bible was the chosen seed line, but they weren't chosen to be worshiped. They was chosen to do a work, to be a light unto the darkness, to be a light unto the Gentiles, to bring salvation, to be the path to lead them to salvation, just like the Messiah did. They were to do greater works than he did. They weren't to be worshiped. They weren't to be to be served. They were to serve. They were to be ushering the other nations, all the children of the Most High, not the Nephilim children, not the serpent seed, but the children of the Most High, which comes in all shapes, forms, fashions, and what you would call colors. He has children that are not of this fold to usher him through the 12 gates of the new kingdom. It's in Revelation and the scripture. And they would transgress. Their ancestors will make a covenant with the Most High. This is all Bible. They would make a covenant with the Most High, and they would break that covenant over and over again. They would be stiff-necked, hard-headed, stubborn, and rebellious, and they would continually transgress the Most High and stab him in his back over and over again, and they would get sent into captivities over and over again. They would conform to other nations of people, other gods. They would conform. They would just constantly be rebellious, but it would be a small remnant, a small amount of them that would always come back to the Most High, that would always be loyal to the Most High over their fleshly identity, over the riches of the world, over what the other nations are doing. There would be a remnant of them that would always seek his will, the Creator's will. And because of that remnant, this whole earth would be kept alive, because that remnant would be the ones responsible for ushering all the nations' children under the Most High, who cleave to the Most High and put him first in their heart. They would be the ones that would be able to lead them in Scripture back to the Father, who is salvation. The Father saves. The Son is the path to salvation, the road. He is the door to salvation. The Mashiach, what they call Jesus, is not salvation. And he is not the Most High. He is not the Father. These are all Roman Catholic lies of the beast, of the serpent, to make you worship the created and not the creator. He is not the creator. He is not the Father. He is the only begotten of the Father. He said, me and my Father are one, because in the Hebrew that means that is ahad. Ahad means they're on one accord. That means he is equally yoked with his Father. That's why he said we are to be one with the Father too. We are not the Father, but when you are ahad, that's why they took the Hebrew away. If you don't understand the Hebrew, you can't understand the Bible, because the Bible is Hebrew. They're lying to you, talking about this Greek and this Aramaic and this Shaddaic and this Shaddaic and this stupid egg. Lies from the lake of fire. It was Hebrew. I don't give a crap if they transliterated or translated into pig Latin. That don't mean it was written by pigs. Y'all hear that part? It was a Hebrew book. And if you don't understand original Hebrew, and I ain't talking about that Yiddish, Germanic, Slavic stuff from the converts, stolen identity stuff. The original Picto-Hebrew, which you will learn here, that's when you can decipher what the scripture says. That's why Roman Catholicism and the Greeks, the enslavers, the Romans and the Greeks who rewrote our Bible, everybody talking about the Bible was written in Greek. Jesus spoke Aramaic. Foolish. Lack of scholarship. Yeah, he spoke Aramaic. The Mashiach did. Yeah, he spoke a bunch of languages. They all did. All right? Those who had any scholarship, it was as their neighboring regions. All right, so anyway, sorry guys, let me get back. So the in the Hebrew, the word ahad means one. We are to be ahad with the Father as well. He said, when you see me, you're supposed to see the Father. When they see you, they're supposed to see the Father. When they hear you, they're supposed to hear the Father. But the Father's been taken away from us from Roman Catholicism. These enslavers who took the manuscript and wrote their likeness in and took out the name of the Father, replaced him with Lord and God and all of these other terms, took his name out, made the Son into the Father, made you to worship the created, not the creator. You understand? Added to and taken away. But the remnant come to rightfully restore. The remnant would be restoring. Everybody ain't the remnant. I know in this so-called awakening, you think because people come on YouTube and they say, we're the tribe of Judah, and we're the children of Israel, and we're the Israelites of the Bible, and they might have the big beard, and they might have the big linen suits and the staff, looking like Moses just stepped out the scriptures. I don't care what they look like. The scripture says you know them by the fruit. You know they didn't receive what the Mashiach looked like, because he didn't look the part. They say about me. I don't care what they say. You know why I got a tank top on? Because I'm hot. I got fire in my bones, boy. My blood boils. I remember years ago, I was trying to trying to please these people. And I put on a shirt and I taught and I lost 19. I was sweating so much. I literally had to stop the lesson and take that thing off, turn the fan up and get to teaching. That's why ain't nobody, they didn't receive the Mashiach because he didn't look the part. He didn't look like a king. He didn't have scarlet and red and gold and purples. And he wasn't coming in on chariots carried. He came in on a donkey and he didn't even have no shoes. He had some wickedy sandals and he looked like a poor man beggar. He didn't have nowhere to live or none of that type of stuff. They didn't receive him because he didn't look the part because they're looking for flesh. Y'all hear me? They looking for fleshly things when the Rayach is what you're supposed to be looking for, the spirit. You know them by their fruit. You ain't looking for their words. You looking for their deeds. You ain't looking for their flesh. You looking for their spirit. They'll fool you. The anti will fool you when he come back. He gonna look the whole part. So that's the problem with this awakening. Everybody who are teaching wasn't called to teach by the Most High. They're making money, they're making donations, they're getting popular, they're selling products, they're doing all these different things, and they could care less about what you guys digest because they're looking for views. VIEWS. They're putting out content. They're content. That's what I'm gonna start calling these folios. Content creators. You ain't no teachers of the Most High. The Most High ain't call y'all to teach. You're content creators. You just feeding content. So I didn't want to continue with the last live. Hold on, I need to put the thumbnail up. I didn't want to continue with that. Again, I don't be wanting to do this stuff. I'm like, man, it doesn't interest me to but yeah, who cares what interests you? The Most High sure enough don't. Y'all sure enough don't. Y'all like, I don't care what you want, boy. This what I say. But one thing about me, I'm gonna always do what he say. I don't care what I want either. I care what he says. And so I said, okay, well, I guess I gotta continue. I gotta continue with this folio stuff. So let me share, present. Shout out to Jay Griff in the building. Share screen. Shout out to Farah Yah out there in the UK. So what am I doing? Window. That one. Share. I can't see it. Oh, that's nice and big. Oh, that's because it's bigger than me. I'll share the screen with him in a second. All right. So this is the thumbnail. And very interesting thumbnail. So this thumbnail, it says, hold on, let me do it where I can make it bigger. This, I need to do it with y'all. I can see what y'all see. How can I do this? Oh, put it over here, make this smaller. There we go. Now I can see. So this thumbnail says the Marine Kingdom. And this image right here, this is an underwater image. For those who didn't see this, I think this is some exhibit somewhere where they put these statues of these are supposed to be children of the transatlantic slave trade. And it's supposed to be an honor for those who lost their lives in the voyages from the west coast of Africa, which is Negro land, to America and the Caribbean. It's supposed to be a homage for all of those dead souls in the sea. So this is underwater. And all these statues holding hands, these are supposed to be our ancestors, and they got chains. They're slaved, they're shackled. And this is the image of one of them, the statues. They've been under there for a while, so it's supposed to be moss and stuff coming off of them. And So this is water. This is underwater. I think this is an actual exhibit. It's a lot of pictures online, and underwater. So I took this image, and when I seen it, I sat and I looked, and I said, wow, this is very interesting. It's very interesting that these statues and a lot of our ancestors was at the bottom of the sea. For those of you guys who know, I got a lot of lessons, and on the Patreon, we got a lot more of Shalom, great video. Shalom, King. We love you too. We love you too. Great video. Nice to meet you, King. I think that's my first time seeing this title. All right. So, Sariyah said, wow, this looks like the Marine Park we have home. It's an underwater park in Millionaires St. George's. All right. And I guess that's in, I forgot that land. What are they? Grenada. I'm not sure if they call it Grenada or Grenada in the Caribbean. So guys, it was interesting when I saw this image and I said, wow, a lot of our ancestors lost their lives in the Marine Kingdom. The Marine Kingdom, guys, is a kingdom. It's the darkest kingdom of all the kingdoms on earth since the creation, since Yah created this world. 3/4 of the earth's surface are covered by water, and there was darkness over the face of the earth when the Most High created the earth, and he put darkness over the face of the earth. And then when he created the seas, he separated it, and the darkness was over the deep. See, so there were seas, but then there was a deep, and the darkness, that's a realm that belongs to the Marine Kingdom. And America and this world, they run by maritime law. I'll do a separate lesson on that, another deep dive into the Marine Kingdom. Everything is ran by maritime law in the Bible. The court systems, judicial, everything. All right. So, because they understand maritime is the Marine Kingdom law. And they remember, this is the daughter of Babylon. This is the second world. So they worship they worship the darkness. This goes deeper than the Hasatan, the devil. The Marine Kingdom and the devil, Hasatan, are two different spirits. The Marine Kingdom is stronger and deeper, more powerful than Hasatan, the adversary, the devil himself, the old dragon. So in the scripture, I think it's in the book of Revelations, he is threatened. Hasatan is threatened that if he don't do something, he'll get sent down into the depths of the deep. And he'll get down there with others, Leviathan, them that's more powerful than him. So he's scared of this Marine Kingdom. Now, in the book of Genesis, in the beginning, when the Most High created the heavens and the earth, and then he separated the seas, he put the darkness over the face of the deep. And the scriptures and the Most High warns us, do not go into the deep. There are places we are not to go. We are never to go into the deep. And just so y'all know, this ain't about that, but he never said we can eat from the Marine King, from the waters. Never. Sorry. I know y'all want to do this ain't about that. I'll lose people if I start going to deep depth on that. Just understand there's a creation story when the Most High created us in the first 2 pages of Genesis, and then there's Genesis 3 and 6, the mark of the beast, 3:6. Sin was brought into the world, transgression. Then a second world was created, and this world was given to the adversary. So yes, there's compromising laws he made after that for our sin and iniquity. We would desire flesh and blood and animals be scared of, but that wasn't his original law. The Most High, the Creator, he had a law. And his law, when everything was very good, before sin and transgression in the second world, his first world, he never said eat from the sea, ever. Just pointing that out. Now let's get back. Now, shout out to Abarayah Zion. Now, the Marine Kingdom, the deep, the Most High says there are places we are not to go. Now, y'all know these crazy a lot of them be serpent seed. It's the serpent seed because they trying to go really down to the marine kingdom, to the depths, because that's where their gods are chained. Certain when they're trying to get the Leviathan stuff, they're trying to open the portals from the marine kingdom, from the darkness, right? That's why they're trying to do dark matter with CERN, antimatter, dark, as adversary, dark. See, they're looking for the darkness. They're not looking for the light. Now, there are certain depths in the sea, a different realm and species we are never to explore, never to go there. The water itself is not wicked. It's like money, mammon. It ain't money that's wicked. It's the love of money, right? I know the unbothered son. Don't. This will take me somewhere else. Thank you. That's so funny. Sometimes when it just be so clear, listen to this, unbothered son. The Holy Spirit said, go to Genesis, page 1 and 2, and read. And then that answers your question. Literally, it just said, tell him to go to Genesis 1 and 2, the Most High's law, and read that and tell him. Not Genesis, after Genesis 3 and 6, when sin, transgression, lying, stealing, murder, killing, dying, or eating flesh and blood, and the Most High had to compromise for our sin, for the remnant, listen on the brother, son, for the remnant who will later come back and say, I don't need these compromising laws of sin and killing and murder. I'm going to circumcise my heart and come back to your law, Father, your law, Yah, your covenant when you created us, when it was very good. On the seventh day, he rested, unbothered son. We get so you getting somewhere when you start really getting back to the Father. That's what we need to go back to. See, people stopping, unbothered son, at the identity. They stopping at Moses and Levitical dietary laws and this and that. Where did they do? Where they at? Where they at? Moses didn't even make it into the promised land. Lord, most of them was trying to fulfill that. The earth opened up and swallowed them. They wanted so much quail. They wanted, give it to them. Come, see, there is a remnant, unbothered, who is going to come back to the Most High he created. He does not change. He created this law. Now, he compromised for our sin. That was for the remnant. There's compromise. He even told Noah, I know some people think, but he said, Noah, you will eat flesh and blood. You will. He didn't say you, I'm telling you to. He's speaking what was going to happen. And he also said, and the animals will fear and dread you. But if you go to the beginning, to his first law, he never said they were fear and dread us. They didn't kill one another. The animals didn't eat one another in Genesis 1 and 2 in the garden. No killing, no murder, no lying, no cheat. It was very good. Shalom. It was the Most High's will. See, we transgress outside. So, okay, this ain't about this tonight, but the Rayach told me, unbothered son, and anybody else, don't log off. I ain't about to try to stop y'all from eating all y'all flesh and blood, whatever was alive and got the breath of life. And I ain't about to try to stop y'all from having death inside your stomach. You understand? There is no clean and unclean fish, Jay Griff. There is death. Listen clearly. See, y'all making me go into something I didn't want to go into. Let me do this really quick, because we'll lose people. Because people, this ain't, eat your dead things, or I'm not promoting, telling y'all that. Let me do this, because I don't want to take away from where I'm going. This ain't about that. I got enough lessons out about that. The remnant will hear. Now, what I'm saying is the Levitical dietary laws, guys, everybody, the laws, the 613 laws, they, guys, literally are judgment. You can't even fulfill them. See, most people don't understand that. The Most High compromised for our transgression because he knew that because of the second world that Adam and Eve created, now sin and iniquity was lodged in our heart. So we would desire dead things. We would desire sin over his will. All right, this should be the easy way to explain this. After Genesis 3 and 6, now we're born in sin and iniquity. Sin is what? The transgression of the law. Listen clearly. So if sin is the transgression of the law, and then in Genesis 3 and 6, now this before dietary law, it's before all of this. This is Genesis 3 and 6, when they first transgressed and the second world was created. And now everyone from then, from Adam and Eve, will be born in sin. How are you born in sin when sin is the transgression of the law? What law did they transgress? Go to Genesis page 1 and 2 and read. There's 6 laws there. And on the 7th day, he rested. And he said, it is very good, complete, holy, set apart, Kadesh. There was no very good after that. Read the whole entire Bible and show me again anywhere else where he said it is very good. It's not until you come back to very good. His law that was transgressed. So now, on Genesis 3 and 6, with our free will, now we transgressed. We're born in sin and iniquity, and it's large where, guys? In our heart. Because now we have the DNA of Hashatan from Adam and Eve. I knew I'd be losing people from that. That's why I didn't even want to go into this, but whatever. Whatever. This is my, again, we don't, like, it ain't about that. So I don't care. We can drop down to 10 people on here. That's the truth. Whatever 10 people it saved, then that's salvation. Because just the scriptures is, this is another one. It goes from Revelation right to left. Most people stop, right? You got the Christians and stuff. They stop at Corinthians and Ephesus and Paul and YAHSHUAH. Then you got the Hebrew Israelites. They stop at Numbers and Deuteronomy and Leviticus and everything. You don't stop. Keep going, guys. Go to what? The first, in the beginning. Go to the Father. Get back past all your ancestors, all flesh, people. Get back to the Father. At the beginning, when it was very good. And see, this is what he said we ought to do. Everything after that was a compromise for our transgressions. But the compromise is because there's a remnant. Other than that, remember, he wiped the earth the first time. He kept it alive for a remnant from the seed that's going to come through Nayach. A remnant still. All right. So just a short breakdown of this clean and unclean stuff, the Levitical dietary laws that they can't even fulfill, and they didn't fulfill, and nobody can fulfill today. And MASHIACH said, you break one, you break them all, right? That's, see, when you really understand the Most High, you really understand the scripture, you read, you be like, this was a, what they call that? like I got you. Like this can't be fulfilled. So that means you don't want us to fulfill it. See, when you go back to his law, it's actually simple. It's hard to do because it's hard for us to put down death, meaning to not have a dead thing in our belly. Now, let me go there. The reason why I'm going to just set it broad when there's no clean and unclean flesh, because you have to kill in order to eat a fish. I'm going to another level. I'm going to the beginning of Genesis. You have to kill to eat a cow. You have to kill to eat a chicken. You have to kill to eat a fish. You have to kill to eat whatever thing that have the breath of life in it. The Most High created creature has to die. And if you eat that, then you have death in your belly. Death. But we think we're called to be life, the light of the Father. We're the dead thing inside of our temple. See, the spiritual children of the Most High would purify their temple because he wants to inhabit it. Now, our ancestors, listen clearly, they had dead things inside their belly and they were killing. There was a law of, what you call that? Because now we're called to repent. Or what do they call? Atone. They had sacrifices and they would kill animals and slay a bull and kill this and these innocent creatures and burn them and do this and all these wicked things for their transgression, when all they really had to do, because listen clearly, the Genesis never left the Bible. The Holy Spirit, Raya Kakodesh, said Genesis never left the Bible. We left Genesis. I'm talking about the first 2 pages. Yah's law. His page 1 and 2, read it. He said it never left the Bible. We left it. And all we worried about is Deuteronomy and Numbers and this and that. Our ancestors who transgress the law, who's in sin and iniquity. Now, let me wrap this up with here so we can get started with the study tonight. Now, our ancestors who were doing atonement, MASHIACH. Now, he didn't eat fish. Oh, that's dope. We're going to bring that out tonight. Matter of fact, let me show you this right here really quick. That's actually coming out tonight. And I just put this thing up right here just 5 minutes ago. I said, when we were about to start, I was like, oh, that's right. Let me put up this because that's something that's going to come out. And I needed this Paleo Hebrew script. Let me show y'all something right here. Stop share. That's crazy that this is taking its turn. Let the Father's will be done. I ain't have none of this tonight. Y'all know this wasn't about that. Where I go? Present, share screen, window. There we go. This is coming out later. And now what y'all see on the script screen right here. Let me make sure y'all can see it, and it's small. This is the Paleo Ugaritic script. Paleo Hebrew, right? Y'all see this letter right here. Let me make it big so y'all can really see at home. Y'all see that? Y'all know when we be having a yo, he, wav, he, and you have that little E, backwards E looking thing and all that. And y'all won't see me wear that no more, the Paleo. I got some of the original Hebrew. I'm going to show y'all. This is not our language. This is when our ancestors were mixing in, became Phoenician. And the reason why I got this for tonight is because we're going to open a book where our ancestors became Phoenician. They were Phoenaic Hebrew Israelites. They mixed in with the Phoenicians. And this is where this Ugaritic, this is where we get this what we call Paleo. That ain't our ancestors' language. Look at the Aleph. Look at this. Does that look like an ox head? No. It looked like an X. Look at the Daleth, the Dalayat. Does that look like a door or does that look like a pyramid? See, this is when our ancestors mixed with the other nations, the Phoenicians, the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, the Sumerians, the Akkadians, right? This is how, and tonight, well, we going there. Now, I want to point this out to y'all. Look over here. Y'all see this? This is called a noon. It's a nayan in the original Hebrew. See, ain't no noon in Hebrew. Ain't no aleph, ain't no beth. See, this ain't even Hebrew. This is the bayah. This is the alayah. This is the gamayah in the Hebrew. This is the nayan in the Hebrew. But they got noon. Look what's next to it. The definition, some of the attributes of the nayan is the seed. It's the life. But they got fish. They added fish. The Phoenicians, Paleo. Listen. This is where they added in Mashiach ate fish. He never ate fish. We'll bring that out. If you go to the original, or if you even go to the Ethiopic Bible, if you go back to the original Hebrew Bibles, he never ate fish. That was an insertion. He ate bread. He broke the bread. He never ate the fish. He told them that he will make them fishers of men. He told them you will no longer fish. Remember with the disciples, and they was fishing and they got killing. You got to kill. You understand? And he said, "Come." He said, "You will no longer be fishers. I will know." He's saying, once you follow me and my law, and not law, the Father's law, where he's bringing Mashiach, the Messiah. He said, once you follow me, you will know. I will make you fishers of men, not fishing, killing these fish no more. You will be fishing men's souls, bringing them to the Father. Okay, now, so you see this Nayan, they added this fish, and look what they did further up. This is the Zadayah, the Zadi, most powerful letters, Adayat, Adayats in the Hebrew. That's Hebrew for letters. And look what they put for that, a fish hook. What is a fish hook used for? To catch and kill the fish. If you understand the Hebrew, you will know that this Nayan is the seed of the children of the Most High, the bloodline. You see the life of the children. And he said he's going to use the Zadayak. This is the Phanek, the fish hook to hook the children to kill the life. That means to make you sin and transgress the Most High's original law. This is paleo. This fish hook is going to kill. So they put, this is killing in the Hebrew. There was no killing in our original language. So but I didn't know I was going to do this tonight, but it's okay because I got the whole Hebrew, original Hebrew, Alaf Bayat lesson to teach you, because you can't understand the scriptures if you don't understand the Hebrew and what the words mean. That's why I broke down Ahad means one, and they say, they transliterate that Jesus said he is one with the Father, so that means he's the Father. That ain't Hebrew. So y'all see this fish hook? That ain't in Zadayat. For anybody to know the original Hebrew, that ain't there. And this fish ain't there. So this is them adding a likeness and adding killing. And our ancestors were following this. So they were killing and eating fish and transgressing. All right, now, yes, the Most High made a compromising law for their sin and transgression, but it was to keep the remnant of them alive, because if not, then he would have to wipe them. But he knew, the Most High knows there's a remnant who's going to come back. I'm one of them. You know why? Because I put his law, Genesis page 1 and 2, over my desire for the flesh, because I love a good fish. Ooh, do I, with some hot sauce, with some cheese. I like a fish sandwich with some mayonnaise and some cheese, and melt the cheese over the fish and put some hot sauce. Ooh, I'll be dancing. I'm dancing. Yeah, this phonetic Hebrew. It tell you at the beginning, paleo, Ugaritic, and all this crap. See, but we're going to teach the real Hebrew and understand. Look what they got for the resh. The rayash. The rayash is a head. Does that look like the head of a man? See? So again, anyway, most don't understand that. But we're going to, and that's where this serpent become for the tayah, what they call a tef. But y'all understand that later when we're going to break down the Hebrew so that y'all guys can understand. But tonight's lesson is not about y'all not eating flesh and blood. Stop calling, this will help some of y'all. Stop calling that the dead animal that you're eating, stop calling it fish. Stop call it flesh and blood, or call it a dead animal, and realize I got death in my belly. And I got to wait until death passes my... So how are you cleansed? How is your temple cleansed when you got a dead thing? Do you not know this is how they blaspheme the Mashiach? By trying to say he ate fish. They wanted to make him act like he would have a dead thing in his belly. Do y'all know the Nazareth? They couldn't even touch the dead. The Zadokite priesthood, the only one who got it right, not the Levitical, it's a Levitical priesthood line, but it's the only one that the Most High said in the scripture got it correct till the end. The Zadoks. They did not consume flesh and blood. No dead thing would be inside of their temple. If you can't even, Mashiach said, let the dead bury the dead. Don't even touch a dead thing. But he's going to tell you to eat a dead thing? Oh, yeah, you've been really Mandelic. All right. So and I'm not saying it's a hard thing to do, because we've been so conditioned to the flesh. We're addicted to flesh and blood. We're addicted to killing, to murder in our temple. We're addicted to having a dead thing in our temple, because we've been served it from birth. When the Most High created us, we're supposed to drink from the mother's milk, from the breast, right? And in a minute, they be like, we got to introduce solid food. And they just put flesh and blood in our... Boy. And those who consume flesh and blood, your lifespan is cut in half almost. Now, anyway, so let's get back, because this wasn't about those eating flesh and blood. But start calling it flesh and blood. If you, let's say you young, you 18, 19, you live in your mama house. I said, Mama, what flesh and blood are you cooking tonight? She gonna be like, what? She's like, oh, Mama, go in there. Look, Ma. See the chicken you just dropped in there? That's flesh. And look at the blood rise up. But didn't he say, don't eat no flesh with no manner of blood? You can't get the blood out of the flesh. That's why I said, when you understand the Levitical law, you will see that the Most High made it where you can't fulfill it, because he wants us to choose with his free will. His Genesis 1 and 2, his original law from Genesis, never left the Bible. We left Genesis. We left the garden. We won't go back. He got cherubims protecting you if you think you coming back with all flesh and blood and sin and transgression all in. No, you need to be circumcised to come back. But the cherubims and stuff is just to guard the unrighteous from trying to come in the garden, the unholy. You get there by circumcising yourself and doing the will of the Father. Now it's a process, right? Now I dropped mine long time ago, 30 years ago. That was the Most High conditioning this temple to be here for y'all 30 years later. That's him. I dropped that. So I'm strong. I can, and I went back to it with my ex about 7-8 years ago. And that's why I got this little gut now. It still won't go. My thing was, but I have the ability to stop. Everyone else, you're going to have a real stronghold. Take your time. Just start to identify, start to purify, start to fast from it. Like the world beast system going to tell you later that you can't eat it no more anyway. They're going to tell you it's killing you. Literally, it's literally killing you. They're going to say no more flesh and blood. They're going to be like no more red meat. They're going to be like no more pork. They're going to be like no more. And then you keep, because you're sick, you're dying, dude. That's why I look like this. If y'all knew my age, well, some of y'all should know already. I just said I'm a child of the 70s and the 60s and all that. Well, yeah, 60s too and all that. Sitting up there looking like your child. Like if I shaved off I could stand next to some of y'all child and they won't know who's older. I do it all the time in the gym with these college kids where they think I'm their age. Same, whatever, have no idea. I could probably be some of their grandfather. Insane. You heard? Because the temple is purified. There's no death in the temple. Nothing is dying in my temple. Nothing is dead. There's no dead thing in me in any time. I should have knew Reese was here. Reese is a trick. Where you been, boy? I was wondering. I said, I ain't seen Reese in this little he over on Facebook, guy. I ain't seen him in this little sarcasm in a long time. He said, yeah, right. He's from my childhood from New York, so he's a fool. He's just sarcastic, so he gonna say something no matter what I say. But he laughing when I'm talking about I look so young and yeah, Reese. And you going, this will do you well, Reese. I know doggone well you sitting up there with a belly out here. I probably already know. So this will do you well. Start to fast, guys. Start to wean yourself from flesh and blood. Start to eat purified from the garden. And what did Yah said? See, in his law, the Most High said, the herbs shall be to you for healing. So your healing come from the herbs of the ground. And he said the fruit to be to you for meat, right? The fruits of the earth and the herbs of the ground are what we're to eat. So potatoes, rice, breads, you got you can make everything. Like I just had, what did I just have? A tuna fish sandwich, but it was made with, what do they call those things now? I'm sorry. I forgot what it's made with these things they be, and then so everything that you can have when y'all eat y'all actually dead fish, they use the what's names to make it, because we still desire the thing, right? Some people are like, well, why would you want tuna fish? Cook chickpeas. Thank you, guys. Chickpeas. So some people be like, why would you desire? Because we were raised, or I got a desire for death. Ooh. Don't that hit different? No, chickpeas. Because of the sin that was lodged in my heart, I got a desire to eat a dead thing. I still love a good steak. I don't want to, because now I know it's my brother and sister Emma said dead thing, crying. You know what, had to murder and killing, and they had families. It spoke. The breath of life of the Most High was in this thing. It actually had babies in the family. See, people don't even realize when you fish, you literally taking. I watched the video on Netflix about the SeaWorld and the Shamu, the whale, and how they took, man, that thing was so sad. The whale is just a big fish, guys. Them whales was crying when they took that Shamu. They stayed in a huddle crying out for weeks. And the Shamu, when they took it to, because the first SeaWorld was somewhere else, there's some Spain or something. When they took it there, the little little whale was crying from there all the way from. See, y'all don't think these things have life. It has the breath of life in it. It's the Most High's children. He never told us to kill and eat. That's the sin and transgression of the sin that's lodged in our heart. So now because of it, we have a lust for flesh and blood. We have a lust for killing. I have to die to that though daily. Do you understand? I have to die. So some people be like, well, why would you want a tuna fish? Cause I was raised, I liked it. I still have the desire for it. But if I can substitute that taste that was put into me, because if my people, listen, if my mom, well, it wasn't my mom, my grandmom, because I didn't have a mom and dad. I didn't have a mom and dad. If my grandmom would have never ever allow me to eat a dead thing, I would have never desired this tuna fish. Do you understand? We were introduced to this sin and transgression from their era, from them, because we all outside of Genesis. Now, if my mom and dad, if my grandma would have been in the garden during the Most High original law, she would have never, ever gave me that. So I would have never desired that thing, but she did. So then it's still, but I have to die to. So my decision is, do I choose to go and still eat the dead thing, go to the store and buy a can and take it out and put mayonnaise, or can I find from the Most High's law, not the compromising laws for our sin and transgression, his original law when it was very good, and we got kicked out and all our ancestors for their free will choosing to go against his law, transgressing him. And can I find an alternative? Yes, I can. And so there's an alternative to everything. My burgers, I still eat a good burger and fries. My burgers is made out of the Prego one. It's made out of vegetables and stuff. Still tastes good. I don't know that I got vegan cheese. It's expensive, right? Somebody, why would you want it? Because we grew up on it. I like a good cheeseburger. We grew up on it, but I'm not going to go ahead and take a doggone flesh animal bull and put it in the pan and all the blood. Y'all see it bleed as soon as you put make you hamburger meat and put it on the pan and turn it up. Doesn't it bleed? Didn't the Most High in the Lord say you can't eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood? But then what they'll say, brother, they'll say, but that's clean meat. It's from a cow. See the trick? Oh, we're going to tell y'all the truth here. And that's transgression. You don't even know it. But the Most High's grace is covering a lot of us. See, that's where that grace comes in at. But then he who knows does better. That grace ain't going to cover you from dying. What I mean by that grace will give you an allotment to get time enough to learn, to come back to his original law. But just your life is being shortened. And the transgression, the sin of the animals, the pain, the killing, the suffering, the disease. That's why they got hypertension, high blood pressure, anxiety, stress, worry. That's why everybody full of demon devils. You're full of devils because they killed and slaughtered your brother and sister, the Most High's creation, and you consumed it. You are what you eat. All right. This wasn't about that. I was not going there. Let's move on. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Everybody else, take it slowly. Start to get rid of swine, pork. Number one. Stop. That's an abomination to the Most High. I don't care. I'm not going to give y'all no consolation at all. I ain't even going to give you a grace period. Stop the swine today. You're abominable to the Most High. Number one. After you stop the swine, I would suggest slow down on red meat. Start to maybe eat it once a week, or start to slow down on red meat. Uptake your natural fruits and vegetables. Then, once you can get a hold of red meat, maybe once a week, or lowering it down to the point where hopefully you can remove it, because you're trying to come back to the Most High law. That's the key. The key ain't about people they're slaves to their appetite. They can't master themselves, the temple. Right? So they're like, listen, well, I can eat chicken. I can eat this. What's the name? Watchman DeBoer said, now y'all can eat pigeon. Trying to find a loophole in the dietary law. Our ancestors got killed. All of them are unlawful. They all unlawful. Now, when you start to slow down with the red meat, then start to slow down with the fish. Fish is more polluted than the red meat nowadays because they polluted the seas. For those who don't know, the fish got more mercury and aluminum poison in it than even, I'm just talking about regular science with your body. I ain't even talking about coming to the Most High. I'm just talking about just your physical health. So start to slow down on the, and start to wean, man. Start to read go read Genesis. If you want, read Genesis 1. Read the Most High Law every day, and it should snap you out of it. Because if you read the first page, if you read, I think it's Genesis 1 and 6, when he said the fruit should be for me, with his law, if you keep reading that, you'll literally be like, okay, every time I eat outside of this, I'm outside of his law. I'm transgressing. I'm in sin. All right. That's enough. Let's move on. All right. Now, yes, Daya said when what's that Watchman, when that video I did, when he cut that pigeon's head, that pigeon was screaming for his life. And the other one started screaming. Y'all remember the other ones that he had on a bowl that he was going to kill them next, according to the dietary law. Y'all hear how that sound, Brother Unbothered? That's on one of our video. It says Deborah, Watchman Deborah. No, it's the second one, I think, because I did two. One of them, it was the one where I said, I apologize or something. Because I was like, I apologize. Kill what you want to do. Do what you want to do. He's sitting up there. He's supposed to be a man leading y'all to the Most High. He's supposed, and he is sitting up here, got what was that? A quail. A quail is a dove. He got a quail in his hand. The quail, he said, I'm about to cut his head. The quail said, wee! As soon as he said that, they know, fools, these things are alive. And then all the other ones started squealing in the thing. And then he took his head and chopped his head off and cut his head and showing y'all what to do. He killed something live on YouTube TV for the desire of his flesh. I'm good. I'm good. I could conquer my flesh. I'm good. And look at me. Look how healthy I am. That's another lie to y'all. I ain't eat flesh and blood in about 4 or 5 years now. Not one thing in my temple. And I only did it then because my ex started back with turkey meat and eggs and stuff. When I was with her, she seduced me, and I'm like, and then I started eating chicken, and then I started getting fat. So once I left her, I fasted and stopped again. But before that, 4 years ago, it was almost 25 years that I hadn't eaten any flesh and blood. But see, that's why you got to watch who you're around, because I allow her to entice me back to flesh and blood, turkey rolls, and that's when you can start there. So this is the process, guys. Eat instead of, they had those turkey rolls, Genio, the little round thing. So I would make turkey burgers and turkey sausages instead of the cow. And then it's like a weaning process to slowly, if you got to. If you're strong like me, you could just stop. I was always strong like that. Not Reese, don't even start. I already know Reese. I'll be setting Reese up to hit a home run. But I was always strong like that. I could just stop. Like even when I was doing drugs when we was young, I just stopped. When I was smoking cigarettes when we was in high school, I just stopped. I could cold turkey everything. I could just stop. I just had that power over my temple. Everyone don't have that. So it's a weaning process. All right. That's enough. We did a whole hour in this space, but you're right, Diana. This is for somebody. Right? You want to make y'all laugh? Tell them you're well. All right. So sorry, guys. All right. Not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for teaching the Most High's love. See, now see what I just did? That's my love of you guys, and knowing that you're weak to your flesh and that it's like harmful to tell someone that they can't eat flesh and blood, that they can't eat a dead thing. I know it'll harm people because we desire the dead thing. We desire a dead thing in our temple. And for my love for you, I want to say sorry that I got to say that. Now, you hear what that is? That's me saying sorry that I'm trying to teach y'all to do the will of the Most High, his law, not his compromises, his law. And that's why I say, I'm not sorry for teaching you that. Again, that's how you see the war within myself. It's like love the children But the Father says, but I'm first. I know your love for them. See, this is when Moses failed, guys. Moses failed because his love for the children of his ancestors, his people, children of Israel, these black people, his love for them was higher than his obedience to the Most High. Because the Most High kept telling him, do this, say this. And he's like, but what would they think? But yeah, but this. And guess where that got him? Killed. Right along with them. Dietary laws, 613 laws, killed. Right in there, why they had that law. So I'm not repeating the mistake of my ancestor, MASHIACH, Moses. I love y'all, but I love the Most High more. Most High first. Love you too, Reese, but I love my father, the Most High, more. But I got y'all. I'm going to fight on y'all behalf to the end. But when the Most High says do, I'm going to do. Y'all just remember that. Don't y'all ever get that twisted. I just want y'all to know I am not Moses. I know y'all know that, but I'm just saying I ain't in the spirit of Moses. I am not going to be fighting the Most High against his will for none of y'all. Not even for myself. His will over mine. Whatever you want me to do, I do. That's it. Over my own. Now, that part, let's end. All right. We said love you too, bro. All right. So let's get started. All right. So I had this paleo crap on the screen. I wasn't on the screen the whole time. That's horrible. I thought I was, well, it's okay. I ain't need to be seen. I don't need to be seen. I know Reese like, that's right. Get your butt off the screen. All right. So let me get back to the study. Let me get back. That was for a lot of people. That ain't had nothing to do with that. I've been trying not to go back to that subject forever because I know people, I don't want to, I'm just trying to teach the word and I'll be trying not to offend people and most stuff. But again, all right. So anyway, let's go. So this is the thumbnail, right? So these are our ancestors from the transatlantic slave trade. Like they did this exhibit and they're supposed to be at the bottom of the sea, right? Now I found this hand of chain, and then I put Marine Kingdom. So I thought it was very interesting that a lot of our ancestors, now the funny thing is in tonight and stuff we're going to find out that these children, our ancestors, these were the ones that came from the West Coast slave of Africa from Negro land. These were the tribe of Judah, and they were worshiping the serpent god, our ancestors from the book that we showed last week and stuff. They were worshiping the serpent. And I used to wonder, why did the Most High allow so much? I know the curse that was over them, but why was it so bad? Guys, the Most High allowed, y'all going to see tonight that this is going to be kind of dope. Because I wasn't even going to do this again. And the Most High dude, I'm like, oh, I was going to go somewhere else. But we're going to see tonight that everything that these, from their king, our ancestors, wanted to do to listen clearly, this is what they say, to the white people, white man, from their king of Judah in Negro land, in the west coast of Africa, in the slave coast. Right? I showed y'all the Library of Congress map last week, right? Y'all going to hear tonight that everything that they wanted to do happened to them. When y'all see it and y'all read it, it's like every last thing that they said they wanted to do happened to them. They literally spoke their own demise, destiny. Oh, They literally spoke their own. Okay? So so then I put Marine Kingdom, the fist with the shackles. All right, so that's the thumbnail. All right, so I'm sending the invite so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen, and we're going to get started. So I need to, first of all, make this huge so I can share the screen with it. All right. So first of all, let me see my brothers and sisters when they come in. I want to see their faces. Copy, bang, It's going to be a good one, guys. There's some fruit coming out. There's some things coming out that we need to learn and know. All right. So that's the chat. That's the thing for the brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. They'll be in here in a second. All right. So it's going to be good, guys. We got a lot of fruit coming out. So while they coming in, I'm going to do this really quick. Let me make this smaller. So just to give context for the new people who find this video, and this is like their first one that they're seeing about us, I got you guys in a second. So this right here, let it open. Okay. Present, share screen. I got you guys in a second. Window, bang, share. So this is the Library of Congress, loc.gov/resource, whatever. Library of Congress. You'll see that at the top. And this is a map. Right here they tell you this is a new and accurate map of Negro land in the adjacent countries. So this is the Library of Congress, right? 1693, right? Telling them where they got us from. And this is the map. So this is the west coast of Africa. That right there says Negro land, where they got the Negroes. Right here says the slave coast. Let me make it bigger and bigger and big. That's big as I can get it, but y'all can see it at home. That says the slave coast, where they got the slaves, and it says the kingdom of Judah or Weeda. Or Weeda. That's where you get Weeda, Judah, the ancient, old ancient languages. So you see, they got the dots literally circling the kingdom of Judah and the slave coast. Right here, that's the Gold Coast. Okay, so this is showing, they show in the Library of Congress where they got the thumbnail. See those ancestors that they showed, the statues in the bottom of the sea? They got them from here. Now, we're going to, in this one and other videos, we're going to show not all of us was taken from here. Some of us were already in Europe under the Jacobites, the Dark Ages, the kings. And we're going to show you how tonight, they're going to show you in this book how Nebuchadnezzar sent them there, and some of them escaped from that captivity into Europe. And then some of our ancestors were with the white Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains, Israelites. We're going to show that tonight. All right. So not all of us came from here, right? From the transatlantic slave trade. Some of us came from Europe here. A lot of us, more than you think. Now, most of the ones that came from here were wicked. They were worshiping the serpent god, because the king of Judah, that's what they were worshiping. And I'll explain that, maybe not tonight, but another time, how that happened to them. All right. So now I just wanted to show y'all. So this says the Gold Coast. That's Tooth Coast, the Ivory Coast. It's one. I wanted to see the Ashanti. Where's the Ashanti? That's Fulis. That's for Fulani. But it's an Ashanti kingdom, because y'all know about Ashantis. Where is it? Because I know it says the Mandingo up here, but there's an Ashanti. That says Mandingos right there. I know about that. So it's the newer one where they start to update because I think it's right here. Kingdom of Ashanti. See that? Ashanti? That's the Ashanti. Right? So in the newer ones, when they start to put the right English, they put Kingdom of Ashanti and stuff. Because I was looking at for this one. But this is the original one from the Library of Congress. All right. So that's where we came from. Some of us. A lot of us did not come from there. That was a mind blow to me. I thought they got all us so-called Black Americans in the Caribbean from this slave coast. But we wasn't. Not all of, and the ones who came from here, most of them were wicked. So that's why we have a lot of wickedness in our community, so-called Black people. This is a mind blow thing right here. We got a lot of wickedness in our community because we are not all the same people. Some of them still got the serpent worship. Why you think you got a person, black person next to you, you trying to be, morally and, you just trying to do the right thing. And they just got a spirit of, they want to rob, kill, steal. They got like a serpent spirit and you don't understand. We all black. We ain't all the same. The Bible even say all Israel ain't Israel. It says the enemy come from those of your own household. That means your own. Remember, that's why I say you know them by their fruit. You can't look at some of these people come from Negro land. Some of these black people here, they got off the slave ship from the west coast of Africa, Negro land, and some of them have this work, the serpent worship that they ancestors worship, and they came in there with that generational spirit over them. That's why they're in the streets polluting and robbing and killing and doing all, and they don't care. No matter what you say, they're still, but it's the spirit over them. And these be generational stuff. All right. So anyway, let me stop share. Let me let my brothers and sisters in. Shalom, Hakyama. Shalom, Yashiyaha and Ahavaya and family. Shalom, Taj Balaya and Yana Pa, elders. Uh-oh. We got a new eye coming in tonight. Shalom, Abaraya Zaya. Shalom, young king. Great to see you, King. I was looking for you Tuesday, but I figured he couldn't make it. I know how it is. But praise Yah, you made it tonight. Wow, Shalom, young king. And that's funny because I said, Shalom, Naya. I see you, and young Yana, and everybody, Yarel, and Yeremiah. And it's funny because I had the thing on the screen, and I said, you know what, let me see my brothers and sisters' face first before I, put the other thing up. So Shalom Abara Yah Zion. Yes, Mashiach Assembly, he sent the link. And I guess he said, Yah urged him, it's time to join the family, time to join the ministry. Praise Yah. We welcome you, young king. Glad to see your face too. Praise Yah. Dylan said, I love to see it. All right. Praise Yah. All right, let's get started, guys. Hold on, I'm gonna mute you. I hear your background. There you go. All right, so now we're gonna get started with who that? Yana? That's Naya again? Oh, she wanna say something? Okay, go ahead, Naya.
I'm so smart, and I know this, that there's water above us, and there's something that keeps it
up. Praise Yah. Yes, it is. There's water above us and water below. And it's something that keeps it up. That's right. Keep it from flooding down. Yep. And during the judgment, during the flood, the Most High opened the windows and that water from above came flooding down. And he opened the windows from below and that water from below came flooding up. And that's what happened with Noah in the flood. All right, and everybody got a flood narrative. All right, praise Yah. Let's get started. All right,
Excuse me.
Okay, go ahead, Hakim.
One last, could you check the private chat, please?
Uh-oh, what didn't happen?
No.
This video, it says live. Oh, I got Moringa. I put a G. Thank you. She said the title had an error in it. It says Moringa with a G Kingdom. Sorry, guys. I was tired. So I did a typo because I did that like 10 o'clock this morning. I was exhausted. So, all right. So I'll fix that afterwards. If someone will remind me to fix the typo in the title of the video, it says Maring Kingdom. But that means Marine King. All right, thank you, Hakim. All right, so now here we go. We're gonna get started. Where I'm gonna start at. So I showed y'all that, right? All right, so let me do this just for this study purposes, because you have people that'll watch this that didn't watch the last one, right? So let me do this really quick, just to bring them up to date, so they have this receipt, because we got some stuff coming out in this tonight. All right, so share screen. Window, bang. So this, guys, I just showed y'all the map of Negro land. Now this right here, this is a map. This is a picture an ancient. It says the crowning of the king of Judah, Wida, right? Of that Negro land map, April 1723. So this is the map of the crown, a picture of the crowning of the king of Judah. And right here, it's, oh, crap. I can't make that bigger. And I don't know where my thing is. It's in my ancient history folder. But, and it's so small at home. I don't feel like doing it. I'm just, up here it says the coronation of the kingdom of Judah, king of Judah. And there's the king is sitting there. Just so y'all know, in this picture, he's black. And y'all can see a lot of, they all look, a lot of them, they all black. It's the king of Judah, Negro land. Like, we ain't got to explain this. People who want to say this wasn't us, well, then whatever, right? This is Negro land. They went into slaves to the transatlantic slave trade, right? So if they wasn't black, then they're going to do that, and they're going to say nobody was black, so whatever, right? So in this picture at home, I did it last week. I'm too lazy to go find the other one. There's a snake, a serpent right here. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. I got to find it now. All right, so give me 1 second. Let me find it. It's in, go to my folder that says Ancient History. All right, where you at? Ancient History. Open that. Why didn't you open? Double tap. Okay. And then, so now there's so many in here. Let me see if I could find the picture. Hopefully I put it in Ancient History. If I can't find the picture, I tried, guys. I didn't want it to be stuck on like I'm being lazy. It's just I'm trying to teach something, and I didn't know I was going to put that up. So many pictures here. Oh, it should be one of the last screenshots. That right, because it go by date. I don't see it. It's not here. So that means I put it in another folder. Sorry, guys. All right. It's not here. Where would I put it? I didn't put it in black icons. Ancient Picto. Let's try that. No, I already got that tab open for later. All right, well.
Would you like me to read the house prayer while you look for it?
No, that's all right. I'm not gonna waste time. I mean, that's not a waste of time, but you can read the house prayer anyway. Just I cannot yes. read the house prayer. That means that's the rayat. So we can always use the prayer from the Most High. So whenever you're ready, Yakata, read the house prayer. Everyone needs this prayer over them in their household. All right. So whenever you're ready.
Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye Shemayams of Shemayams, heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He hath also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons, and all deep, fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping thing and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the Shemayam heaven. He also established the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of YAHSHUAH, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah.
Oh, praises to the Most High. Thank you for that beautiful prayer over our house. We all need that prayer. Immediately, I was like, "Oh no, that's okay. I'm just gonna rock." Like, what did you just? What did you just say? Do you want to rush on and do something? And oh, I mean, like, oh yes, say the prayer. Always, God, don't ever, ever, ever in your long-legged life, we just say, have you ever, ever, ever? I'll be fooling y'all. But don't y'all ever in your life ever stop a prayer now from a righteous person. Be wary of letting everyone pray over you. Be very, very careful. They have people that be wanting to pray. Now I do it now in order to not to be disrespectful. Sometimes somebody will come up to me, right? They might come up to me like, "Hey, brother," in the store or something. I don't know, they feel my rag or something. "Brother, Jesus told me to say a prayer over you or something." I'll be like, "Oh my God." Right, first of all, don't touch me. Don't put no hands. I don't like, so I ain't gonna allow nobody putting no hands on me. Don't let them put their hands on you. But in order for us not to be disrespectful, because we're called to be respectful no matter what. So what I'll do, if I can't avoid, I let them pray, and they be praying, "Oh, the Lord," and I'll just be like, yeah. I rebuke the things I don't receive inside. I don't say it out loud. I rebuke that. I'll be like, "I rebuke that in the name of YAHSHUAH." And I'll be like, as they saying that, they be like, "God," I'll be like, "Abba Yah, this prayer is to you. Everything that is being replaced, I replace it and report to you." Like, while they're praying. You see, you understand? Do not just receive everyone's word, prayer, things, because they be carrying generational things that they don't know. Some people are like, they're calling on this Lord. They don't know that's Baal, right? And they'll speak that over you. I'm like, I know it's Baal, so I can't sit up there and let you receive, because your ignorance, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? You ain't about to destroy me because I know what it means. And that's because you don't, right? So again, just be very careful. But if your spirit trusts a person that, and they don't got to be perfect, they ain't got to be, you just know that this person really loves the Father. Yeah, we all sin and fall short and all that, but like, my I trust this person's spirit. Don't ever deny a prayer. Absolutely. I don't care how busy you are. You're like, you know what? That prayer, let me tell you, the Most High test you, right? He might send someone to send you a prayer, and you busy, you running, you got to go do this, run through that, you got this business meeting, you got this, you trying to run in, like, excuse me, right? Your wife or your daughter or somebody, anybody, a neighbor, somebody who, not an unrighteous, they be like, "Excuse me, can I say a prayer over you?" And you be like, "Oh no, not right, not right now," right? "I got to go." You better stop your, you know what? Can you? Yes. Just please don't draw it out, because I got to run. Because maybe be wary of people who draw out prayers too. The scripture warns on that. People who go on for an hour. "Father, Lord, Father, Father." They just be going and going and going. It's like, oh my God. Will you wrap it up already? That's in the scripture. He says, be careful, because some of the people do that to draw attention to them. All this stuff is in the scripture, right? The scripture, book of instructions. Y'all better know that. History, book of instructions. All right. So again, there's nothing wrong with you saying, all right, can you make sure, I'm in a rush, but I don't want to miss your prayer, right? So then don't, because that prayer could actually save your life, right? Right there. All right. So anyway, praise Yah. So thank you for that prayer. Hakyama, covering all of us, everybody at home, covering this house. Yes, vain petitions as the heathens do. Thank you, Yahakana, in the scripture. Yes, they call it vain repetitions as the heathens do. Yes, warning. I remember I was in a Christian church, and there was this sister. Oh my goodness. Yo, every time she go, I'm like, we in a circle, right? And you know how you close your eyes, right? You could, you open your eyes, look, I'm looking around like, is anybody else bothered by this girl? They're just going and going and going. I'm like, my arms getting tired. I open my eyes, I'm looking around. I see somebody else look around. I look at them like, So it'd be like every time she'd be like, I'll pray. I'm like, no, Ed, no. Yeah, you know that you don't want to be that person. Vain repetitions. Okay? Vain rep. Don't do it to be seen by men and to sound holy, and some people do that. Then another brother in the Christian church, I remember he told me he can't pray over me because he too busy. He too busy. Whoa. That was a test to him because he had that prayer. You know that prayer. People who pray, I used to call them prayer warriors. Now I understand that stuff means something different too. But I went to him. I said, "Would you mind praying for me?" He said, "Oh, I ain't got time. I'm busy. I do pray. You know, I'm like, ooh, okay." I was like, and literally, and this when I wasn't Uncle YAHSHUAH. You know, I was coming from prison, jail, and I was in Christian. I was just knowing the Most High, and all I knew was the Most High and the red what the MASHIACH, I called him the Jesus then. And I found out with the Christian, none of them did what he said. So that blew my mind. I was like, what is happening? And the Most High said, just sit down and observe. I'm showing you something. Like I'm taking you through school. And I didn't know he's going to take me through Hebrew school too. After I finished with that, he took me amongst these Hebrew Israelites. It was the same thing, just a different costume. You heard that? Same thing, different costume. Same spirit. Same spirit. All right, so anyway, praise Yah. Let's continue. So, Hakyama, from the grace of you, of the Rag telling you to pray a house prayer over all of us, I wasn't able to find my my copy, but I was able to make another copy while you was praying. So I got a copy. So now I can do what I need to do. So here we go. Praise Yah. So this is the picture of the coronation. Now when you scroll to the bottom, it says the Kruni, that's coronation der Königs van Juida, Juida, tribe of Judah, in April 1723, right? And at the top, this is where it says the coronation, Coronome du Roi de Juida, Juida, Judah, tribe of Judah, 1723. All right? Here is the king of Judah. They're coronating him. That's him in the middle. Right? See him? These are all the people. These are the tribe of Judah in Negro land. Before they got rounded up. Well, they was getting rounded up at that time too. Getting rounded up in slave ships. Okay, sent as the Bible says they would be. And in this coronation to this king of Judah, in the middle is what? A serpent. This is a serpent at the coronation worship. They were worshiping the serpent, our ancestors, outside of the Most High. Who is the serpent? From Genesis 3 and 6, the one who tricked Eve. Well, not tricked, because he asked her the law. He asked her, what does the Most High tell you to do? What's the law? And he said, we shall not do this, we should not do that. And she said, but I'm going to do what you say. Free will. The serpent. All right. Now, that's the picture. So now I got that done. Thank you, Hakyama. Now let's get started. Only an hour and a half. Not too bad. I was going to get started right away. Boy, you want to make the Most High laugh? And then some of the brothers, I don't know, somehow start talking about flesh and blood, and somebody asked a question, and here we go. What they call animal, sacrificing animals in your belly. You're nothing dead in my temple. I know that's right. Let me not go there. No disrespect to no. We used to be dead things in my temple. Process, guys, a journey. Just remember, a journey. All right, so the first one we're going to go to. All right, so let's do it. So this is this brother. Now this brother Dante done doubled down from last week. Y'all remember? Okay. So this brother put a new video just today. He put another part of this video, and it's called, hold on, where is it? It's called 1805, A Detailed Description of White People. Boy, this brother is doing some serious race baiting. He is going to curse you guys, children. He don't curse me because I rebuke him and his serpent God that he's calling on and trying to tap into the trauma of us from the transatlantic slave trade and trying to make us hate and just all white people and not look at the reason why the Most High called things against us. And the way he's teaching it is so unlawful that it's going to, it makes a mob effect, a trauma effect. And the people of the comments is wishing ill to people they don't know because of the trauma that happened to us. And it's because our ancestors was doing serpent worship. Boy, you can't even make this up. Nah, he just made another video of it today, talking about the 1805 description of white people. Now, listen to this. This is what he's putting out to the children who still trying to heal from slavery and Jim Crow. Listen, right here.
So there you have it. It is a decree from the king of Judah to enslave all white people in every corner of the globe because they viewed these white people as dumb, inferior, barbaric animals. They talked about the stuff they did and the circumstances that they put people in.
Y'all hear that? One more time.
So there you have it. It is a decree from the king of Judah to enslave all white people in every corner of the globe because they viewed these white people as dumb, inferior, barbaric animals. They talked about the stuff.
Didn't that, listen, what y'all going to hear tonight, everything that this king of Judah that I just showed y'all on the screen that was worshiping this serpent, everything that they spoke over these people happened to them. This thing gonna blow your mind. Literally, it's like Yah was listening. It's like Yah was like, everything that you speak over them is gonna happen to you. Because you're in this position because you're worshiping the serpent. I chose you out of every nation on the earth. Y'all listen clearly, so-called black people. I chose you. That's the thing about these Israelites. They want to be like, we the chosen people. Yeah, it come with a chosen responsibility too. You heard? Now, he said, I chose you over every people on the planet Earth, and you chose to transgress me. And I'm meting out my judgment against you, but you want to circumvent my judgment, and you want to take my judgment on you and put it on someone else that I'm sending to fulfill the judgment against you. This is like a double, triple going against the Most High. You transgressing him in 4 or 5 different ways. And you know how, if you know the Most High, Yah, any of y'all, you will know this is his right. This is one of his attributes, descriptors, not his right, one of his descriptors, is that I could see y'all sitting there like, everything that you pronounce, you're pronouncing it over yourself. Y'all hear me? Everything that you pronounce over these people is gonna, you're like writing your own, oh, sorry guys, I can't see the comments. You're like writing your own judgment ticket. Okay? So y'all gonna hear this. It's so crazy. So Dante said this king of Judah who worshiping the serpent said that he wanted to enslave all the white people in the world, and he called them dumb and ignorant and equal. He called them all, and that's all the things that happened to our people. Everything in this, it's like, it'll blow your mind. Like I said, reminds me of the scene in The Color Purple. Everything you do will come back. Thank you so much. Will come back to you. Thank you so much. Lime water, guys. Make sure y'all drink y'all some lime water. Put it, oh, it's frozen, so it'll melt later. But some lime in the water, alkaline the water to get the acidic level, especially those who eat flesh and blood. You need to lower your acidic level in your body. Lime, not lemon water, lime. It'll alkalinize your body, pH level to about 7. Balance. All right? Always. All right. So, and distilled water. Not no tap, not no distilled water with your lime. All right. Now, so The hold on, let me come back. So now Brother Dante said this one more now okay, so y'all heard that clip. Now listen to this clip he said.
You have a group of people who are Israelites who have fallen away, got back to serpent worship. They have a high priest of the serpent, and they're teaching that the white race did not descend from the same people as the rest of the human race.
Now, I am not sitting up here. Don't y'all look, you're going to get yourself slayed. Don't come here acting like, oh, he is a white people lover. Or what. This ain't about color of skin. If y'all stay in your flesh, I am not a man of the flesh. I'm a man of Raya. This ain't about no white people, color of skin. I don't like Karen. I don't like I said, I don't like Pookie either. Meaning the ones, I don't like the bad of any race. I don't like hijab, the Arab idiot criminal. I don't like, Ming Meng, the Asian criminal. You see what I mean? I don't like Chabuka Bohi from Africa. You see? The Congolian. You understand? You know them by their fruit. You don't generalize nothing. Now listen what Dante said again. He said,
you have a group of people who are Israelites who have fallen away, got back to serpent worship. They have a high priest of the serpent.
So there's a group of people in Judah, Negro land. This is who we quoting. The Israelites. They've fallen back to serpent worship. So they're worshiping the serpent.
You have a group of people who are Israelites who have fallen away, got back to serpent worship. They have a high priest of the serpent, and they're teaching that the white race did not descend from the same people as the rest of the human race.
They're worshiping the serpent, and they're teaching from the serpent that the white race did not descend from us. So, first of all, so then why are you quoting them? See, this is the part. This is the destruction. This is the poison. This will harm you guys, the children. Why would you teach this? If you're going to say out your mouth that these Israelites, that's you're quoting from, taught this serpent teaching. So the serpent said that they didn't come from us. So why are you feeding that to the children who are still traumatized, who wants to, yeah, they ain't come from us, and yeah. All right. So he said, the serpent teaching said that all the white people, none of them descend from us. Right?
So there you have it. It is a decree from the king of Judah to enslave all white people in every corner of the globe because.
So the serpent worship said they didn't come from us, enslave all of them over the world. The serpent said it. See, this is the part he not breaking down for y'all. He's playing it to the trauma and to the children, us, from this, Now, one more.
Some of you guys have been called racist because of how you view Europeans based on their actions. People have tried to label you as a hate group, and mostly I'm talking to camps, because camps tend to get labeled as the hate group because of how they.
So now he's defending these camps. The ones out there spewing hate, literally saying they're going to enslave, you're going to be my slave, and all this stuff, and all this, right? See, this is trigger. He just said they label you a hate group. Boy, y'all better read between the lines. Read between the lines, children. He's setting you up. He literally is speaking. They say that you're a hate group. Listen what he just said. He said they label us, black people, a hate group who look at how the Europeans treated our ancestors, treated us. So he He literally titled it. So if you're in agreement, and he's teaching the serpent teacher, and then he aligns you with the camps. He said the camps, they really call them a hate group because they are only out there. They're the ones that are expressing this in the public. But he's not telling you don't do this. He's not telling you this will get you a criminal. This will get you wound up as a hate group. This will get you on the terrorist list and everything. But y'all see, and what did he say? He said they worship the serpent.
You have a group of people who are Israelites who have fallen away, got back to serpent worship. They have a high priest of the serpent, and they're teaching that the white race,
a high priest of this. So everything he's talking about is from the serpent. Everyone here, it's only 56 of us right now, 56 people. Are we to follow the serpent? If the serpent said, just what he's saying, to enslave all white people, ain't we supposed to do the opposite of what the serpent says? If the serpent said that all of them, none of them come from our genealogy, meaning from Adam and Eve, ain't that a lie? Ain't the serpent a liar and there's no truth in him? Ain't he the great deceiver? So why is Dante spewing the serpent to the children who are trying to come to the Father? Are you pulling us to the serpent and saying that this is actually hate speech? He literally said it. They're going to label you a hate group. So what spirit are you pouring into the people? All right, with that foundation, let's go. Let's go. Sorry, guys, I ain't see the chat for a while. I just pulled it back on now. All right, let's go. So let's continue. This is where we left off. I titled this is dangerous. Present, share screen. All right, so last week we left off around here, the 10-minute mark. I'm going to fast forward. Let's just see where this is at.
at the distance.
So he's quoting from this book from the 1800s. So we got the book. We'll pull open the book and read certain things. But let's go
From the
through.
resplendent light of our countenance. We therefore, the Most High, most
There we go. So I'm gonna point out this part, and then we're gonna move past because we did this last week. So he's reading what our ancestors from Negro land, from the tribe of Judah, is saying: enslave all these white people. They're saying that they are stupid, they're dumb, they don't have this, they don't have that. But he's glossing over. They literally called themselves the Most High. Right? So he's going to read it. It says, we, therefore, the Most High. We, the Most High. Okay? So they're just constantly calling themselves to be worshiped. Right? It says, we, therefore, the Most High, most omnipotent, ever anxious to gratify the humble prayers of our faithful slaves and to avert from them every danger and difficulty and shadow of our presence. So they're talking about enslaving all the white people on the earth, and they call themselves the Most High. They call themselves, and literally they said earlier up in here, they called themselves the great serpent. They said the great serpent is who they're worshiping. Let me see. I just put it back a little. It's up in here. We has placed the sacred of our own. Okay, let me read this. It says, Judah, the conqueror of Papa and Andreas, whose soldiers are swifter than eagles, the tribe of Judah, fiercer than lions, more in number than the ants of the forest, king of all the princes of the world. This is self-worship, to whom day allegiance and submissions is due from all the sons of men. Listen to what they're saying. Thus makes known his high and irresistible will to the nations of the earth. His will, Judah's high and irresistible will, not the Most High's will, to the nation of the earth. It says, whereas it has pleased our royal and irresistible mind pondering over the ineffable and sacred treasure of its own counsels, its own self, to extend our cares to certain islands in the Southern Ocean, all right, and to raise up new colonies of subject slaves. All right, so remember, their own will, their counsel, they say, we the Most High. They seen them, because this is the serpent's teaching, worship, right? But he glosses over all of that, and he just keeps harboring in on hate the white man, hate the white people, do this, enslave the white people. This is some toxic teaching. All right, so now let me go forward. Let's go a little up, because I want to get past this. I did this last week. I'm going to get to the new stuff.
Who come from the remotest corner of the world, over the great waters, seeking the awful shadow of our power. And
okay, so this is Judah. They're saying that they come from the remotest powerful of the world, seeking the awesome shadow of our power. But it says they humbly requesting to leave to carry back such of the production of our country. That part Hakyama pulled out last week. I didn't even see it. It said they humbly requested to leave, to come in our presence, and humbly requested to leave. But anyway, so let's go forward. I want to get, because I did all that. Y'all have to watch the video from last week. We do the first part, because I'm not going to reiterate the first part. So it says, okay, here we go. So this is what they say they're going to do. This tribe of Judah, this is what they said they're going to do to the white people on the earth. And when I heard this and read this, I was like, this is exactly what happened to us. So everything that they spoke on their own accord for the great serpent, that's what they said they're getting it from, the great serpent. It's going to come up, right? The great serpent told them this, because I got it written down at 39, right? And then at 25, okay, 1834, okay, we're going to get there. They said this, yeah, there we go, 1834. So 1228, let me do it right now. 1228 is where we just at, 1228. And let me go to 1834. I want y'all to see this. 1834, right? 1834. 29, 25.
what they believe the origin of Europeans is. But even in this necessary act of retaliation, such has been our love of justice, that we have not taken these resolutions without the approbation of our learned College of Divines, and particularly that of the great and illuminated high priest of the serpent.
Pause. Now he's just going to glow. He's just going to breeze right past that. But I'm not. Listen what they said. They said, but even in this necessary act of retaliation, matter of fact, let's go there. That's page, I want y'all to be able to see it at home. What page is that? Yasha, do you see what page it says on the screen? Does it say it?
Interesting.
I don't see it on the screen. Well, if
I don't see it, but I'm gonna try to open it.
That's interesting. I can't see it either, but that's all right. If we can't find the page, then all right, there we go. So it was 96. It's probably 96. All right, so let me go. We're gonna open the book for you guys at home. So 96. That's the book. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Share this tab instead. This is the book from 1805. And we're gonna go to page 96. Scroll on down. Probably way down here somewhere. What is that? 41. Scroll on down. Still loading. 62. Scroll on down. This should be 90. 106. There we go. 4. 2. 97. 96. Yep. All right, so let me see what 95 say. Here we go. So this is what they said they are going to do. This is crazy right here. It says there thousands of them, okay. The miserable survivors are destined to labor in chains to procure food and other necessities for their idle, ignorant, and stupid betrayers. All right, so now I understand, I do understand our ancestors not liking themselves going into slavery, but this was prophesied. So on one hand, Israelites say, we're the tribe of Judah and we're the Israelites of the Bible, read Deuteronomy. I will send you into slavery by ships, Egypt again, bondage by ships, and scatter you to the four corners. But then in the next breath, you can't be like them, like our ancestors in Negro land. They're saying they don't like that they're getting sold into slavery, which I understand that. Who would? But you have to understand the Bible tells you why and what happened. So now they want revenge and they want to do what happened to our ancestors. They want to do what's happening to the people. So they was talking about how our ancestors, how they, here we go, up here says, they did the most atrocious and unheard of cruelties, separating women from their husbands, children from their parents, and violating all the most dear and sacred ties of nature, which miserable victims, we are also informed, they confine in the unwholesome bottoms of their great canoes, which is slave ships, where thousands of them yearly perish by burning fevers, by famine, by pestilence, and by the continual affliction of the most horrible punishments, right? While the miserable survivors, oh, it's not big. Let me make it bigger so y'all can see at home. That's the whole point of me putting it on the screen. I don't want to make it too big where I gotta do all this moving. All right, let me make it a little bit smaller. All right, that's as big as I'm gonna do it. All right, it says, while the miserable survivors are destined to labor in chains, it's what happened to our ancestors, to procure food and other necessities for their idle, ignorant, and stupid betrayers, right? Now, in order to give an awful example to all the human race of the purity of our justice. Now, here we go. This is what the kingdom of Judah, this is what Dante is teaching. Instead of him teaching that this is wrong, what they're doing. This ain't what the Negro land kingdom of Judah should be doing. Here you go. They say, now, in order to give an awful example, hold on, let me make that bigger. I want y'all to see it. I'll move it over. See that? It says an awful example. Not a good example, not a moral example, not a righteous example. I want y'all to understand the difference. Just because I had the curses pronounced over me for my ancestors don't mean I'm going to curse someone else. It doesn't mean I'm going to, you see, the Most High meted out a justice against us. It don't mean I'm going to try to take that curse and put it on someone else. I'm going to meet it. I ain't to give out no awful example. It'd be different. Now, these would be righteous people if he said, now, in order to give a lawful, a moral example, a righteous example to all the human race of the purity of our justice. Do y'all see? Y'all got to understand the language. He said an awful let me see what Ryan wrote. Think ones and those things. Yes, that's what I was gonna why you got ahead of me. That's exactly what I was gonna bring out. I was gonna say this makes all the sense in the world that these people out there, the ones you see out there cursing with the Bible talking about, you're gonna be my savior, that's the descendant. They literally came from Negro land. That's now explains why they got that spirit. I can't understand. I'm like, man, these brothers are wicked. But it got the Bible, right? Cursing, you mother effing, I got the mother effing Bible and I can do, and the Bible says I can speak a strong word. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Yo, that stuff I never could understand. I'm like, what is wrong with them? That's why I used to say they were Esau. I'm like, man, y'all Esau because y'all wicked. I didn't know that Negro land, the slaves who got on the slave ships and came from Negro land was worshiping the serpent, and they had this spirit. So now I'm like, oh, bingo. They got the same serpent spirit of the ancestors. Literally. Now, guys, here we go. I might as well do it now. This was going to come out. Now, as y'all going to see by the end of this study, remember the Most High had me do this. I didn't know Dante was going to put this video out with this book talking about slave the whole white man and slave do all. I didn't know he was going to do this. But what did the Most High has us doing? He had us going back to the Dark Ages, back to the kings of Europe, the Jacobites. And I was going to just show, I stopped. I was going to show Cromwell where they put us on the slave ships in Europe and sent us to America. Some of us with this morale spirit, some of us with this spirit of understanding and compassion and want to hold accountability and responsibility. Some of us, we didn't come from Negro land. This thing is, oh my goodness, the stuff the Most High is bringing out. So now I understand, like, listen, not just the camps and those who got that spirit of, you're going to enslave, we want to enslave everybody, we want to do this, and they're going to be serving us, you're going to be clipping my toenails in the kingdom, and you're going to be doing this, and guess what else? The ones who ain't awakened, the Pookie Ray on the street, the ones who want to run up in your house and grape your wife and rob you and kill you and do all these, they came from that. They came from the slave ship of the Luengo. They came from Negro land with this serpent worship. They want to give awful justice. They want, you see, I said, this man, when I get back to the kings of Europe, the Jacobite line, the Yesharilite line in Europe, there is a book that literally says, for all of the people in America, now it's a white man, he said, for the people in the ghettos in America, he's talking America, he said, in your neighborhood, in your project, or in your building, your ghetto, there are people right next to you that look just like you, but you came from Europe and they came from the west coast of Africa. But we look just alike and we think we are the same when we're not. Oh, that's why you can't tell from flesh. Now you wonder why the one they want to hurt you so bad. You can't understand. I don't have that spirit to hurt people like that. Why does this person have the spirit to just harm and they don't feel no remorse? They just, yeah. All right. So now, listen clearly. They say in this book, they said, now in order to give an awful example to all the human race of our purity of justice. Did y'all hear that oxymoron in that statement? They're going to give an awful, bad example of their purity of they just cancel each other out. Those two statements, that's an oxymoron. You can't give an awful example of purity of that doesn't make any sense. You can give an awful example of what's opposite of pure, of contaminated justice, right? Of impure justice. Now listen, this is what they said. They said, in order to give an awful example to all the human race of our purity of justice and the divine integrity of our councils, their councils, the tribe of Judah and Negro land, we do order and command our faithful slaves, here they go, that for the future, in whatever port that these miscreants shall land, so whatever port that these Europeans shall land, they shall directly seize upon all their ships and their cargoes, which shall be reserved under pain of death. And I know people like, that's right, they shouldn't be enslaved and killed, but the Most High sent that. Not saying you have to fall down, but let me finish. It says, which shall be reserved under pain of death and faithfully accounted for to our imperial minister of finance as to their persons. We do further. Here we go. We do, close. Good. I didn't want to lose my page. We do further. Hold on. Minister of Finance. As to the persons, we do further enact that they shall be pinioned in pairs, taken by pairs, stripped of all their clothing, except the cloth around their middles, which we graciously indulge with them about their middle parts, cover their middle parts. So they're going to take their clothing, and in this manner, guarded along the country until they arrive at the precincts of our respondent palace and wonder of the world, the miracle of art. We are inclined to punish such atrocious offenders according to the extent of their crimes. So they're going to do unto them what was done unto them. We should certainly order them to pave the way before our royal elephant as he marches forth over them. They're going to stomp them with the elephant in terrors, expose them to be torn in pieces by lions and tigers of the forest. That's what they're going to do to the white people, whom they most resemble in cruelty and rapine. So they're saying they resemble them in cruelty, but you're going to have elephants stomp on them, and you're going to feed them to lions and tigers, and you're going to do, but they resemble cruelty. See? But fleeting upon the natural inferiority of their race, now they're calling them inferior. I'm going to show y'all that everything that they're speaking against them is going to happen to us. Right? They called us inferior. So literally, I can see, now, so it says, for the inferior of their rest, collecting from several causes that they are not totally incapable of reasoning faculty. They said that about us. However, debased and corrupted by one of education, they call them stupid, we are graciously pleased to order that they shall be instantly transported to our colony in New Zealand. We're going to go through that. Dante going to go through that in a second. He's going to show you New Zealand too, right by Australia for the Aborigines. There to be employed in enslaved wheat, potatoes, and other vegetables and all that, right? And tending a breed of sheep upon the mountains of the princes of royal Sulago with shawls and petticoats. All right, I read this last week, but I want to scroll down to this part. I was just going to point that out because I read that last week. It says, here we go. Let me scroll down. But even in this necessary act of retaliation, such has been our love of justice. They love this justice. They're going to get back. They're going to get their own revenge. That we have not taken these resolutions without the approbation of our learned college of divines, divinity, divination, and particularly that of the great illuminated high priest of the serpent. So all this that they are saying they are going to do is coming from their great divine council of the illuminated high priest of the serpent, not the most high. It says, we therefore, this is what Dante should have been pointing out, but no, he went right into the white people. That's right. We, promoting more trauma and prejudice or racist ideology in the people who should be seeing this is the serpent telling them this. It says, we therefore submitted to the supreme decision. Who? The high priest of the serpent. They submitted to his supreme decision. the question how far it was consistent with our princely perfections to reduce that body of our fellow creatures to utter and irremediable servitude. All right, the great serpent, the high priest of the serpent, said to put them in. Now listen, here we go. That holy man, after invoking the great priest, after invoking the assistance of the great serpent. Y'all hear me? That holy man, the great priest, after he invoked the assistance of the great serpent and all the numerous family of inferior gods, his descendants. So, all the numerous families that serve inferior gods than the great serpent. Y'all hear me? He says, this holy high priest, his descendants, has assured us that nothing can be more just, nothing can be more holy, nothing can be more acceptable to all the divinities than this. Our resolution from the great serpent, that the whites, he added, are evidently intended to serve blacks by the marks which, here go this melanin, by the marks which nature and providence have implanted upon their continents. Had they been intended to share the same privileges with other men, they would have received the sable hue, melanin, which is distinguishing characteristic of the human race, or at least they would have given some faint trace of this consanguinity in the yellowness, of their complexions, like the Moors and the Arabs. He said the Moors and the Arabs got melanin, so they got this yellow-white complexion. So the great serpent taught them this. It says, but nothing can be more evident that the men with pale faces and lank hair were only created to be slaves. This is what I used to warn everybody. I've been warning y'all for the longest. Y'all need to heal from your trauma because the Most High did not show me where the Most High said who he pronounced us to go into slavery. So that's why I said they take the Deuteronomy 28 all day. That's us. But you won't take the reality of the Most High sent us into captivity for our transgression. Why? Because this was the ancestors, what they were doing. Right? So now, the serpent, he says, listen clearly. He's talking about because they don't got melanin. The serpent told him that men with pale faces and lank hair were only created to be slaves. He has besides assured us from the most authentic records of our holy traditions, they worship the serpent, that all men were in the beginning one color, black, correct. But that the father of this impious and pernicious breed, he's talking about the white man. That's what I tell y'all gonna listen. Breed, having one day irritated the great serpent. This part blew my mind. Listen to this. He said that at the beginning, now this is this serpent worshiping King Judah from the Loango Coast, from Negro land. This is their serpent worship teaching. They said the serpent, yes, the Most High said he, and be kind. He not only said he will repay them for what they did to us, he said for those who went above and beyond. That's what I want. He did not say he's not going to repay no nation because he ain't only sent the so-called white man. He sent every nation. See, they most conveniently gloss over when he said, listen, guys, when he said the Hamites, the Africans were the one who round us up. The Arabs sent us into the sub-Saharan slave trade. Like, it wasn't just, see, but listen clearly. He said he's going to he's going to punish and enact revenge, and they would go into slavery. The Most High would send them who went above and beyond what he allowed to be done to us, because they did go above and beyond. But vengeance is his. Just like he said he will gather us, he said because he don't want us to have this spirit of revenge and this spirit of hate and this spirit of trauma. Brother Joseph, listen clearly. The spirit of unrighteousness, the spirit of wanting to enslave and we are called to breathe a light in the darkness. This is the teaching, guys. This is the teaching. Sorry, I need to turn my mic down some because I already know I'm about to. The Rayak HaKadosh, Yahya Sabayaf is here. I can feel him. All right. So here we go. Yes, because I know I'm going to get loud now. All right. So listen clearly. Because this is where you say you're going to get them if we get them to curse themselves. You see? If we get them to curse themselves. Okay? All right. Now listen clearly. It says, watch this. Now, that's why I put it on the screen for y'all. It says, in the beginning, we are all of one color, correct. But that the father of this impious and pernicious breed, she's talking about the white race, having one day irritated the great serpent. So now, if this was true, let's say this was actually true scripture, and the white race, right, this breed with lanky hair and white skin, irritated the great serpent, that would mean that they went against they did something against the great serpent. That would not mean they were unrighteous. That would mean I would be like, okay, what did they do to irritate the great serpent? Because that's what they should be doing. But apparently, they don't like this. Listen, these are black. Y'all blow y'all mind. This is the tribe of Judah in Negro land. They don't like that they irritated. This is what they're teaching. I'm not saying that this is their doctrine, their teaching in Negro land. This tribe of Judah who's worshiping the serpent. I'm not saying that this is a fact, but this is what they were teaching. They don't like that they irritated the great serpent because what are they serving? The great serpent. This is the high priest of the great serpent. All right? Now listen what he said. They said, but that race with the lanky hair and white skin, having one day irritated the great serpent by stealing from him a mess of consecrated pottage. Ain't this that Esau? So you see how it's easy to mix in the scripture, and that's how we got mixed up with the Phoenicians and the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and mixing the Phonetic and Paleo Hebrew and all. That's us mixing in. That's our ancestors mixing this stuff in. So this is so they consecrated a great pottage. Now listen clearly. It says, by one day they irritated the great serpent because they stole from the great serpent a mess of consecrated pottage, some pottage that was consecrated to the great serpent. They stole it, the father of gods and men, in punishment for his impiety. So the great serpent punished, this is what they're saying, punished the white people because they stole something from the great serpent, some consecrated pottage, and his punishment for their impiety, the great serpent struck the white man 3 times over the face with his tail and rendered him and all his descendants white. Boy, if this don't sound like the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enuma Elish, y'all can hear the phonetic. See, these ain't, right? So this is their interpretation of how the white person became white. So where I know from science, from genealogy, that 2 black people can sleep together and a derivation of the genetic code can produce a baby, not even albino. We can produce an albino like Noah too, but not even albino, not leprosy. A white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby come from 2 black people. It's called the God gene, the Yah gene in us. Only the black man and the black woman have this gene in them, the Yah gene, to create every nation of people on the earth. That's how they got here. Do y'all hear me? Only us. No other nation can do it. They don't have the gene. Only us. Sorry, it's just science. It's proven. It's a scientific fact. It's the Yah gene. Okay, we can create. So they're saying that because they did this against the serpent, they went against the serpent. He struck them with his tail 3 times over the head, and rendered him and all his descendants white. Now listen, I know, right? Unbothered, I'm dead too. It was like, what? Yes, the great serpent Hashatan. All right, listen, Brother Joseph, and go back to last week's one when we went to the beginning of this, but you're going to get a lot tonight too, because we're in the middle. I'm continuing from last week. I was hoping you was here last week. I was like, where Brother Joseph at? He should have been here last week, but it's okay. We're going now. The book is on the screen, and we're going to let Dante break this stuff. All right, so we're going to go there. It says, with such a plain and authentic. Now, understand, we're going to point out the difference because he's going to go to the book of Enoch. We're going through this tonight. Yep, Brother Joseph, we even opened in the book of Enoch tonight. All right, so we're going to explain the difference between the serpent seed that has white skin, or the serpent seed that has black skin, or the serpent seed that has green skin, or the serpent seed that has an elephant nose and Nephilim and dinosaur ears on his forehead and bird heads that they drew in like Thoth and Thoth and on the what they call them, hieroglyphs in Egypt and all over the caves and the walls and the tombs and the temples of these big Nephilim. Yeah, 7, 10 foot and all this 4 fingers and 6 toes and extra teeth. And then, yeah, we ain't talking about the tall whites. We ain't talking about the fallen angels. We're talking about the children with white skin who came from us, who got the Yah gene inside of us. Do y'all see me? Okay? Yes. Come on. Michael Lane said, this sounds as crazy as black people being cursed with their blacks. You hitting it, Michael Lane. Listen clearly, Mike. Listen clearly, Brother Mike. We're going to show you, that's why I just said, I'm going to show you in this everything, Brother Mike, that they pronouncing over these white people happened to us. I literally, when we go through this book, I said, oh my goodness. Y'all literally said, see, I show everything that they pronounce happened to them. They spoke their own curses over themselves. Oh, shoot. I'm like, that's why you got to be, that's what I was warning you from, Brother Joseph. Remember, I've been warning you for weeks. I had no idea this book was out there. I had no idea Dante was going to make this video, and I had no idea. I was speaking from my Ryak. I know, I hear from Yah. I know that we'll curse ourselves, and that trauma and the things will have us pronounce a curse of ourselves that will harm us. So I was warning you. I had no idea that this book was out there. Oh, thank you. I didn't know how. All right, guys, y'all got to let me know. Y'all going to have to speak up. I didn't know Hakyama hand was up. So go ahead, Akiyama. Y'all gonna have to speak up. You don't have to interrupt me too. Those who on the screen, if you want to say something, because it's really small, I won't be able to see y'all. So your hand will be up forever, and I'll never call on you because I won't see it. All right, so you're gonna have to, if you put your hand, just be like, just be like, and I'll be like, all right, I got you. You know what I mean? So go ahead, Akiyama. I don't know how long your hand was up. Thank you, Yakata, for letting me know her hand was up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So in the other live that we did, when he said leprosy is a curse from God, and then he brought out Gehazi. If it's in the case of curse of white skin, like he was referring to, and he said Gehazi's whole line would be curse of white skin, how can he say that those with white skin don't come from us?
Don't come from us. That's what I was thinking last week when the Gehazi thing. I'm like, okay, that's why I said, well, we're going to find this Gehazi's thing out, because if the scripture says that Gehazi got cursed, this leopard, so that means it's a leopard race, right? Of white. And he said all the generations of them would have totally white skin. They still came from us. Gehazi was. So again, no matter how. Now we're not talking about the serpent seed. We're separating the Nephilim. You have to separate because the Nephilim can shapeshift. Be careful who you entertain. These are fallen angels. They can take on any image they want. Right? Then you got these tall whites and all that stuff from the Phoenicians. We're not talking about that. All right, so that's what I was saying, Hakiyama. I'm like, that don't make no sense anyway. So anyway, let's continue. So they're teaching that this great serpent got mad at the white people and struck them over their face with his tail, and rendered all the descendants of the white, rendered him and all his descendants white. And then this kingdom of Judah, great priests, serpent worshiping our people. I'm gonna stop calling them my ancestors. The devil's a lie. With such a plain and authentic, it says with such, where is it? With such a plain and authentic testimony of the will of heaven. Now this is the great serpent. There can be no doubt of the lawfulness of seizing all the white men in every quarter of the globe and forcing them to labor for our pleasure and emolument. That's probably joy. Y'all hear this wicked stuff? They literally said the serpent, the great serpent taught this. That they can, now it says, but in order to prove that our benevolence keeps equal pace with our justice, we are willing to do everything for the improvement of this miserable race. Ain't that so? Everything that they're speaking about them is what they end up doing. Yo, it's so crazy. It's like y'all literally metered out the justice according to what our ancestors spoke. Those ancestors spoke. I'm gonna stop. I gotta stop equating our with those ancestors, because I rebuke that, because now I'm a spiritual son in the mouth. So I don't care if I was one that came off the Negro land slave ships, or if I came from Europe on the slave ships, or if I came from Portugal, Spain into another thing, or ones that migrated over into America early from the other tribes. We'll get to that too in the book, right? From Iberia and all that, right? So I rebuke that, because now I'm consecrating in spirit to the Most High. So they are an ancestor, not mine. So I break the physical line, right? So it says they're going to improve this miserable race, right? Sound like they talk about us, which is consistent with our awful purpose. Y'all see, awful? They literally speaking this to them over themselves. Awful purpose. We therefore shall give directions that they be not compelled to labor more than 14 hours a day. So now they're gonna show you what they're going to do to them enslaving the white people. They're going to allow them to labor 14 hours a day, and that at stated times during their ample leisure, which they will enjoy, they're going to enjoy this slavery. They know what they said to us. Yo, it's so funny, because every last thing that they're going to say is what that was reversed and put on our ancestors. It said, I'm talking about the ones that got put into the slavery on the slave ships. It says, it's okay. I'm going to keep saying our ancestors. Y'all already know spiritually, I rebuke them and their serpent worship. It says, and that at stated times during the ample leisure which they will enjoy, they will be instructed in the tenets of our most holy religion, their serpent religion, and taught the first general principles of justice and morality. We are not insensible of the difficulty of such a task, since among all those who have visited our shores, we have scarcely heard of one that seemed to understand the common distinctions of right and wrong. Ain't that what they said to us? They saying of every white people who have came, they don't know, like, all right, Yasha. Is Yasha still here? I don't see him. He probably went to rest. He here, but he probably like, don't need me. All right, I'll keep reading. It says, because Dante reads it. I could let him read and I could just stop him. But I just wanted to show y'all on the screen. So I'm going to show y'all on the screen, and then I could just let him read and stop him and break down where he's not breaking it down. But the book is on the screen. The miscellaneous production of Mrs. Day and Mr. Day, these lawyers. This is in the 1800s. All right. So let me go back. So we're going to do it this way. It'll be easier for me to say my voice. So let me go back to Dante, let him read, and because all he's going to do is just read and just try to teach the trauma. He's never going to call out the serpent worship that they're doing. All right, so here we go.
Probation of our learned.
Oh, I got to go forward. Oh, because 96. Yeah, that's the page. That's where we at. Let me see. Retaliation of our justice. Yep, high priest of the serpent. So let me scroll up a little bit because I read that already.
Serpent. Interesting that God has a high priest. And now we're hearing about a high priest of the serpent. For those of you that don't understand that spiritual warfare is more than just some stuff you can't see, a lot of this stuff manifests in reality. And if you have an understanding of the Bible and you have an understanding of history, you can kind of see how these things go together. The Bible tells us that there was going to be a worldwide slavery of.
That's a great Yahshua. It's a yes and no, because she said, was this due to the trauma of them seeing the results of the transatlantic slave trade? Yes, they wanted to do. Now, the funny thing is they didn't know. They had no idea of what was happening to them when they got here, because nobody ever went back from slavery to tell them that they got us, they had them working in the field for 20 hours a day and all of this stuff, right? So a lot of the things they must have found out for some of those who were coming to report, like the traders who were coming, who told them what's happening. Now, she said, was this due to trauma of them seeing the results of the transatlantic slave trade and how the slaves in chattel slavery were being treated at that time? But this is the problem, Yahshua. That has nothing to do with them doing serpent worship. You see what I mean? Now, let's say if they was worshiping the Most High and they wasn't worshiping the serpent, high priest serpent, but from what they heard from the traders saying what was happening to our ancestors, they felt the kind of way. Yes. And they was like, you know what? We're going to send them into slavery. Guess what would have stopped that, Yahshua? The laws of the Most High. You see? That's the difference. Even feeling the kind, because we feel the kind. That's why I'm trying to heal the people, us, the ancestors because if we take that trauma of what happened to us and I hate this and I hate this, you will hate every nation on the earth then, because every nation was sent against us. The Most High said it in the Bible, right? Right? Now, with that, you will be what? In transgression of the Most High, because he calls us not to hate. He called what happened to us was a merited punishment. Now, he said those who went above and beyond his merited punishment, he would handle that. So if our ancestors were following the Most High and not the serpent, they would have stopped themselves from it anyway, because they would have been saying this is all unlawful. None of this is of the Most High. He don't call us to hate no one. He calls, see what I mean? So no matter what, they were worshiping the serpent. Now, this is the part, Yahshua. Is that why it was so bad? You see what I mean? Because that's why I was like, man. So when they came to get us, they was worshiping the serpent. Now, the curses was meted out from our ancestors before them, who was worshiping what? The serpent. You go to Moses, that scripture we put up last week, when Moses made the fiery serpent, and what did the children do? They made the serpent. What did they do in the wilderness? Baal, the golden calf. They always was worshiping Baal and the serpent. So they were still doing it. So yeah, they took whatever they heard and they want to usher their own punishment. But they were following the great illuminated high priest of the serpent. Yes. So absolutely. So let me go farther. Yep. Yahshua said they was worshiping the serpent in the wilderness too. They never stopped worshiping the serpent. From Genesis 3 and 6. That starts the beginning of this lesson about eating the flesh and blood and these dietary laws, these compromises for us worshiping the serpent. Death, killing, murder, flesh, blood. This, you see, that's serpent worship. All right. So now, let me go forward because we're gonna go somewhere. We got somewhere to go. So let me see. I read all that part. Oh, here we go. The holy men, the sisters, and that holy man, after invoking the assistance of the great serpent. These people are wicked, man. Boy, oh boy.
Just, holy, and acceptable to all the divinities. Then this our resolution. The whites, he added, are evidently intended to serve the blacks. By the marks which nature and providence have implanted upon their countenance. Listen to this, interesting. Had they been intended to share the same privileges with other men, they would have received that sable hue which is the distinguishing characteristic of the human race. He's saying if they were intended to be equal, they would have melanin or some kind of skin color. It says, or at least.
So you see how he said that? And you know that triggers our people, so-called black people. He said if they were intended to be equal, they would have melanin. And you know people, yeah, melanin, they ain't intended to be equal. But he ain't pointing out this is the serpent's teaching. Wow. All right, so let me go forward because we already read
Excuse
this.
me?
Go ahead, Kakiyama.
So, when they were coming to enslave the Luengo coast, they were already kind of civilized by our ancestors that were in Europe. So they had partially the teachings of the ancestors in Europe, which were, not all of them were righteous, but a lot of them were, leaning towards the Most High. So it's kind of like the light side of YAHSHUAH and the dark side of YAHSHUAH.
That's what I was talking about. So I didn't know that in the Luengo Coast and Negro land was dark, and most of them in the during the Dark Ages, those were the kings in the Jacobite line. They were more the light side, and you're correct. They had already got civilized, a lot of them, from those kingdoms in Europe. But the Most High called that now you had serpent seed as well, who was going to be the ones that are doing that was going to go far above and beyond. You understand? But then you have the regulars who will be used by the serpent seed. Those with white skin, those would not, right? But the prophecy has to be fulfilled. So that's why you see when it read in this book, it said they humbly asked in certain things, because there was a certain level of them already being under the line in the kingship. Now, a lot of them would probably be the ones who was trying to conquer, like the Most High is going, he said he will send a continence of a people who have no regard for the young or the old, like he's going to send the worst after us. This is a prophecy, okay? But understand, the Most High would send it. So if the Most High would send it, then we would have to go past who he's sending, go past who he's sending and go to why is he sending this? Why is he doing this? Because if we want to get, like I said, justice or revenge, it would be to just repent and follow what the Most High says and go through so that justice and vengeance is his, and we could be as holy as we want unto the Most High, and it would probably mediate some of the the trauma that's going to be inflicted and instilled as these curses have to play out. But instead, those ancestors was doing what? Worshiping the serpent, and they wanted to imprint and follow the serpent's law. And they did. So now, here we go. Let me see where he at right here.
Stuff they did and the circumstances that they put people in again. And on the flip side of that, you have white people who claim to worship God, and they teach, the ones that follow Christian identity, not all white Christians, they teach that black people did not descend from the same ancestors of the human race. What we have here is...
See that? So everything that this king of Judah is saying, those who Yah sent to enslave us meted the same thing that they're saying. The same exact thing. So everything that this kingdom of Judah decreed over them got done to them because they went into slavery, just so you know. So he wanted to send all, listen clearly, this kingdom of Judah and all, they said, we're going to send every white people in this slavery. Do y'all not know they all went into slavery? Everything that he spoke didn't happen. It happened to them. Everything that they spoke happened to them. And that's do unto others, Yana. Come on, Yana. And that's why I'm warning people, for our so-called black brothers and sisters who still got trauma from slavery and Jim Crow, heal from it and get that serpent out your heart. That's a serpent in your heart, and you will be meted. Do unto what you are thinking and wanting to be done to them will be done to you. That's what Elder Yana was just pointing out, what he just wrote. It will be done unto you. Listen clearly. That's why I'm warning y'all. I've been healed. I understand whatever. I don't like Karen. Like I said, I don't like Pookie either. I don't like unrighteous. I don't care if you purple, right? I ain't with nobody. If you're a child of the Most High, if you following after the Most High with your heart, mind, soul, I don't care if your skin is green like this doggone lime water. If you trying to follow and I know in Rayat, then I got a word from you for the Most High. Maybe you his green child. I don't know. Maybe the what's the name diluted. The Most High, that's his, and the fullness thereof. The Most High said, you know them by their fruit. If I see your fruit and you're merited and you're trying to serve the Most High, you trying to get it right, then that's what I need to be a light unto you. That is it. That is it. All right? Yes, we going, yep, go ahead, Mike. He said, I need to finish watching your past. All the Moors were Hamites, and they were unrighteous, and they were our enemies. And now some of them, just see, one thing we can never do, guys, never generalize all people. The majority of the Moors. Whenever you speak on a nation of people or a group of people or culture of people, always say if it's a majority or a minority. Never say all. Because I'm quite sure there were some Moors who cleaved to us. Some Moors even probably got grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH. Some Moors fought with us back to back against the invading, but most of the Moors were adversaries to us, and they also sold us into slavery too. They rounded us up on behalf of the Spaniards in Portugal and stuff, and a lot of them became Roman Catholics and stuff. They put them over us. All right, so. But there definitely were some Moors who were righteous morally. See, just like it's all race, it's all manner of people. You're gonna have light and dark. So yeah, he said, I need to finish watching your past videos on the Moors because I still do not understand just who they were. The Jacobites, where they could. No, I know the real Jacobite king. No, the Jacobites. So Brother Michael, Jacobite is actually a translated word to say Israelite, because Jacob got his name changed to Yasharah. So Jacobite is actually Yasharalite. That's literally, they telling you who they were. Now the Moors, some of them became Jacobites, Yasharalites, because like I said, they probably got grafted in. Now the Jacobites weren't in their full covenant with the Most High. That's why they were saying Jacob. When the Most High said his name will no longer be called Jacob, but will be called Yasharah, right? So the fact that they even call themselves Jacobites instead of Yisraelites show you that they wasn't in their fullness, because they still call on Jacob, but it's telling you who they were. So yeah, you watch the other lessons that go into more detail, and I got more to come, because we after we finish this little Dante, it should be finished tonight, this book about these kingdom of Judah and Negro land wanting to enslave every white in the world, then I'm going back to the Dark Ages, because we got to get to Cromwell when he started rounding up the Jacobites and killing them. And the Moors helped as well, too. And some of them got rounded up, too, because they look just like us. So anyway, some for the most part. So, yeah, we'll continue, though, Brother Michael. All right, let me read. Came and died for the Israelites only, and in the commands he told us to love our neighbors, means to love one another, women, blood. Well, Brother Joseph, you keep teaching, you keep believing that. You keep that serpent heart in you, because I see you got a camp type teacher. You probably a descendant from Negro land, to be honest with you, because as much as you keep coming back here, you got a lot of serpent heart. Like you got this hate and you got this mistranslation of script. You got this whole camp doctrine. You've been watching way too much Israelite hate speech doctrine videos, and but the Most High is trying to call you out of it, because he brought you to one of the only righteous houses on YouTube that teaches the true word. Because you saying Yahushua, first of all, you call them Yahushua. See, so again, I know which election, but it's okay. I'm not about to go on what you're calling them. But again, I can tell where you getting your stuff from by what you're calling on, right? I can always tell. If you call them Ahaya, I know where you came from. If you call them YAHSHUAH, I know where you're coming from. When you call them YAHSHUAH, I know, see, I've been here a long time. Now, listen what he said. He said, the MASHIACH came and died for Israelites only. Who told you that? Show me in the Bible where it said he came and died for Israelites only. When he said that, what did he say? That you shall go forth and what? All nations, we shall speak to Basora, to the four corners of the planet Earth, to all nations, to awaken the Gentiles, to awaken. He says, I am only come for the loss of the house sheep of Israel. But Brother Joseph, can you tell me what happened when what happened when he ran into Cornelius, Brother Joseph? He wasn't an Israelite. See, this is where you get your lack of knowledge, and you come in with this serpent hate doctrine. And it's going to be used against you. So keep it up. Knock yourself out. There's plenty camps, you can keep coming back here. That's all good. I'm never gonna, but keep that serpent doctrine, because what's happening to exactly what's on this lesson tonight, what happened to them is what's going to happen to you. The same thing that you're meeting out, and you're going to stand at the judgment, and you ain't going to be able to say at the judgment that you didn't know, because guess what? Uriah is going to sit there and say, oh, yes, you did, because on April 19th, 2024, you was in Mashiach Assembly House of Yah, and you chose to keep this serpent heart. Now, listen clearly. Now, what happened, Joseph, when Mashiach met Cornelius? Listen clearly to this one. What did he say to Cornelius? He said, I ain't seen in all the children of Israel. You hear that? He only came for the children of Israel. He said, and I ain't seen it in all the children of Israel. Because what when that Cornelius said, listen, I don't need that. You just speak that over my servant. I know who you are. He said, you blessed me with speaking it, and you ain't got to prove it. He said, faith like yours, I ain't seen in all the children of Israel. You, Joseph, since you want to call your, see, I ain't playing with these. I ain't playing with these Iggers. Israelite Iggers, black Iggers, white Iggers, yellow Iggers, ignorant Iggers, smart Iggers. I ain't playing with none of these. Nobody. Truth to power. I ain't playing with none of y'all. You come in the spirit, you get the spirit meted out to you that you in. You keep that serpent heart all you want. You keep it up. It's going to be used against you. Facts. And you're in the house of Yah being taught. You heard? Now what else? Let's do another one. That ain't enough for you, right, Joseph? That ain't enough for your hate group. That ain't enough for that hate that you got in your heart, right? Israelites only. What happened when the sister grabbed the hem of his garment and he said, get off me. Mashiach said, get off me, you dog. Basically called her a dog. And what did she say? She said, even the dogs eat from the crumbs from the master's table. Mashiach was like, what is happening right now? So you about to learn something, Joseph, because you worship the created. Oh, you a Jesus worshiper. You a YAHSHUAH worshiper. You put YAHSHUAH over the Father. Guess what? Mashiach, when he came in this earthly existence, he had to learn too. You heard? He came down there and he like, I thought I was only sent for the house of the lost sheep of Yasharal. Yah told him this. There's more you don't know, my son. But guess what Mashiach does? When he seen Cornelius, did he tell Cornelius? Did he say, I ain't praying for you. I only come for the lost sheep of Yasharal. Be gone, you white Roman devil. Did he say that? No. He said, faith like yours, I ain't seen in all. I ain't seen in Brother Joseph Robinson. That part. He told that to a white man. So when you going to be mad at Mashiach, then knock yourself out. Have at it. He told that woman, she said, I don't care. Call me a dog. Call me whatever. I believe in you. He like, what is happening right now? Yah's like, my son, be fluid like my yam. Mem. Because there's stuff you don't know. He said, I got children which are not of this fold. So there's things in this earth that you're going to find when you're on here. My only your odd son. But Mashiach, through the will of the Father, he learned to adjust. The only thing constant in life is change. I got things doing that nobody knows. He is the creator. This ain't no Christian church. He ain't the Father. He ain't the Father. He in the image of the Father. So there's things that the Father had to be done that Mashiach had to learn when this earth suit. You heard? And he showed you that in the Garden of Gethsemane. When he laid down, he's like, what is going on? I don't even want this to happen. Father, make this pass me by. It showed you when he was sitting on the cross beam, when he was nailed, he was like, did you leave me? Did you forget me? What's going on? He didn't know everything here. Keep that serpent heart in you, Brother Joseph, and you'll be judged by the serpent. You'll get that slash of the tail of who you're serving. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. I knew YAHSHUAH was coming. I could feel him. That's why I turned my mic down. I could feel him coming. I didn't even know Joseph was going to come with this serpent teaching. You see? Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. Let's get back to the study. Everybody here. Here. This is where our wicked ancestors went wrong. And these are Israelites that Brother Joseph is talking about. They straight from tribe of Judah. Straight descended. So, Brother Joseph, did Mashiach come for them and them only? See how foolish that is? Hate teaching, camp teaching here. The devil's a lie. You be called truth to power in this house. Yes, repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. It's near. Repent. You want to make atonement. You probably full of flesh and blood right now. You while the flesh is still between your teeth. I bet you your belly got a whole animal in it screaming out. And you try to tell, praise Yah, take your feet off when you walk in this house. Take your shoes off, part of my language. Take your shoes off. This is a consecrated house of the Most High. All serpents' heads will be revealed. The grass will be cut when you enter this house. This is the house of Yah. This ain't my house. I ain't nothing but a doggone servant. I ain't nobody. I'm a little boy from the projects. No mom and dad in the crack era. Went to jail and prison. Got 25 to life. I ain't nobody, but I'm obedient to the Father. This is his house. Take your shoes off. You're in the house of the end-time royal priesthood. And we're consecrated. Ain't no animal flesh in my temple. Ain't no killing and murder. None of it here. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. Let's continue. Let me see. Where am I going? I can't take Dante's talking. This he got a serpent spirit over him. See, these Israelites with this serpent spirit don't come in the name of Yah, because they got the serpent. No, I ain't talking about you, Joseph, but I am talking about you too. Yes, I am. Devil's a lie. You and all the rest of them who come with the serpent spirit. Not saying you can't repent for the serpent spirit. Not saying you can't come out of her, but a lot won't. A lot won't. They're going to go to the judgment with the serpent. And guess where you're going to end up? In the lake of fire. with the serpent. And guess what he's going to do there? Stab you all over again like he was doing this whole time. But remember, 2/3 will perish. Y'all hear me? Be that remnant of the remnant. I call these Timothy 1-9ers. Everybody, y'all want to know what that is? Go to Book of Timothy 1-9 and read it. That's them. Timothy 1-9ers. It's 2/3. All right. So we're gonna go. I'm tired of Dante trying to read. So I said the transatlantic slave war is a lie. The reason why I titled this is because Pastor Kelly Richardson from We Woke TV or whatever, Dante, I wouldn't have known Dante gave him shout out to Pastor Kelly. He said he's teaching some transatlantic slave trade was a war. You hear me? The transatlantic slave trade was not a war. Okay? He about to be out of here. Don't send him away, guys. Don't send him away. The moderators. But at some point, he's going to have to just be silenced because, he wants to teach this first grade stuff, right? Like we, some Christian, talking about love. Ain't nobody say nothing about no love everybody. I said we're to be the light into the darkness. Do you understand that? All right, so I get it. So he's trying, though. That serpent spirit in you just triggered me, brother, just so you know. You got a serpent spirit in you, and I'm trying to exercise that out. So that's why you hear the YAHSHUAH, because it's a warfare, it's a spiritual warfare. So yes, Christianity taught us to love everyone. That is not true. We love all those who love the Most High. Okay? He never said that Gentiles can't be saved. Only the ones who truly love Yahuwah and give his life for him can. Exactly. And some of them are white. That's the part that you said. But you also said he only came for the Israelites and only the Israelites. See, again, you're still learning. That's all. You're still in a state of confusion because you're still learning. So in this house, you should do more listening. That's where your problem is. You went to school, you stumbled into a calculus classroom, and you are only in the 3rd grade. 3rd grade mathematics, and you stumbled into a calculus classroom, and instead of you sitting down and being quiet and asking questions, you're speaking, and you're trying to, and you don't understand calculus. So you're still learning. So that's why you need to actually sit down and shut up. And yeah, I said shut up, because that's what the Most High speaks. Be quiet, be still, silence, because you will learn something. You need to empty your wine skin. It's old wine that's being regurgitated. It's old. You're in a house of an election. If you sit down and listen, you could learn and you could start to heal and remove and grow. But if you want to keep trying to spit that old wine in a house that got new wine skin, you see, it's unbalanced. It's unlawful in this house. You can spit that all over the other comment section of YouTube, but not here. Because everything in this house, every comment is monitored. If I don't catch it, somebody else in the ministry is going to catch it, because this house is lawful. So this ain't the house just to spit anything. You need to really listen more and learn. And there's nothing wrong with asking questions. That's the most important thing. How do children learn? They ask. Not making statements, asking questions. But I thought such and such. That's how you learn. But didn't MASHIACH say, or am I wrong, that he came for, see the different posture of learning, coming to learn, versus spewing something that you really don't know? That's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth. We're called. Let me make, this might help you, brother Joseph. I awakened in 2015. I didn't release Mashiach Assembly Ministries until 2021. I had Mashiach Assembly Ministries ready to release in 2016. I awakened in 2015. For 1 year, I studied, and I was ready to release. And Yah said, be silent. Sit down and shut up. So I had Mashiach Assembly Ministries, not this channel, another YouTube channel, Mashiach Assembly Ministries in 2016. And I made 1,000 videos. No, the first channel. And then I made another channel. That was in 2018. And from 2018 till he told me now you can release in 2021, I made 1,000 videos. So let me show y'all. Let me show y'all. Stop share. Because this is very important for the children who just find us to understand that what I'm saying is not, it's not a game. I'm not just speaking. I'm not just a YouTuber. All right? Watch this. I can show you better. I got to go to my channel, view your channel. Okay? Now I got to make it full screen. And the analytics should show up. No, I got to go to a video. So let me go to the last video, the serpent god of, okay? And then I got these analytics that's going to show up on the side. Let me get it time to load. And it's going to tell you how many videos I got on this channel. Here we go, right there. Watch this. Okay, so here we go. Watch this, everyone at home. For those who've been following our ministry for a while, y'all already know this. But there are a lot of new people. So watch this, Brother Joseph. Then you can understand. Then you can understand what I mean by be quiet. I'm only speaking what the Most High did to me. He shut me up for 5 years. 5 years of silence. And I had this election coming from prison. I was teaching the word in prison, in jail. All right, now present. Watch this, guys. Share screen. Bang. Share. All right, now I can make it smaller so I can see what y'all see. All right, so this is my channel. Our channel, sorry, not my channel. Oh, I can't make it that small. I got to make it big. Because I need to, but I want to see what y'all see. Okay, I know how to do it. I just view this tab on StreamYard, then I can see what y'all see. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Now, let me view tab StreamYard. I did it. Oh, there we go. Now, this is our channel. See? Negro Land, our wicked ancestors. That's our last video. Now, if I scroll down, y'all see this? This is, oh, they can't. Yeah, y'all can see it at home. I wish I could make it bigger. I can't. Matter of fact, I could screenshot it. So anyway, I'm just showing y'all, I'm gonna make it bigger. This is my analytics, right? See all the comments, right? Now watch this. I'm gonna screenshot it so I can make it big for the people at home. Watch this, Brother Joseph. Sorry for, that was that spirit I'm speaking out against. Open rebuke. All right, here we go. Video analytics, Control S. I'm gonna screenshot it so now I can make it big for everybody at home. Bang, screenshot, grab it, bang, save, bang, close that, bang, come back to y'all, make this smaller again, bang, oh. Okay, I made it bigger, make it smaller, bang, somebody just came in, let me let them in, that's the Elder Taj Baliyah. Now, here we go. Where am I? Oh, present, share screen, window, bang, share. So I showed the channel, and this is the analytics. So for that video, right, it got 671 views, right? This is my channel, video analytics, right? Now, here is my channel. for the channel has 2,310 subscribers. It has 262,000 views, and I have 1,240 videos on my channel. Everyone at home, when you go to my channel, don't it tell you I only got 200 and something videos? So why does this analytics tell you I got 1,240? You know why, Brother Joseph? Because for 5 years, I made videos every night, almost. I made videos for 5 years on this channel, and the Most High said, silent. He said, don't release one. He said, you're silent, but I'm like, what you teaching me, I gotta bring it out. He said, make a video, but don't release none of it. For 5 years, he had me silent, guys. When I first awakened, I would have been the most powerful teacher because I was in jail teaching the Bible. I had this oration anointing way, but I was the God by showing in the nation of gods and earth back in the 80s. In the 90s, I knew 120 lessons. I could tell you Mount Everest, the distance from the sun. I could tell you Venus is 67 million miles away from the sun. I could tell you Mount Everest, 141,000. I could tell you there's 24,896 square miles of the planet Earth. The diameter is 7,900. Like, I could tell you, like, I came in, like, I've always been an elect man of oration. So when I awakened, I could have started my video right then. If I would have started a video we have 10 million subscribers, but they would have shadow banned me because I'm too raw. But anyway, so after a year of learning, right, off YouTube, I was ready to release the ministry. So I put up the first one, and y'all said, don't you dare. I'm like, what? He said, silence. So I said, okay. I figured he'll let me know. Two years later, 2 years later, 2018, I'm like, I gotta be ready now. And I started this Uncle YAHSHUAH True Tea channel. And he said, don't you release a video. And I'm like, but you've been filling me with all of this information from 2015. It's 3 years. It's 2018. I'm busting at the seams. I know all this election of the children and who they are in Judah and the Negro. Like, I know all this stuff. And I'm watching Pastor Dow. I'm watching Stephen Darby. I'm watching GOCC, Elder Ricard. I'm watching IUIC, Bishop Nathaniel. I'm watching all these blow up. Before Dante, before Teo, I'm watching all these. And he said, you ain't them. You my son. Silence. And I said, but it's exploding out of me. He said, make video. I said, but you told me I can't make videos. He said, oh, you can make videos. You just can't release them. He said, that's your outlet. So I made videos. I made 1,000 of them. 1,000. And in 2021, he said, now you can release. He said, but you got to start fresh. That 1,000 videos is mine. That was your pruning process. If I play one of those videos, I had a different Ryok. Do you understand? I was 2-3 years into my awakening. If I play it now, it's a different Ryok, a different everything. It's still anointed teaching, some of the most powerful anointed teaching. But he said, be still. Silence. He shut me up. Hold on, let me stop share. How do I? He shut me up for 5 years. So when I tell y'all, shut up, there's a reason. I know how the Most High, his law, I know what he does to his anointed. There's a wilderness place you have to go to. Whenever Mashiach and stuff wanted to be poured into, they went to wilderness for 40. They go away, set silence, so you can be poured into and be built up. So that's what I mean, Brother Joseph. I don't mean disrespect when I say when you come in this house, it's smarter for you to just be quiet. No, you can ask questions, but you should come to learn. You come in with full wine. This house, y'all, this ain't YouTube in this ministry here. This is the house of Yah. And I'm nobody special. I'm just a servant. But the obedience that I did is special. The obedience and the will of the Father to hear and do is what makes it special. It's not me that's special. It's the will in me to do the will of the Father that is special. The obedience over the sacrifice, the obedience over everything. Me giving away my millions of dollars. I was a millionaire in the world, giving away the mammon, giving away everything, silencing myself, watching all these ministries blow up. I watched it. I was there in Stephen Darby when he was on live. He was alive. I was there when Pastor Dow had only 20,000 subscribers. I was there before Thoughts Camera Action was even awakened when he was in. I was there before all of them, while all of them, and before most of them. And he told me, I know if you released yours, or erase your teaching, you would, but not yet. I need you to be silenced. I'm still pruning you. You're still in the fire. I know you got this high election. He's talking to me. It's before I even had my name. You got all this. I know who you are. I built you from the beginning, but I'm still pruning you. You ain't like them. I didn't know this, but now I can see he's probably saying, when I release you, you're going to be my house. You're going to be my word. I'm going to use this ministry, my ministry that's coming through you. I'm going to speak through this. This is going to be ministry for the remnant, for the elect. They're going to shadow ban you. They're going to do all this, but this is that's why I say when you come here, take your shoes off. You know, in the scripture would say the Holy of Holies in the temple. Take your shoes off because this is Yah's house. Empty your wineskin, take your shoes off. Children, sit down to learn. Come with a pen and paper, spiritual pen and paper, to learn, to ask questions. Because the Ruach will speak and answer. It will use us as vessels to do it, but it's the obedience to silence, the obedience for me to purify the temple, the obedience. Why you think he got me being able to break down? I ain't never seen in all my years, even a Christian in the world, someone could break down in the beginning was the light and the darkness was the fullness thereof. And how in the world you think I'm explaining this? You think it's me? If you think that's me, then you are a fool. Hopefully that helped you, Brother Joseph, and to anyone else. Hopefully that helped. Yes, Hakiyama said, empty the wineskin so y'all can fill it with the living water. So we are bringing back the original Hebrew. We are bringing back what Mashiach really said. We are bringing back that paleo everybody's following is actually Phoenaic, and they added the fish. Mashiach, because we ain't special, our obedience to the Father is special. The will to sacrifice, the will to do his will over ours is special. To lower ourselves so we can be used. So when I tell you that a serpent, you got a spirit of a serpent, Brother Joseph, don't listen. Knock yourself out. 2/3 ain't going to listen anyway. I hope you do. Yah brought you here for a reason. He ain't bring not one of us, 53 of us here right now. Every 53rd person and everybody who watched, the hundreds that watch later, he ain't bring you here for no reason. He called you here. I don't know how you found it. Yah enable you to find it through all the shadow ban. This ain't YouTube. I'm going to say it one more time. This ain't YouTube. This is the house of Yah. Yah is using YouTube just like he used serpents, donkeys, snakes, all of it. Y'all hear me? Praise Yah, his holy name, his rightful order. So, at this mark of 2503, this brother Dante said something about Pastor Kelly, said something about a transatlantic slave war, right? Now, let me show y'all, because I don't want to speak on my own accord. So we're going to go to 2503. Oh, we at 2506. So he must have just said it. Okay. So let's go. Let me go back a little bit. Oh, that's right. What? How did that happen? Did I find it before I started talking? I must have found it before I started talking. I'm like, how is it literally on the same? Oh, whatever. I must have found it before I started talking. So, all right, let's listen to this.
You're not sharing screen.
Oh, thank you.
Drink some water, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Present. Share screen. All right. So, sorry, guys. I thought y'all could see it. So, when I played it, as soon as I pressed play, he literally said, shout out to Pastor Kelly for the translation. I'm like, did I find that before? I don't remember. So when I watch it back, I don't know if I queued it up before I started speaking to Brother Joseph. But if I did it, that's crazy. Because it was literally on the spot where it was at. All right, so let me go back a little bit. A little bit more. No, that's good. All right, so hold on, let me drink. Oh, that's strong. Woo. That's a lot of lime. Woo. You know how I open up your glands and stuff? It do that too. It makes me shake when I'm not, like, it makes me go like this. Right? That's so funny. Like, woo, that was strong. So she put too much lime and not enough water. So here we go.
Created to be slaves. The only thing left is a war. Shout out to Pastor Kelly for to be slaves. They are worshiping. Supposedly, the high priest contacted or communed with the serpent, and the serpent is telling them, hey, put all white people into slavery. However, I've gone over.
Ain't no however. Do y'all hear that statement? He just literally said they're worshiping the serpent, and the serpent no. You're right, Joseph. But he's never gonna ask questions. He's one of the stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed rebellions. You definitely an Israelite. I give you that. You are definitely what the Bible speaks of. All right. Now you're right, Brother Joseph, but they're not still considered Gentile. See, Brother Joseph, you need to learn a little bit. Listen clearly, Brother Joseph. Does it say that they will be grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH? Does it or does it not? So that's what I said. You better watch, bro. You're doing too much speaking when you haven't studied to show you. Like, bro, stop. Because at some point you're gonna make yourself look like a fool. I don't speak like. That's why I studied first before I spoke out, because I don't need to be corrected. You're just spewing stuff you heard. Because if that's the point, then who is grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH then, Brother Joseph? Grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH. So then they are no longer Gentile. A Gentile, Brother Joseph, is a heathen. A Gentile is one who is not grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH, who is not one with the Father, so they take on his likeness. That's why a Gentile can be you too. I know somebody might have taught you that an Israelite can't be a Gentile. Wrong. These are Gentiles. Literally what we're doing tonight in Negro land. They are worshiping the serpent. So they are not, understand, serving Yah. So they are Israelite Gentiles, heathens. You think Gentile mean color of skin or something. Because again, you haven't studied to show yourself approved. All right? Now, Israelite is bloodline, but you got Israelite Gentiles. They call it Hellenists. That's why you got people teaching Paul only went to the Israelites when he went to the Gentiles. He did, but he didn't go. But the natural Gentiles, the genetic Gentiles, would eat from the gleanings. Paul didn't say he went. Shaya'al went to the northern kingdom Gentiles in Ephesus, in Rome, the Israelites, the Israelites who became Gentiles. Joseph. He did, but he didn't say, I'm only teaching y'all, and the natural, the genetic Gentiles, y'all got to leave. No, they were there gleaning, cleaving, and they got grafted into the Israelite ones who awakened, who were Hellenists and stuff. So again, don't silence him. You know why? Because his ignorance in his statements are allowing me to teach further. It's allowing me to break down some elementary stuff that I wouldn't be doing. Because, so remember, Yah, listen clearly, Yah will use serpents, donkeys, devils, demons. He'll use the rebellious. He'll use the ignorant. He'll use, not calling you none of them, but I know you got a serpent spirit over you. You need to rebuke that. I definitely calling that. I know that. But he will use Brother Joseph's ignorance to teach his others, and he won't even get it. That's Yah. Y'all better know the Father. I'm hoping he get it. I'm hoping you get it, Brother Joseph. You got some thick skin. I know that much. That's good. But that could just mean you thick-headed, stubborn, hard. See, so that could go two ways. It's good for us to have thick skin, right? Because we got to battle through a lot, but it ain't good for us to be thick-headed. That means you're just stubborn and stiff-necked, like our ancestors. All right, but hopefully he getting it. But anyway, I was gonna silence him because he's slowing down the teaching, but the Rayak, I can hear, as he slow down the teaching, I'm bringing more understanding to others who might be newly, who new to this stuff or didn't have answers to certain things. So Yah will use anybody. All right. Look, Yak Dillon wrote Romans 3:29. Is he the Aliyah of the Jews, of the Yahudians only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, of the Gentiles also. All right. Now, and then it says on 30, seeing it is one Aliyah, that's where that Elohim word comes from, guys. The original Hebrew is Aliyah, right? And then in the plural for the heavenly council is Alayam. Okay, so that's where they get that Elohim and Eloah, that in Hebrew. Seeing it is one Aliyah, seeing it is one creator, they put God, which shall justify the circumcision by faith and circumcision, and circumcision through faith, spiritual circumcision. All right. Yes, there are some that watching that need this. You're right. That's why I said allow it. All right, Akiana out in the UK, he wrote Acts 10:34-35. Then Kafayah, Peter, opened his mouth and said, of a truth, I perceive that Yah is no respecter of persons, but in every nation he that feareth him, Yah, and worketh righteousness is accepted with him. Children of Yah. So I don't care about no Israelite anyway in your bloodline. Miss me. You and your Israelite bloodline will be in a lake of fire with all the rest of the wicked serpent Israelite bloodline worshipers. The children of Yah will be in this kingdom with him. And there's no respect of the flesh of persons. It is by your worketh righteousness, your morality, your fear, your yara of the Most High, your love, your ahavayah of the light over the darkness, the circumcising of your flesh, the replacing your heart, stony heart, Brother Joseph, that stony heart with the heart of Yah that will worketh your righteousness and have you accepted into his kingdom. You'll be a children of Yah, not a children of your flesh. So you can keep your little wicked fleshly bloodline all you want. I rebuke that wicked fleshly bloodline and everything that come with it, because they are stiff-necked, hard-headed, stubborn, and rebellious, and they rebuke the Most High and any chance they get. You heard that part. But his circumcised children who choose him in spirit and truth, who circumcise them for spiritual, that's who MASHIACH came to usher in. No more atonement for sin, repentance, accountability, and responsibility. That's what what's his name? Paul Shayah came. All right? All right. Well, Ryak has spoken. Moderators, mute him. He's gone for right now. I don't know how long. I guess it's 30 minutes. Y'all do whatever. Y'all, whoever is going to mute him, let your Ryak tell you how long it should be. So mute him, because he's distracting from he don't come, even though y'all will use this serpent is going to keep spewing. So what I got in Ryak was what needed to come out came out. So now he's just going to be a distraction. So bye-bye, Brother Joseph. See you on the next one if you can come and be respectful. All right. So exactly. He don't even come in the name of Yah, but he keeps talking about some God. You see what he said? That's what God was talking about. he talking about Israelites. He talking about the northern kingdom will call Gentile. That's what God, and he don't even come in the name of Yah. So look, Zayana said, praise Yah, it is done. So be gone, you and your God, you and your Israelite that don't come in the name of Yah. You're in the house of Yah, and you need to sit down and shut up. So go find you a house of God. Go find you a house of Israelite. Go find you a house of Israel. There's plenty of them on YouTube. And you're fine. Spew your hate and your serpent worship. But what Yah used you for got manifest. So for those who receive from that, praise Yah. All right. I know, he said talking about the northern kingdom was the one serpent worshiping the serpents all over the place. That's why we had to go try to bring them back to Yah. I didn't even know Judah. Well, I knew Judah was wicked too, but I didn't know Judah was doing it in the Negro land. All right. So anyway, let's continue. So here we go. Let me put the video back again so we won't have no more distractions from him. So yeah, he definitely gonna miss his blessing. Yana said this is a poster child for this lesson. You know Yah will do it. He do it every time, right? All right, so let's go. Here we go.
They are worshiping. Supposedly the high priest contacted and the circumstances that they put people in again. And on the flip side of that, you have white people who claim to worship God. And they teach, the ones that follow Christian identity, not all white Christians, they teach that black people did not descend from the same ancestors of the human race. What we have here is something like spiritual warfare going on. And the serpent who they are worshiping, supposedly the high priest contacted or communed with the serpent. And
you heard that? The serpent who they are worshiping. And the high priest contacted and communed with the serpent and said what?
Serpent is telling them, hey, put all white people into slavery.
And the serpent is telling them, Brother Joseph. Oh, you definitely the poster child. You just stuck your foot in it now. Brother Joseph, the serpent is telling you this, right? Now listen what he said. The serpent told him that.
However, I've gone over this before. Go watch my Beyond Deuteronomy 28 series. That's not what God said would happen. That's not what the Most High said would happen. The Most High said they would go into slavery.
Exactly. That's the first thing I agree with you on, Dante. I agree. They said they was going to put all these white people. That ain't what the Most High said. I agree. The Most High said they were going to slavery, and they did. And everything that they spoke out that they was going to do to these white people literally happened to them. All right.
But they have fallen away from the Most High. So they are relying on their own understanding and the contacting of this serpent, supposedly. So now we get here.
That's true. Ain't no
they would have been
supposedly.
given the same complexions. Let me just read this, and then I'm going to point to one more thing. Or at least they would have been given some faint trace of this consanguinity in the yellowness of their complexions, like the Moors or Arabs, but nothing can be more evident than that the men with pale faces and lank hair were only created to be slaves. Interesting. You got two groups of people that think the other were created to be the slaves of the other. Interesting.
The only difference is one was sent and the other is trying to avert what was sent against them for their transgression and try to mete it out on the other one. And Yah reversed it and made everything that our ancestors said about they was going to do happen to them. Listen.
Interesting when you start to piece together history. So if they believe these white men were created to be slaves, and the white men believed that these black men were created to be slaves, the only thing left is a war. Shout out to Pastor Kelly for calling it the transatlantic slave war. I still call it the transatlantic slave trade because that's what everybody knows it as, and that's what they're going to look for. But shout out to Pastor Kelly for that terminology, the transatlantic slave war.
The devil's a lie. Correction. It was not a transatlantic slave war. Let me explain, Dante, Pastor Kelly, and everyone else. When you try to rename the transatlantic slave trade to a transatlantic slave war, that's the same thing as renaming slavery indentured servitude. In that aspect, you're saying they weren't traded as slaves and sold and bartered. It was a war. And what's the meaning with war? All's love, all's fair in love and war. Oh, by war, if we declare it a war, then there was no atrocity here. There's casualties of war. Calling themselves wise, they become fools, guys. This is why Yah has us taking these teachings that's going out to the children by these self-proclaimed Israelite coming in, none of them come in the name of Yah, like Brother Joseph too, right? None of them come in the name of Yah, and they teach this doctrine that they just regurgitate and stuff and make. So Pastor Kelly talking about transatlantic slave war, he's playing into the hands of the adversary. Yes, Hakiyama said a war logic of this goes against the prophecy exactly. It literally goes against, to the point if you call it a war, then what about the curses and the prophecy that Yah is going to send? That wasn't no war. Again, they're trying to make themselves look like, that's why this teaching Dante puffed up the people in the comments, because the people like, that's right, they fought back. Yeah, send them into slavery. We ain't know they fought back in the west coast of Africa. We thought they just, yeah. They're not understanding the serpent is still playing a trick on you. He's still getting you to curse yourselves. Because if you put it a transatlantic slave war, then it wasn't a trade. That's a lie. It was a trade because they were selling you and trading you for goods. They was trading a woman for wine, trading you for cigarettes, bartering for tobacco, selling you for goods and animals and life. You were traded. You are no war. What war? Calling themselves wise, they become fools. Talking about it makes you feel, it makes you look stronger. In the eyes of a fool, in the eyes of a wisdom of a wise man, it makes you look like a fool. Because I see right through it. First thing I tell Pastor Kelly, bro, don't put that out. That's why I said, I didn't say it, but let me say it now. What's lacking in this awakening is a council of elders that before anybody that's calling themselves going to the children of Yah to try to awaken and put out, they should have a council. It should be a council of elders that they have to run their stuff through before they can even put it out. If they had that, then there would be some type of accountability in this awakening. There is no way. This awakening of snakes trying to teach other snakes for money and popularity. Half of them are still Christian. Half of them come in the name of the beast or the slave master or Jacobites, wherever. They don't come in the name of Yah. Yah didn't call them to teach. There is no accountability. Yes. No priesthood. Because if it was me, I would be able to stop them all. No. I would have told Pastor Kelly, no. And I would explain, and that's what he would say. Oh, I didn't even see that. I would have told Dante, if they're willing to learn, I would have told Dante, do not put out no video talking about the kingdom of Judah wanted to made a decree to enslave every white people. You're ushering people into a hate group. Do not. I would have told Benaiah Israel, do not make no Israelite Justice League and get everybody to sign a petition that's saying that they're a part of some Israel. There you go. He said the best there currently is that Justice League of Super Brews, right? I would not, Yana just put that, I would have told Benaiah Israel, do not make this thing and have these children write their names to identify with no Israelite, because you're making them one with some other Israelites that's out there saying, we're going to kill everybody, we're going to enslave. See, but they don't have the wisdom to see. They're in their identity flesh. And they're in there, they're subscribing to YouTube, and they're making all this, no disrespect to Benaiah, no disrespect, but he like, yes, we were in the Portuguese and Spain and they teach you all this history stuff, but they got no common sense to see the serpent. They can't see the tail of the serpent because they haven't been told to sit down and shut up. Oh, come on, Larry. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Come on. She said they are scholars with no rayak. What I meant to say last week, and I'm going to say it now, because in this teaching from Dante, when I watched it back, last week's live, I said, this whole video he got is void of rayak. All I hear is him reading this book, and there's no Holy Spirit at all. That's what's missing from all of them. There's no rayak. They teach the Bible, and then they bring you Strong's Concordance. They bring you the blue letter. Then they bring you this. They try to teach. They just teach from man to man. No rayak is present at all. It's void. That's the difference. So they don't have the election of rayak giving them the fruit of the warning of seeing a serpent in the thing they're teaching. So now I'm correcting Dante with this. Shout out Pastor Kelly, transatlantic slave war. And they scholars, they're smart. So if I would have told Pastor Kelly, he'd have been like, oh, I didn't even see that. I know you didn't. So you just can't put out videos. I don't just put out videos. I don't. The Most High instructs me, and I make sure. That's why we don't just let anybody write anything to chat. We watch every word coming through. All right? Yahanakwan said, when that king of Judah asked for European slave, was that for a trade of slaves? Yeah, he was talking to a tradesman too. That's that whole thing. That Rusticus dude, that's what this was from Liverpool. All right? Hold on, somebody else wrote something up here. Yahanakwan. He said, did Abba Yah use the darkness to correct darkness? Said, like colonizers. All right. So now, that's why I titled this, The Transatlantic Slave. Something I said is a lie. Transatlantic Slave War is a lie. It wasn't a war. We wasn't at no war when they was ushering us into those slave ships, and you are a victim. You are being bartered. You are a chattel. A war. What war? Knock it off. Knock it off. Stop trying to make yourselves look proud for something that you shouldn't be. You should be repentant for. Ain't nothing to be proud of that we went into. It was because our ancestors' wickedness. When we were on that slave plantation with that serpent seed, or white man, or black man, or whatever else there was, or ooish, whatever it was, right? That was running this. It was 300 big black buck Hebrews from Negro land or from Europe or from wherever we got slaves from, the strongest of the stock, 300 of us, one little drunk, half drunk weigh 130 pounds soaking wet, white drunk who loves raping the little black children, boys and women, or women, mostly boys. They don't tell you that part. Little black boys they wanted to grape, and right, and some of the women, right, can't even. They had slaves for so long they couldn't even screw a light bulb in. They didn't even have the skill set to screw in the screw because they've been just sitting back having everybody do something for them. And all 300 of these, one of these big black buck Hebrews could have squashed his neck with their hands, but had no might to fight back. And you foolish want to call it a war? What kind of war was that? This dude had one rickety gun, right? A shotgun. By the time he would have been, he shoot one. By the time he do it, you grabbed him by the neck. Even the overseer, rinky, half serpent, two of them on a horse, and it's 300 of y'all. Why can't they fight back? Because it's a curse. But you want to talk about you was at some war. What war? Shout out to Unique over on Facebook. The devil's a lie. The transatlantic slave trade was a prophecy. All right. So I need to correct that. Let's go. They wanted to, 39:39. Let's do it this. I'm tired of listening, Dante. Let's go. 39:39. He says, listen, watch this one. And we're going to go back. Look, the book of Enoch. We're going to go back. Well, that was for Brother Joseph, but he in the kitty corner. He over there in timeout. We had to put Brother Joseph in timeout. He's a rebellious little kindergartner. He want to keep speaking out when we tell him the class to be silent. We try teacher trying to teach. He want to keep spinning out. Send him, and then soon he's going to be suspended. Kicked out of school. What they call ejected or whatever. He's a bad kid. But right now he in a corner with a dunce hat on. No disrespect. That's just what it is. You know, Diana, I ain't playing. So hopefully he's still watching in your kitty corner. I know he is because he got the curiosity. So hopefully he can learn and not. Hopefully he ain't that. He got a thick skin, so I don't think he's offended at all. He had a hard head. So hopefully that hard head served him well. He could just listen. Yeah, he on timeout. You know how they tell you go in the corner? That'd be the white people. I don't do timeout. I do whoop out. I see. That's the difference between the so-called blacks and the so-called whites. They do timeout. Go stand in the corner, little Jimmy. And I don't do timeout. My timeout is come here. My timeout, yeah, come here. Like, ooh, they start crying before they come. Oh, yeah. I got action. Now go in the room out there. You don't need to sit in the corner there. You're going to sit on your little hot butt because your butt going to be hot. All right. Spare the rod, spoiled child. I ain't talking about no abuse, no child abuse. All right. So 39:39. All right, let's go. Watch this one, guys. Look at what our ancestors pronounced over themselves. Watch this. I don't know how far. Let's do 39:20. Let's see. Here we go.
The one side that won, clearly the Europeans, decided not to teach all of this stuff. And that the inhabitants of corruption, which they have acquired, may at least be partially corrected by wholesome discipline, unremitting labor, spare diet, and reasonable correction with the whip.
So our ancestors said that they are going to starve them out, spare diet. Oh, this part. So let me do it. Page. We need to bring that on the screen. What page does that say, Hakiyama? 99?
Yes, looks like 99.
Okay. We need to bring that on the screen. This part, this is the part where I said, I'm going to show y'all that everything they said they was going to do to the white man happened to us. They even said they was going to whip them. Correction with the whip. And you wonder why we got whipped. Yo, this is crazy. That's why I say when you really know the Most High, you can see his hand all over this. I said, yeah. I'm like, I see you all over this. Everything that they try to meter out got metered to them. He said, you want to whip them? You will be whipped. You want to starve them? You will be starved. You want, like, so listen. He says, let me make it a little smaller because I ain't going to be, oh, I got to go this way. I'm going to get it all in one so I ain't got to scroll this thing back and forth, making it harder for me. Let me make it down a little smaller. I think that's it. I can get both sides. Nope, it got to be a little smaller. Sorry at home. It is what it is. I'm putting it on the screen for y'all. There you go. All right. So now he said, we're compelled to give them labor. This is our ancestors saying that they're going to enslave the white people, and that's what they're going to do to them. They're going to give them labor 14 hours in a day, and at that stated time during the ample leisure which they will enjoy. So at that, they're going to enjoy when we give them a break, right? This is slavery. This is exactly, wow. He says, we will give them labor for 14 hours a day. And when we give them leisure, time off from the slavery, time off from being in the fields or whatever, they will enjoy. And then they will be instructed in the tenets of our most holy religion, which is serpent worship, and taught the first general principle of justice and morality. We are not insensible of the difficulty of such a task. So they are not insensible. That's going to be a real task for them to be moral in justice, right? Because they look at them as just slaves, the white man, right? This tribe of Judah in Negro land. It says, we are not insensible of the difficulty of such a task, since among all those who have visited our shores, we have scarcely heard of even one of them that seemed to understand the common distinctions of right and wrong. That's how they treated us. They are indeed universally given up to the practice of the most degrading vices. A sordid avarice, which renders them incapable of friendship. Ain't that what they spoke about? This one blew my mind. Listen to us, brother, y'all. They said that they are incapable of friendship. They're incapable of pity. They're incapable of any human affection. Wow. Ain't that what they spoke over us? So that's why I said, yeah, everything that they spoke happened to us. Wow. So he says, they're incapable of friendship. They're incapable of pity or any human affection at all. And a beastly intemperance to which thousands are yearly victims. Their cruelty and cunning seem to form their basis of character. Okay? For while they are continually taking advantage of the noble simplicity of the blacks to overreach, deceive, and betray them, they are observed to nourish the most implacable hatred and jealousy against each other. Saying about them. Now, the funny thing is that I'm like, yes, all this stuff came to pass, but it only happened to you because of your betrayal of the Most High. Okay. It says, so that it is conjectured, were they not restrained by their mutual fears of our royal power? He says, were they not restrained by them being fearful of our royal power, they would soon exterminate each other by unremitting war and cruelty. Same thing spoken of us. It says, It says, but though there is too much truth in these representations, it is to be hoped that the great serpent, who, you see, this ain't of the Most High. It is to be hoped that the great serpent, when he gave them the figure of men, did not totally deny them the faculty of reason, and that the habits of corruption which they have acquired may at least be partially corrected by wholesome discipline unremitting labor, right? Wholesome discipline, them disciplining them, unremitting labor, working in the slave plantations, what they plan to do to them. Spare diet, starving them out, and seasonable correction with the whip. When I heard that, I was like, ooh, be careful what you speak, because it will meet it just unto you. It says, by these means, our clemency towards these unhappy men will appear to be no less conspicuous than our justice. For though some thousands of them may probably perish, listen, they said thousands of them, when the Negro land tribe of Judah send slave ships to go get these white people, this is what they planning. They said, yet there's no doubt, no, where is it? For though some thousands of them may probably perish during this passage into our slavery, others by the pressure of unusual labor, so meaning they're going to work them to death in the field, or by the deserved chastisement, deserved meaning beat to death, that they may incur. Yet there's no doubt that the happiness of this is what they said about us. That's why I was like, this is crazy, guys. Yes, Yana said judgment. Yikes, careful what we speak, life and death. So they spoke, Yana, everything that they spoke happened to them. Literally. Listen what it says. It says they will beat them to death. What they say? Deserved. Yet there is no doubt that the happiness of those who survive, so those who survive our slavery, all the stuff we do to them, their happiness will be so infinitely increased that they will have reason to bless the wisdom and clemency of this royal degree of the serpent. It said, there appears indeed one difficulty in the execution of these just and salutary regulations. What's the difficulty? So there's one difficulty in them executing this, which is the danger of our royal intentions being defeated by the want of females to continue the breed. Ooh, here we go. All right, sisters. All right, that's the part that's going to trigger my sisters, the black sisters. I know y'all triggered about a white woman. All right, so here we go. Here go the white woman trigger. Listen what he said. He said, there is one danger. He said, there's one difficulty in them executing these regulations that they want to put on the white people from the serpent. He said, it's the danger of our royal intentions. So the things that they're planning to do being defeated by the want of females to continue the breeding. So what they're trying to plan, their intention could be defeated by wanting the white woman to breed like they breeded us. Guys, they had slave breeding. They had the men that they would lock in cages and they would send the woman children to 12 years old. As soon as they got to grape them and breed babies. So they're planning on breeding the white people to be bred so they can have white slaves. Listen clearly. So he says the problem would be finding females to continue to breed. He says, but having consulted with some of our chosen counselors of the serpent who have been compelled to visit the dreary countries in Europe, which these barbarians inhabit, they have assured us that there can be no difficulty in opening a trade. There you go. Who was that? I think y'all Dylan somebody or Yana Kwam said, when they doing a trade? Look, this didn't say war. It said there will be no difficulty in opening a trade to any extent for female whites. These barbarians, what they call them, what they say, are accustomed to sell everything, and they are ready to dispose of themselves, their wives, or their children, provided they can find a purchaser to buy. So they are saying that those whites are willing to sell their wives and children. They sell anything. It says, to this they added that the idleness, lasciviousness, and extravagance of many of the female sex, these white women, are such as to prove intolerable nuisances to all who are any way connected with them. That's hilarious. I know y'all like, now this is what they said. Ain't this the same thing that they said about our woman? Listen, the idleness. See, lazy. That's why I said everything that they're speaking on them got happened to us. This hits all different. It says, to this they added that the idleness, lasciviousness, and extravagance of, these Karens, I know that's hilarious. That's why I said this is hilarious, of many of the female sex, the white women, are as to prove intolerable nuisances to all who are any way connected with them. I said, that's them Karens. It says, they do not therefore doubt that were a trade market, once assured for these commodities. Trade. See what I tell you? Transatlantic slave war. Pastor Kelly and Dante, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to sit down and learn to rightly divide. Now, I'm not saying, because Dante said, he still called it the slave war, but shout out to Pastor Kelly. He couldn't correct it. That's why I mean you need to sit down. If you don't have the election to see, and all through this, it literally said trade. Now look, he called them commodities. They looking at the white woman. It says, they do not therefore doubt that were a market once assured for these commodities, we might even gratuitously be supplied with any number we could receive. You see? That is so true, Hakiyama. I know people don't want to receive that, but that's actually true. They still receiving. You got white girls running around here with big dumb eyelashes and pink hair and all that. They bonnets, right? They're doing anything to, remember, everybody gonna follow the natural branch no matter what we do. So they follow us in our sin and iniquity. That's what y'all know. We cursed them. Adam and Eve was the first ones. That's who cursed the whole world. So sorry. Okay, but anyway, I ain't trying to play into people's trauma. All right. We trying to heal from it. All right, now listen. He said, we might even gratuitously be supplied with any number we could receive. Any number of these white women slaves, we could be supplied. It says, we therefore encourage all of our loyal subjects to proceed vigorously in their colonial enterprises and not to be deterred by the fear of a continual supply of whites for necessary labor. We intend yearly to send a fleet to London, Bristol, and Liverpool, a fleet of ships, where it is assured us we may be furnished with any number of white slaves of both sexes, men and women, upon reasonable and moderate terms, for such is the sterility of these countries by reason of their distance from the sun. Here go the melanin. And such the wickedness of the people, that the miserable inhabitants exercise a continual rapine upon each other for food. Thousands frequently perish by famine. Thousands are reduced to beggary, and thousands yearly put to death for their crimes. Shocking as these representations, that's what they say about us. Shocking as these representations must appear to the delicate and refined humanity of African ears, letting y'all know that these are in Africa, Negro land, we have every reason to adore the wisdom of the great serpent. So every time, for those who don't understand, this is not of Yah. It's not of the Most High. Our ancestors were worshiping the serpent, and he was telling them to do this. What the serpent was actually doing was causing them to curse themselves. Guys, the serpent is a liar and a deceiver. And even when you serve him, he's going to stab you in the back. So the serpent knew doggone well that I'm going to get them to do this will, but it's going to backfire on them because the Most High's law already been done. So he know that he's getting them to curse themselves. So as them following the serpent, they literally were calling all of their stuff to be done unto them. Everything that they wanted to do would be done unto them. And the serpent knew that. That's the whole point of not serving the serpent. He is a liar and there's no truth in him. Okay? So it says, to the delicate and refined humanity of African ears, we have every reason to adore the wisdom of the great serpent who has made us the instrument of salutary reformation to this unfortunate and degraded race of human beings by teaching them justice and moral duties. Ain't that what they say? It's crazy because everything that they're saying is what was reversed. By teaching them justice and moral duties, supplying them with the necessary food, which it is evident they cannot acquire in their own country, and introducing them to a knowledge of the sublime and holy truths of our religion, the serpent's religion. This imperial mandate is a faithful transcript of our high and uncontrollable will. Our will be done in the regulation of the commerce of slaves. And we have ordered our faithful counselor and scribe, Abdallah Hamat. This is a Ishmaelite. See, he got Allah at the end of his name. Abdallah Hamet. That's their counselor and scribe, to make known to all the nations of the earth that they may adore our wisdom and prostrate themselves before the imperial throne of power, these serpent worshipers, whose splendor reaches even to the heavens and darkens the glory of the sun. Ooh, it darkens the glory of the sun. Yeah, our wicked ancestors. Wow. All right. So now that's enough. I put one more. Oh, we're going to a book. Now we're going to go to an ancient book, 4412. It's called, let me put the book up so y'all can see it. YAHSHUAH been getting a rest lately, so that's good. He need the rest. Here go a book. Share this tab instead. This book is called The One Primeval Language Traced Experimentally Through Ancient Inscriptions. Hold on. This book is called The One Primeval Language Traced Experimentally Through Ancient Inscriptions and Alphabetic something. Published 1854. This book is going to show, in this book, I'm going to show that the black, listen to this. Well, Taj, I brought it out last time, but we got another, Taj, we got another resource that said the black, that the tribe of Manasseh and Simeon lived with the Khazars, Taj Baliyah, in the Caucasus Mountains. That's how the converse, the white, you're going to show the black Khazars and the white Khazars. Now, this book is not saying, this book that we see, again, these receipts showing you this person ain't on our side. He's actually saying that the black Jews in his book are, they what's the name? We converted. So again, this is a great receipt. I like the receipts that's not on our side. You know what I mean? This person ain't on our side, but within him trying to say that we converted, he's telling all of our history. He's literally telling it all, but he's saying that the black Jews, we weren't the real ones. The white ones were, but we were there and we converted. So within it, he's telling us all our history. These are the best receipts. It ain't no black, it's not pro us, it's anti. So within it, when they have that posture, they tell the raw truth, nothing but the truth, because they're not doing it of your behalf. It's not, remember, we were slaves and stuff. This is 1854, right? Yes, for educational purpose, fair use. Now listen to this. He's going to show in this book that the tribe of Manasseh and the tribe of Simeon lived with the white Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains, Taj Baliyah. And that's how they got taught. They got taught our customs and language to steal their identity. He's going to talk about the black Khazars and the white Khazars. All right. And page 65. Oh, and then he's going to talk about Nebuchadnezzar and the Phoenicians. So in this book, when I'm going to show y'all earlier, when I tell you the Paleo Hebrew is Phoenician, where they add that fish and fish hook, this book is going to show you Nebuchadnezzar, that our ancestors were Phoenician Hebrews, Israelites. It literally called them Phoenician Israelites. Yeah, Taj, the Most High gave us more receipts. He gave us more receipts, Elder. All right. So now, I put it on here, so I'm meant to start here. I must put it here for a reason. This is where I needed the elder to help me read, but I know he's knocked out. All right, so I'm gonna try to read as much as I can, and Hakiyama, I'll get you to help me as much as you can. So we're gonna start with this page. So another time we'll go further back. They talking about the lost 10 tribes. And y'all going to find out they were never lost. They knew exactly where they were at. What cup? This? Oh, thank you. She's going to put some more water in it so it's not so hard. So hard. Thank you so much. All right. So we're going to show that those tribes were never lost. They always knew where they were at. Even when they went in Europe, some of them went to the Caucasus Mountains. Manasseh, Simeon. All right, Simeon. And it talks about all the tribes. This is dope. It's crazy. So look at this. We're not going to read this part. We're going to go, thank you so much. But look at this part, Elder Taj Baliyah. It says, with the Jewish account, with the Uwish account, already noticed that the tribe of Ephraim first migrated from Media to the Caspian, whence their route would obviously be from the westward to reach Afghanistan and the Indus. This is approximation only, but Mr. Elephantstone's next statement comes home to point at issue, showing that the very journey ascribed to the Israelites has actually been made in recent times by one of the Afghan tribes, the Mule Kail. The Mule Kail are about 3,000 families, of which number a fourth is composed of Bakataris. Of this tribe, which is said to have come originally from the banks of the Tigris, and which is very numerous in the south. All right, let me make this full screen So that's the book. Let me make it full screen so y'all's at home. Oh, no, it's good. I want y'all to see where book is coming from. That's right. All right, so I can make the pages a little bigger, though. Yeah, there you go for those at home. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thank you, It says, of this tribe, which is said to have come originally from the banks of the Tigris and which is very numerous in southwest of Persia, there are about 700 or 800 families at Darabound and about 500 at Murga. It is useless to discuss any question of evidence with those whom such a combination of evidence as the foregoing fails to convince. On the point last noticed, I would only observe that if the Afghan tribes generally B'nai Israel, that B'nai in Hebrew is son of Israel. It says, I would only observe that if the Afghan tribes generally be B'nai Israel, sons of Israel, the Milkail, of course, are so also. In them, consequently, we have existing proof of an Israelite population to this day inhabiting the banks of the Tigris of its tributaries, the primitive seats of the children of the captivity. All right, y'all listen clearly. This book talks of the Israelites. Then it talks of the Jewish. It talks of the white Khazars, the black Khazars, the black Jews, the white Jews, and Israelites, the other tribes. All right. Now, yeah, Yahanakram, we going in. It says, y'all gonna get y'all history. The primitive seats of the children of captivity and living exemplification at the same time of Israelites performing direct the same journey which was performed by their forefathers, slowly and circuitously, probably 2,500 years ago. The journey of traveling into what they call Afghanistan now, which is like, what is that? Somebody look up what's the ancient Afghanistan, because I know it's like Persia, Iraq. It's one of the ancient names of it. I mean, Babylon, Persia, whatever. But he says, our forefathers slowly and circuitously, probably 2,000, we made it all the way to America. We made it all the way to Australia. We made it all the way, those who were escaping captivities and were nomadically traveling the northern kingdom. Judah made it to everywhere by slave ships, though. All right, so look at this one. Here we go. The lost 10 tribes. Now, this part of the book says, remains of Israelite and Jewish settlements in southern India. Israelite and Jewish. Now, it says, the manuscript history and the cock and roll, to which we now return, purporting mainly to be an historical account of two distinct Hebrew races, the black Jews and the white Jews of Malabar. We're going in, Taj. Let me read a footnote really quick. Where is the footnote? The footnote, an Israelite migration of no fewer than 80,000 souls from the cities of the Medes or from Media to Malabar, which is in India. AD 369 is stated in the Cochrane Rolls as follows. Now, another footnote, I think, let me see if I could. All right. Let me go to the one of the Cochrane Rolls, because I'm skipping now, because they got one that breaks down who these Cochrane Rolls are. I think it's going to come up in this. Let me see if I could. All right, there we go. It might be in this one. It says, Elephistone in the 10th century, Ibn Hakul could affirm that they have been seated in Afghanistan from ancient times and prove moreover their Tartar origin. He states their language of Pushtu to be a Tartar dialect. Now all the tallies with the case of the Israelites migrating gradually as their own history represents them to have done from Media through Tartary into Afghanistan and Hindustan. The facts of these cases thus account for the phenomenon. As Mr. Elephant Stone himself well puts it, it is known that 10 of the 12 tribes remained in the east after the return of their brothers to Judea after 70 AD, after the return of their brethren to Judea, and the supposition that the Afghans are the descendants explains easily and naturally both the disappearance of the one people and the origin of the other. All right, let me scroll up to another. Derek. Oh, we're gonna have to read that, because that's when it breaks down the Afghans, the 10 tribes from the book. Look, Moses, for that of the Quran, thus affording a very strong confirmation of the view. So this land that's Afghanistan, that's why if you go there now, they got the black people there, we everywhere, all right? So anyway, he's speaking on this Elephantine, right? So the Khalejans are of a Turkish Tartar race, who in ancient times settled in this country between Hindustan and the herders of the Sejistan. They resemble the Turks or the Tartars in personal appearance. So our ancestors started speaking the Tartar language because we went to those lands, Turkish language, and retained the dress and customs of that nation, and all speak the Turkish language. That's from this book, Oisli's Ibn Hakunal, page 247. It says this passage, hold on, let me scroll down. It says, this passage is of great importance in the evidences. It throws light upon the origin of the Afghan nation and carries their migration back to the period far more remote than it has been traced by Mr. Elephant Stone. That's when I got to the other part, the Mr. Elephant Stone. There we go. So now, let me scroll down again to this. I'm going to read some of the, all right, so there we go. So now we caught up. So when we finish, we're going to read the footnotes. All right, so here we go. So it says, the Tigris. All right. Remains of Israelite and Jewish settlement. All right. So it says the manuscript history in these Conklin rolls, we're going to find out what that is a little later, to which we now return purporting mainly to be an historical account of two distinct Hebrew races, the black Yahudians and the white Yahudians of Malabar. They're in India now. It contains, all right, the manuscript history in these Conklin rolls contains about our ancestors and the whites, contains large details concerning the origin and progress of the Hebrew colonization in that part of southern India. The history itself purports to be compiled chiefly from copper tablets embedded in the walls. These these are reliefs. Ancient copper tablets embedded in the walls are preserved in the Yahudian treasury at Conklin. Okay? Uish treasury at Conklin. Because they say, see, they literally say Uish, then they'll say Uz, then they'll say Israelites. Okay? Of these remains, some long, almost illegible, are said to date from the era of Nebuchadnezzar and the captivity. Our ancestor, Taj Balaya, he got a delay. Somebody else, Wyatt or somebody. Nebuchadnezzar, that's the king of Babylon, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Sometimes I got so much. Yeah, that's a Babylonian. It's the Babylonian captivity. All right. It says these remains of these scrolls, our history that is preserved in copper tablets embedded into the walls of the treasury at Conklin, that some of them illegible to read, are said to date from the era of Nebuchadnezzar and the captivity. The others are referred to different periods, descending as low as the 8th century. The later of these copper tablets are stated to have been not in Hebrew, but the ones that these copper tablets that are dated later The early ones were in straight Hebrew. The ones that are later were in the idiom of Malabar, because our ancestors now we start speaking the Turkish idiom, Tatar, of Malabar. It is further affirmed that translations of the older records were made into Malabaric. So that's like the Greek taking out Hebrew and then the Latin and then into English. So the older records were made into the Malabaric tongue. The whole or most at least of these original documents are alleged to have been carried off by the Dutch and deposited in the India House at Amsterdam. The original documents were alleged to have been carried off by the Dutch, prize slave owners, and deposited in the India House at Amsterdam. According to the Cochrane manuscript that's supposed to date back to Nebuchadnezzar, compiled from those records, the first colony of Israelites or black Yahudims. Y'all see this? You see these receipts, right? The first colony of Israelites or black Yahudims was planted in Malabar by Nebuchadnezzar. Taj Bala Yah. Yo, Taj, Yah is giving us receipts in the books of the stuff that we already learned. You know, Taj, we've been doing this for years. You've been doing it longer than me, Elder. He's bringing us now ancient books from the 1800s when the enslavers and these in captive, they wrote our history. Yah said he'll reveal our history at the end. So, Taj, all the stuff we've been teaching, Taj, for all these years, he's given us the book receipts that they wrote it themselves, Taj. And these are in the Smithsonian. This is in the public forum. It said the first, listen, now again, this person is not on favor of us. He's going to say that the white Jews later were the original and we converted, but we know, right? Because we know who, listen to this one, guys. We know who, hold on, let me do it correctly. Stop screen, present, hold on, let me do it correctly. Stop screen, you know, Unc, present, share screen, window. So this dude in this book, he can write all he want about how much he want us to be converted and the white Jews to be the original. But Egypt, the pharaohs in them 2,000 years ago, they said different. You see who the Hebrews are right here on your screen. That's the Hebrews, slaves in Egypt. So he can miss us with that. So when that comes, that's why I got this receipt right here waiting for when we read in there where he tried to say, well, you know, even though the black Jews, we were there, we converted. The white Jews were the original. We know doggone well these white Jews weren't slaves on these hieroglyphs right here. The painting on the wall. You heard? All right, so I got that lined up for when we get to that part of the book. But I just need to bring it out right now because you know, Unc, I'm very thorough in our teaching and our scholarship. So bang, here we go. Let's get back. So now he says, yeah, pharaohs and them, they drew who we was. So he can miss us with his whatever he wants to say. He mad. So it says, according to the Cochrane manuscript compiled from those records, the first colony of Israelites or black Jews was planted in Malabar by Nebuchadnezzar. So Nebuchadnezzar sent, now we knew Nebuchadnezzar sent us into Europe. We knew he sent us Spain. We knew he sent us into India too. So Taj probably knew that. I didn't know he sent us into India. Nebuchadnezzar probably sent us anywhere. He was just spewing us, get out. Nebuchadnezzar was like, y'all got to go because I'm getting cursed by holding y'all. That's what it was, guys. Y'all don't know that. Nebuchadnezzar's like, listen, y'all got to go. Send them wherever. Send them far away from me as possible. Send them to India. Send them to Spain. Send them to the wilderness in Europe. Send them to the Caucasus Mountains. Send them over there. There's some land over there that's just nothing but wooded, North America. Send them. Just get them out of here. Send them over there. He sent us north. Nebuchadnezzar was not playing. Send them to the four corners. Just get them out of my kingdom. That's what Nebuchadnezzar, get them out of my, you all right? Like y'all said, he must have been related to Ben Franklin. All right? So this book, the Cochrane manuscript, said that the first colony of Israelites, so listen, what did this book say? This is the 1800s. It said the first colony of Israelites, or who? Who are they? Black Jews, was planted in Malabar by Nebuchadnezzar. Now, the Cochrane manuscript says the first colony of white Jews was founded by refugees from Jerusalem immediately after the destruction of the city and the second temple by Titus. That's 70 AD, Taj Balayah. We know what that is. Shout out the Messianic Age of Veganism. All right? By Titus. His son Cyrus did the same thing. Taj. Okay? So, that second temple, that's the 70 AD. Now listen, he said the first colony of the white Jews was founded. Now listen clearly what it said. And shout out to little grandpa, the Chihuahua, and to your wife too, Messianic Age of Veganism. Now listen, guys. It said the first colony of white Jews was founded. It didn't say they were. See, you have to understand, you got to be able to read between the lines. It didn't say the first colony of white Jews were refugees from Jerusalem immediately after the destruction of the city of the second temple by Titus. It said they were founded. So that means the people who started the first colony of the white Jews, according to this Cochrane, they were refugees from Jerusalem. Those are our ancestors in 70 AD. They founded. So that meant the white Jews must have got converted by them. You understand that? Converted. These set of white Jews that they're talking about. That's just this talking about the ones in Malabar, India. So again, that's why I said when you're teaching with correct election, guys, you can't do generalities. Everything is specific because we got sent through different parts. We over in Europe. Y'all gonna find on this book, some of them were in the Caucasus Mountains with the Khazars. Oh, what? So you mean to tell me the white Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains learned it from Manasseh and Simeon, and it's in this book saying it, Taj Balayah? Oh yeah, we got one tonight, Taj. We got one, Elder. Yeah, y'all sending us some of these receipts, King. All right, now listen. It says, the white Jews was founded by refugees from Jerusalem immediately after the destruction of the city and the second temple by Titus. These original colonies were largely reinforced from age to age by a succession of Hebrew migrations. So these original colonies in Afghanistan and Hindustan and India, these colonies were constantly being reinforced by age to age, by year to year, by more and more Hebrew migrations until the chief towns of Malabar in India were filled to overflowing with a Hebrew population. But that means they got black Jews and white Jews together. Y'all hear me? Okay? Now, I'm not saying Khazars. This ain't calling them Khazars. These are white Yahudians who were founded by our ancestors after 70 AD. Maybe they wanted to cleave and they got grafted in, or what? But these ain't the Khazars from that we know as the Uish people over there. These are different. That's why I said you can't classify all. Cause y'all see, y'all got us going through history. We gonna know ourselves by the time y'all finish with this. By the time we finish with whatever he got us doing, I'm like, my goodness. All right? Now listen clearly. See, now y'all see why Brother Joseph should have just sit down and shut up. See what I mean? Stop trying to teach this element. Y'all got, if you let me get through what I'm teaching and stop this elementary stuff, we about to get to some real fruit. But you all in your serpent bag, you still want to be the white man, and hating the white man. We're the Israelites, and we're the only, all this foolish stuff, this lack of election. That's why I said sit down and be quiet. We're learning. We're learning and relearning. We're regurgitating the lies and that y'all make them write this stuff in their books. And they ain't on our side. This brother gonna say we were grafted in a second. But in it, you know how to see the serpent, you see the truth. All right, so let's continue. Now these are white Yahudim, what they call Jews, and black Yahudims with this huge population in Afghanistan and India. Okay? Now, it says, all right, thank you, Hakyama. Thank you. I do need to not have the mocking tone. I'm going to work on that. So call it out whenever I do it. Call me out, because I don't like that mocking. When I watch it back, I won't like it either. So thank you for that. I'm sorry for the mocking tone, Brother Joseph, and anybody else. I don't need to have a mocking tone. Man, I'm still flesh. See, I'm not perfect. I still have to, because I'm from the streets. So I can be, fleshly, I can make fleshly mistakes and errors. But praise y'all. So thank you. And always call me out, guys. If y'all hear me do it, be like, the mocking tone. So I can repent and try not to, because I want to remove that from my oration. I want to remove that. Praise Yah. Okay. So now let's continue. It says these original colonies in Afghan and Hindustan and India were largely reinforced from age to age, year to year, by a succession of Hebrew migrations until the chief towns of Malabar were filled to overflowing with a Hebrew population, and the Yahudim became lords paramount of the country under the kings of Ceylon. So our ancestors in those lands got power, became lords of paramount under the country, under the kings of Ceylon. In the height of their power and prosperity, the city of Kokin alone is alleged to have contained within its walls 80,000 heads of families and 40,000 houses of our ancestors. From Babylonian captivity, Taj Baliyah, were in India. I got another book that's going to show you the Iberians, Phoenicians, all of them migrated into India. Okay? These are some of the ones that's left there that are the untouchables. That are there. They're really dark skinned. Some of them got woollier hair. Some of them is a little more relaxed. But these are Hebrews. These are our ancestors. Northern Kingdom. Some of them Yahudians. See? Yahudians came in there too. But then they started, what they're going to show you in the book, listen to this. The black Jews started to mix. No, the white Jews started to mix. Hold on. Let's let it get there. It says, so within this city, our ancestors became prosperous. It says in the height of their power, so they left, Nebuchadnezzar left them, and they became powerful. But you know what happens, right? The curses is going to always befall. Can't run from prophecy. Just like in Europe, they became what? Power and prosperity. Kings, lords, stewards, electors, Saxons. You see? And what happened? Can't run from the prophecy. So, in the height of their power and prosperity, the city of Kokin alone is alleged to have contained within its walls 80,000 heads of families and 40,000 houses. Their time of prosperity was followed by times of trouble. What I just say? You can't run from the curses, natural branch, children of YAHSHUAH. You might go and be prosperous. You might go and be a king. You might go and have a whole electoral line ship for a season. But what's around the corner? It said their time of prosperity was followed by times of trouble. Like aged trees, to use their own effect and similitude, they felt more and more the touch of decay at the roots. This is the curses. They're probably doing a great job of describing the curses over them. A touch of decay at the roots. Internal dissension opened the door for foreign invasion. So they started to internally go against one another. The Jews, the Yahudians of Malabar, became the prey of a Hindu conqueror. Here it comes. See? You see how brothers want to be the white man? I'm telling you, Yah sent every nation against us. So everybody's so concentrated on this transatlantic. Oh, we went to much more slaveries than y'all can imagine. Much more colonization or conquering. It was in Europe. It was in India. It's on the four corners. But everybody's so worried about this just white man, a white man. That's just one that Yah sent. This ain't a white man, this Hindu conqueror. This an Arab, this Ishmael, this Hindu conqueror, where our ancestors in Malabar became the prey of this Ishmaelite conqueror with brown skin. Wholesale massacres abridge of our ancestors' population. Wholesale massacres. And they had wholly fallen from their once high estate. Ere the Portuguese visited India. By the successive persecutions of the bigoted Portuguese, so the Portuguese came, as well as the Hindu that were there from India, and they started to massacre. But y'all worried about the white man. You see? The Spaniard and the Ishmaelite Indian. Shout out to Sikkim dogs in the building. Okay? So just understand, if you want to blame somebody, blame your ancestors or talk to Yah, because he sent all these different, but don't just focus on one. You're gonna curse yourself. Heal, children of Yah. Y'all gonna learn through these studies that there was more massacres and enslaving of our people than just what happened here, transatlantic. It says, by the successive persecutions of the bigoted Portuguese and of the grasping Hollanders, they were, our ancestors, in course of time, so much further reduced as to have dwindled down into their present fewness, poverty, and insignificance. So if you go there now into Malabar, they're going to be the untouchables. They're going to be just as black as me and you. Hair probably be a little more wavy, but they're going to be so, y'all showed y'all in one of our lessons. I don't know if I did it on our Patreon, but when y'all remember, those in the assembly, we went to their cities and houses and showed you they live in dirt, huts, floors. They had no shoes. It says, such as the outline of their story in the cock and row. So what's the name, their story in the cock and row. Okay. So now the Hollanders too. So I guess that's Dutch Holland, Portuguese, Dutch Holland, as well as the Indian, the Ishmaelite. The singular phenomenon of two distinct races. Listen, here we go. Now, this is where it goes. the singular phenomenon of two distinct races on the same spot, alike, professedly of the Hebrew stock, but altogether different in continents and color. Uh-oh. It seemed like a phenomenon. They're like, what is going on here? It's two races, one black, one white. They living together in the same spot. They saying that they are the same Hebrew stock, but they difference in continents and color. Continents mean they're different in their characteristics, also in their lifestyle and their color. So they said, now these Hollanders, these Portuguese, these Ishmaelites, like, what is going on as we come in to conquer them? What? This is a phenomenon. They said this phenomenon has naturally called for inquiry and given rise to speculation. It says by Dr. Buchanan and others. Here we go. By Dr. Buchanan and others, the physical contrast in the case of the Black Jews has been thought sufficiently, that is sufficiently, they just be spelling stuff. Sufficiently, hold on, let me go back. By Dr. Buchanan, okay, the Hebrew stock, but altogether different in continents and color, has naturally called for inquiry and given to rise to speculation by Dr. Buchanan and others. The physical contrast in the case of the Black Jews has been thought sufficiently accounted for by the lapse of time and the influence of climate. Y'all see this, Taj? They said they came black because they turned black from the sun. See, this is where they start to write. They don't want to receive the truth. But this is where I go in to start showing the Egyptians painted what we look like 2,000 years ago. Right? I guess. Now listen, this is the funny part. They're going to say, listen guys, they're going to say that the white Jews that they see with these Black Jews, well, the white ones, these the real ones. And these black ones, this hot Indian sun must have just turned them black. But the white one's still there. So if that's the case, then every white person could go in the sun and they're going to turn black like me, Taj. They're going to turn black like you, Taj, or they're going to turn red and burn and die. You see how foolish this is? But this is when no disrespect, but this is when they don't want to receive the truth. That's why I said Yah writes this, he made them write our history. That's why I said the best receipts, guys, yeah, they went in black and came out white. No, they went in white and came out black, Larry. Yeah, the opposite. They saying they went in white and came out black. Right? Now, listen. This is where Yah will have the adversary write our history. And the best receipts come from those who ain't our proponents, who's speaking against it. These are the best receipts. I mean, they sun black like raisins, Taj. They sun black raisins. They just sat in the sun. If that was the case, I know a lot of my white brothers and sisters would have some dope suntans, right? Y'all would not be having to have copper tone sunscreen and going to the tanning booth and all. Y'all would be just as bronze as I know a lot of them would be just as bronze because they want to be like, I could just be in the sun. Y'all would be at the beach just chilling without no sunscreen, right? So listen, not saying not all want to have, be tan, but I know a lot of my white brothers and sisters and people that I knew, when they get really pale, they don't like it. Y'all know, I don't want to speak on behalf of y'all. I'm just speaking on those I knew that they'd be like, oh my goodness, I'm getting way too pale. Like I need to, go to suntan, or they like a little bit of, they want some color to them. That's what I learned from them. Now, some of them probably like, they just like, no disrespect. I'm just speaking, All right, so anyway, yeah, like my story with the dude, my boy from the drug program, he burnt alive, man. He had 2nd-degree burns. And we was only in the beach for a little bit. He ain't turned black, he turned red and peeling and sore. He turned dead. He about to die. If we wouldn't have got him out there, son. All right, so now listen. So anyway, this is what they said. Dr. Buchanan, this dude a doctor, he said this stupid stuff. Doctor, he just pissed. Dr. Buchanan and others said of the physical contrast between the black Jews and the white Jews in Malabar has been thought sufficiently accounted for by over time, this happened, the lapse of time, and the influence of the climate. Over time, in the sun, the white Jews turned black. It says, by more recent observers, the causes assigned for the black Jews have been judged inadequate to the effects observable. That's good, by more recent observers. It said that's inadequate. Hold on. But here we go. This is why I said he's speaking against us. Listen clearly. Here we go. Let me get it right. By more recent observers, the causes assigned have been judged inadequate to the effects observable. Some even very recently. Now, some of them, man, they doing this very recently in the 1850s, has gone so far to the left as to consider the physical contrast irreconcilable with the idea of a common origin. And they went to pronounce that the black Jews are a wholly different race. That's actually true. Hold on, but listen. And to be Israelites only by adoption or falsification. So they said in the later times in the 1800s, some of them came and said, man, because they realized, well, we can't use that the sun, like that's stupid. We can't say that the climate changed them. So some of them said, the black Jews, they Israelites only by adoption or falsification. But he said, now listen, some even very recently. But remember earlier, he said the black Jews were the first colonizers. They were the first colony there. And it said the whites came later, but they were the ones that were, by the originals. I forgot what word to use, that they were formed or all right? So now
refugees.
Not that word. By the refuge, but he said they were by the refugees. They were let me scroll up.
Founded
by the refugees, right? So they were founded, meaning that's how they became Jews from 70 AD in Titus. Now he says they didn't like that. So guys, you gotta remember, this part is after our ancestors became prominent. And the white Jews and the black Jews was there together as one people. The whites were grafted in, right? They were founded by our ancestors from Titus, from 70 AD, from Jerusalem, when they came, right? Then they came. So they exist together. When these enslavers came from Portuguese, from Holland, and from the Ishmaelites from India, they didn't like that. They're like, okay, we got to, remember, this is a curse. The curse was always to go against the natural branch. So they're like, so the first group, Dr. Buchanan was like, well, they became black from the sun over time, right? So then later in time, in the 1800s, the newer people were like, okay, we can't say, they said it's inadequate that this is effects observable. That we can't say that. We would look stupid. You can't turn black. A white person can't turn black from the sun, from the climate. It's impossible. So then they said, well, we're going to pronounce the black Jews as a wholly different race, and we're going to pronounce them to be Israelites only by adoption or falsification. So that meant the white Jews were the original, and the black Jews were only there by adoption and falsification. We were false, but Egypt says differently. So this is like 1,000 years earlier than that. And this is the hieroglyphs in Egypt. And this is predicting the slaves that were in Egypt under the pharaohs. And this ain't no falsification. Yeah, it's another Mandela effect. This ain't a falsification. This the real deal, right? Hold on. That's Egypt. That's a pharaoh, Nephilim. You see him? And he's holding up the Hebrew slaves by their dreadlocks, by the locks of their hair. 3 of them off the ground, because he Nephilim. He about 10 feet, 20 feet tall. But they got locks. That ain't no falsification. You heard? That ain't adoption. You heard? We ain't playing. And this is in Egypt right now, in the museum in Cairo. And this is what they got in Cairo. This ain't a falsification. This ain't adoption. And then they got their slaves. See them? That ain't falsification. So, yeah, they're going to have to miss us. You see these? Sorry. That's in Egypt right now. You heard? All right. Now, let's get back. Just need to bring a receipt for the studies, for purposes of the study. So let me go back. I need to stop share. Then I need to come back to y'all. Bang. Present. Share screen. We're about to close out in a minute. We almost finished with this. I had other stuff, but that's okay. You know, just got to walk this down. I got other books, but we'll do it another time. So they said the new people came. Hold on. Let me make sure that y'all can see what I see. Yeah, I know I can see the chat too. Yes, you share a lot of receipts. So he says, they said that the black Jews are a wholly different race. Correct, because the white Yahudians were in Malabar were grafted in. But why y'all coming trying to divide? Because they are the serpent. But the curses, they come in to fulfill the curses. And they said that the black Jews only were Israelites only by adoption. Right? Hold on, how do I? That's going to change. That's not going to. All right, I'm lost now. Oh, it's down here. Thank you. Thank you, Father. Oh, no, it's not down there. Where is my thing that I moved it over with? It wasn't this. Because that's going to turn the page. All right, let me make it big. Let me see what's going on. It wasn't that. Page 60 to say, I ain't going to do that. It's going to turn the page. All right, whatever. I'm not about to let them mess up my lesson now. View this tab on StreamYard. Come back, make this smaller again. And then I'll make it smaller. Sorry for those at home. I'm going to just zoom out so I can see the whole page. Because I used to I had the thing where I could move it over. And now I don't see it. So I'm going to zoom out. That's still not working. Oh, they're trying to mess me up. That sucks. It's not this. Because if I move this, it's going to move 9,000 pages. I don't want to. So, because it wasn't being cut off before, right? I'm not tripping. I'm like, why is it being cut off now? And then I can't move it. All right, because we about to, so anyway, let me, I can't even move forward though, it's cut off. Okay, so this is 60 to 78, 357, in case I lose my page. Let me see, 350, 357, and then it's 60 to 78, 60/78, 357. All right, and what page is it at the top? 328. All right, let's see what happens if I move this. Oh, that changed the page. I thought so. I knew it. Where was that? 357. That's crazy. Oh, it's not me, it's the book. Okay, I thought I was tripping because I'm like, I know I had this aligned where I could read it correctly. So it's the book. So how can I move that over? I just got to make it smaller. And then I can make it bigger. I think it gets back correct. Yep, down here. All right. So for these two pages, we just got to make it smaller so I could see the whole thing. I thought I was tripping. I'm like, zoom out. There we go. One more down. All right. So it says, they say the black Jews are a wholly different race and they were only Israelites by adoption or falsification. Altogether, to remove such negative objections, it is only needful to show that similar physical contrasts in tribes of common origin living in the same locality are to be met with elsewhere, and that other and more powerful causes than those assigned by Dr. Buchanan may exist, fully to account for any amount of physical change. So they're trying to figure out, how did these black Jews and white Jews come together? Okay.
Excuse me. Could you turn your mic up a little?
I should have been did it then. I wish y'all had told me that a long time ago, because I'm not yelling no more. I am not going to be happy when I watch this back. For real, when I watch this back, I'm going to be like, no, it was not loud for the whole video. Yeah, I should have, all right, because I'm not going to get loud from here on. All right, so this is crystal clear now. No brainer. All right, but anyway, I'm glad y'all before the end. All right. So now they're trying to figure out, why are these black and white Jews existing together, but they're saying they're both, because they don't understand grafted in. Here we go. The black Jews. It says, to begin with the country of Kozar Taraz, to which the Israelites with certainty are now known to have migrated. Kozar. That's not too far from Khazar. Khazar Turks. That's what this Kozar is. Khazar Tatars. Khazar's Turks. Yes, I wish somebody, the Akata said she had a volume down all the way, and then when she turned it down, she knows it was really low. Yeah, it's going to be really low because it was down a lot because I was yelling. And then once I start talking soft like this, now it's going to be good. I hate to mess up these videos, but what can I do? So these are the Khazars, Turks. It says, to begin with the country of the Khazar Tartars, to which the Israelites with certainty are now known to have migrated, and from whence it has been clearly shown they must have passed into Afghanistan and to India. So they went to the Turkish before they got to Afghanistan and India, the Khazar Tatars. It is expressly stated by Ibn Hawqal this Ibn Hakal, this is one of those Ishmaelites, himself an eyewitness of the fact that there were two distinct branches, listen guys, or castes of the Khazars. The one white and the other black. Okay? Now, yeah, the crime is silly. Right? Now listen clearly. Khazars. He says there were two distinct branches or castes of the Khazars. One was white, the other was black. Now here in a region colonized by Israelite tribes is the very same phenomenon which is found at the present day in the black Jews and the white Jews of Malabar in India. Now listen, let's do the what's the name at the bottom? It says the people of Khazar with a K, these are Khazar, are near the Turks. This is Khazaria. Khazar, this is the Khazars, the Turkish Khazars, whom they resemble. The people of the Khazar are near the Turks, whom they resemble. They are of two classes. Listen, guys. One of blackish complexion and such dark hair. So they have a black complexion and they have dark hair, that you would suppose them to descend from the Hindus with their dark complexion and their blackish complexion and their dark hair. The other race had a fair complexion, lighter skin. These sell their children. Did it not align with the other book that said the whites sell their children, their women? It said if they can find someone to buy. So we have two books. Now these are not us writing this. It said of these Hebrew Yahudians, black Khazars and white Khazars, they said of the ones of the fair complexion, these sell their children. But is it not? But it's not allowed among the Yahudians and the Christians to sell or make one another slaves. Ooh. It ain't allowed under the Yahudians or the Christians to sell or make one another slaves. But the fair complexion Yahudian Jews of the Khazars would sell their children. That's from Osley's Elm Hankal book, page 188. It says, from this passage, not only do we learn that one branch of the Khazars were black and another white, but we gather the decisive fact. Let me go to the next. The decisive, listen, y'all, listen, Taj Baliyah. The decisive fact that the Khazar Jews were of the black stock, as plainly follows from the circumstance of the white Khazars, and they alone, the white Khazars, selling their children. Consequently, the Jews who did not sell their children were of the black race, the black Khazars. But this race, Ibn Hakal tells us, exactly resembled the Hindus. They were black, what did it say? Black skin and dark hair. Have we not here the touche of the black Jews of Malabar? It says, have we not here said touche? We have the black Jews of Malabar. Listen, the Kabiris, Khazars, these are other languages speaking. The Kabiris of decidedly Jewish features are undoubted to be of the Afghan race appear, as well as the Nasirs. These Nasirs, later, guys, you'll find out this is a transliterated word for Manasseh. These Nasirs. These are the tribe of Manasseh. These are the 10 tribes. Listen, guys. It says, the Kabiris of decidedly Jewish features undoubted Afghan race appear, as well as the Nasirs, to differ in complexion. So the Kabiris differ from the other Afghans. The Kabiris are lean, but muscular men with long gout faces. They have high noses and cheekbones and black complexions. These Kabiris. That's from Elephant Stones, page 357. Let me go to the next footnote. I think it continues. Did it? Let's see. These footnotes, everything is in these footnotes. But we're going to get, I think, so it goes on. All right, so it starts to talk about it. And we're going to come back to this because we'll be in this all day. We're going to continue with this next Sunday. All right? Because we're getting some understanding. We're getting some understanding of our, and we're going to find out. Here we go. Let's go. So it says, okay. To begin with, the country of Khazar Tatars, to which the Israelites with certainty are known to have migrated. All right. They passed from Afghanistan to India. These are the Khazar Tatars. All right. So let me continue. White and other black now here. All right. Ibn Hakul himself, an eyewitness of the fact that there were 2 distinct branches or castes of these Khazars, the one white and the other black. Now here in a region colonized by Israelite tribes is the very same phenomenon which is found at the present day in the black Jews and the white Jews of Malabar. They like Mr. Elephant Stone's work supplies a fresh example of the same character and contrast in a case still more nearly in point that one of the tribes of Afghanistan, the Nasirs, in their persons, they are small, black, and ugly. I told you they ain't on our side, guys, just so y'all know. These are the best receipts. The best receipts, because they're unbiased, meaning they're biased against us. So anything they say, when they say, all right, so listen. It says, in case still more nearly in point that one of the tribes of Afghanistan, the Nasirs, in their persons, how they look, they are small, black, and ugly. We find the Nasirs enjoying the same liberty with most of the other Afghans. The Nasirs are Afghans, and therefore, like the black Jews, they claim to be sons of Israel. But not Israel. I know Taj is loving this. I know you loving this, Taj. I know you're like, let's go, young king. Let's go. They, like the black Jews, they claim to be B'nai Israel, sons of Israel, may safely be rested on their own strenuous assertions. The contrast in continence and color is the only thing they find in difficulty. They can't understand. Why is that going on? We got all these black Jews, and then he's got these white Jews, and what's happening? They said a difficulty certainly not to be set in the balance against the national tradition of any tribe of Afghan race. All right, here we go. It says, although Mr. Elephant Stone himself has not escaped this influence upon his judgment, observing that though they speak Pashto and strenuously maintain their descent from the Afghans, their features and appearance certainly indicate a race distinct from that nation. But whatever changes time and climate conjoin. See, that's the Dr. Buchanan said time and climate, they turn black. but whatever changes time and climate conjoin may produce in national physiognomy, there is another cause of change far more powerful than both, which is the present question and has been strangely overlooked. And he said, I mean, intermarriages with other races. Here we go. It says, now we know from the book of Nehemiah that such foreign alliances were not unusual among the Yahudians after the captivity. It wasn't. And as Manasseh had become a Tartar horde, Turkish Khazar Tartar horde, seated, as we have seen, in the country of the Khazars. Manasseh, the tribe of Manasseh, it may justly be inferred that they indulged in a similar latitude, meaning they mixed their seed with these Khazars, the Turkish ones, the tribe of Manasseh, intermarrying with their female slaves, or contracting marriages with the black Khazars, as mentioned by Ibn Hakar. So now he's trying to say why this mixture has been coming in, because the slaves, the white slaves, the ones where they said they sold the children, the white Jews and stuff, and they said that the Jews and the Christians didn't believe in the slavery, so the white Jews was doing the slavery, and he says, and they mixed their seed. This dude trying to figure out how did these get black and white. And it says intermarrying with their female slaves or contracted marriages with the black Khazars, mentioned by Ibn Hakar. The subject at large and the point in hand receive curious light from a single expression in the Cochrane manuscript. Now, forget their judgment, because they foolish. The Cochrane manuscript, written in the copper in the wall, said, listen, whence it would appear both that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny and black, and that this tribe had settled in Malabar and were the true ancestors of the black Yahudians. All right? She said she just realized something. What? Oh, you want to write it? I just happened to see what you wrote.
Well, I was going to write it, but one of Manasseh's, one of the sins of Manasseh was worshiping the heavenly hosts,
Mm-hmm.
That can go two ways. That can be, the Malaks, or it could be
fallen angels, or the bodies.
Mm-hmm. And Manasseh is Nasa.
It's Nasa. Oh, it's NASA. Wow, that's a great tie-in, because the Nassau's. Oh wow, Manasseh. Wow, that's kind of crazy right there. Shout out to Brother Rohan. All right, now listen. Now again, remember I'm telling y'all, these are not proponents of us. So remember, he said the tribe of Manasseh have become tawny or black. There you go again for tawny meaning black. Uh-oh. There you go. We don't got that troll no more. He decided to be gone. But remember, swarthy, tawny, black. Again. So it says, and it's the 1800s book. He says, it would appear that the tribe of Manasseh had become tawny or black. Sorry, it always been tawny and black. And that this tribe had settled in Malabar, true, and were the true ancestors of the black Yahudians. False, because tribe of Judah, Manasseh is not Judah. See, that's when they don't understand. Just so y'all know, these are the people writing what they saw. They don't really understand our culture and language. So they'll call these Israelites Jews when they can't be, because not one of them is the tribe of Judah. They talk about Manasseh, they talk about Ephraim, they're going to start talking about other tribes, but they keep calling them Jews. I'm like, that's not Jews, but people don't understand that. Now listen, look, the expression is the tanned or sun-blackened Manasseh. we raisins. Yes, sun-black like the Tensakita, you know that, right? Okay? Now, The expression in question is the tanned or sun-black Manasseh. It is introduced in connection with those most ancient Uwish records, which are said to date from the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, here we go. And which was spoken of as belonging to the sun-blackened tribe. They really trying to, yes, Rohan, there was different, let me explain, because I was trying to just keep going. But you can, Brother Rohan and everyone, you can't take one part of the Bible. I'm not saying he's doing this, but I'm teaching something, Brother Rohan. You can't take one part of the Bible and apply it somewhere else, because there's a certain time that the Most High told these certain people to do a certain thing and put away this. There was another time that he told our ancestors, when you go into the city, you could take for you wives of all the nations that you want, but you can't divorce those wives. You can't see. Then there's another time that he told, see, this is where people, not Rohan, but this is where people get in trouble, because they'll read one part of scripture and say, well, the Most High said, we can't, you can't put away your foreign wives, or you got to do this, and not understand another part. The Most High said you can take a foreign wife, but you can't divorce her even if she cheats on you. And another part, he said, go in there and slay everything, men, women, animals, children. Another part, see, so everything is specific to what you need context to who he was talking to, why he was saying it, who he was talking about they couldn't marry, who he was saying this and that. It's all, the Bible is not just one big continuous thing or one story. It's literally different. Everything has a context. And if you don't have the backdrop, the story, the people, what they were doing, who he was talking to, what all that, everything will be. So praise Yah. So now y'all have a little more understanding. Okay. Because yes, he says different things throughout, but it will look like contradictions, but it's not. It's different circumstances to different people. That's why when Paul was going to Corinth, he was telling them, that's why he's talking about the men can't have long hair and the women can't have short hair. It's because the men were growing their hair, not like locks, but straightened like a wig and cross-dressing as women. And the women were shaving their heads bald like a man with lines, and men were with women, so it's different. But of course, men could have long hair. They all had locks from the original. See, Ezekiel, locks, right? So anyway, praise Yah. All right, let me get back to this so we can close out. Now, so they mad. They're going to keep the sun blackened. Manasseh got blackened by the sun. He's a raisin, right? Right? Okay? So, all right, here we go. It says, in this one allusion, we have the parentage of the black Jews. I guess the parentage of the black Jews, this is this lack of scholarship that these people don't understand our identity. He said, listen, he said, we are some tribe of Manasseh, dated from Nebuchadnezzar. They got blackened by the sun, right? Like grapes, like raisins. And they got sent out from Nebuchadnezzar. And this is the whole parentage of the black Jews. First of all, that would not be Jews. That would be the tribe of Manasseh. It would be the Manassians or the Manasserites. It would not be Yahadites, Yahudians. But they don't understand, they don't know. So they says this is the whole parentage of the black Jews. It says, it is not possible that the black Nassars, see, that's tribe of Manasseh, of Elphistim stone may be the same stock, and that the name Nasser itself may be the corruption only of the patronymic Manasseh. That's what that is, a corruption of the word Manasseh. It says, without attaching undue weight to the conjecture, I venture to throw it out, in the hope that the attention of eyewitnesses may be called to the degree of international resemblance between the roving Nassers of Afghanistan and the black Jews of Malapar. In the course of my first examination of the contents of the Cock and Roll, I was taken altogether by surprise by a sudden and unexpected transition from the story of the migrations and settlements of the children of the captivity in the East to that of the contemporaneous migrations and settlements of their brethren in Europe. That's us traveling into Europe. However familiar to others, it was to me a new and strange thought that the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar thus embraced opposite quarters of the globe. It did. He sent them all over. The Cochrane Yahudian history, however, affirmed this as a fact. And I turned to the lights of European research. I ain't going to go through all this. We'll come back to this. Talk about Nebuchadnezzar, while his army lay before Tyre, surpassed the duration in the city of Troy for 30 years. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. This is my ending. To confirm, all right, let me scroll up. He says, and I turned to the lights of European research to confirm or confute it. I was not long in discovering the proper sources of information. The brilliant historical episode of the Court of Gebelin in the 8th volume of his ponderous etymological work entitled Monde Primitif at once opened and exhausted this subject. By a most happy concurrence and combination of evidences, it is there made to appear that Nebuchadnezzar, while his army lay before Tyre, a siege surpassing in duration even that of the city of Troy, for it is said to have lasted for 13 years, Nebuchadnezzar, sent forth expeditions, Nebuchadnezzar, by sea and land to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa and to conquer and crush their remotest settlements in Spain. Nebuchadnezzar sent out his expeditions to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa. Our ancestors, Phoenician Israelites. That's where we get the Phoenician Paleo-Ugaritic script. I've been teaching y'all, and now the Most High is going to give me these receipts. This is where we get that paleo and that fish hook and all that with the thing look like a backwards E. That ain't of Yah. So y'all won't be seeing me wear my shirts with that anymore. And I'm going to try to remove it for wherever else I got it. Where I got it. It's in our logo too. I'm going to try to cover it with the original Picto logo because that ain't ours. That's Phoenician. That's actually serpent worship. It's actually fallen angel. That ain't ours. Our ancestors picked up this Phoenician. This is where they got these serpent gods, these Anunnaki. It's Phoenicic stuff. So Nebuchadnezzar sent out by sea and land to sweep the Phoenician colonies along the coast of Africa, trying to grab us up and to conquer and crush the remotest settlements in Spain. We were in Spain. The historical fact is attested by the obvious policy of such a measure. It was the part of every conqueror to weaken a commercial power at the extremities while he struck himself at the heart. All right. So that's enough. What it says. The transaction noticed incidentally by Strabo and discussed critically by Court Gebelin is related simply historically in the Cochrane manuscript. According to this record, Nebuchadnezzar from before Tyre sent a fleet and army along the Phoenician settlements in Africa to Spain. Phoenician settlements in Africa, our ancestors, to Spain under the command of one of his generals, an Ionian prince named Pharus or Parus. With this expedition, he embarked with their own consent, not as captives, but as immigrants, a large body of Jews and Israelites of the tribe of Judah and Benjamin, of Simeon, and the Levites. Yo, Taj, I know you rocking with this. I know anybody who's trying to find our ancient history. Listen, Nebuchadnezzar, the Phoenicians scrape Phoenician Africa. Why Phoenician Africa? Because he knew the Israelites. Now, it says he embarked with their own consent, not as captives. Now, he embarked that they didn't go as immigrants. He said a large body, they didn't go there as captives to these lands. They immigrated, our ancestors, a large body of Yahudim and Israelites. See, that got that correct. The Yahudians and Yasharal of the tribes of Judah and Benjamin, of Simeon and the Levites, for the purpose of settling them in the south of Spain. So he went, he seen them, he was going to send and stuff his captive. So Nebuchadnezzar sent out fleets and stuff. The interesting part, what I'm seeing from this, and away from this conquering role, it kind of looked like he was looking for where he could send some of them to where they were already at. That's interesting. Because he said as immigrants, not as captives, but immigrants, with this expedition, with their own consent. Oh, there we go. He was sending them not as slaves, but as immigrants, a large body with their own consent, for the purpose of settling them in the south of Spain, obviously with maritime and commercial views. They got that maritime marine kingdom law. Now, this statement so far is Yahudian history only, and is to be treated with the reserve attaching by general consent of the learned to everything considered rabbinical. Fortunately, however, for the interests of truth, the Kakin history proceeds to deal with alleged facts, which admit of being brought to matter of fact, test, and issue. It states particulars and gives the names of places and localities, Yahudian names affirmed to have been given by Yahudim, which can at once be passed through the ordeal of geographical examination. It relates to the 4 tribes above mentioned after a tempestuous passage across the Mediterranean, a passage of which in the early ages of navigation, St. Paul's voyage so many centuries after will give the just idea, were landed in Spain, our ancestors in the province of Andalusia. Oh, this is tying in all this stuff, and sent inland upon the country. It further states that they founded in the interior 4 cities, the first of these cities named Luz-Ika, now Luz-Ika, now Lucina, on the Tagus, after Luz in the land of Israel. The next of the chief city, the ancient capital of Newcastle, the denominated Toledo, from the Hebrew term Teltu, in commemoration of the pitching and tossing which they had endured in their transit. The Hebrew word Tatu, south to Toledo, Ohio and stuff. The other 2 cities, both adjacent to Toledo, they named Makeda and Ascalon, after Makeda in the land of Israel and Ascalon on the border of the Philistines. I was in the act of reading for the first time these statements with intense interest, but suspended judgment when an intelligent friend happened to come in. I read him the Yahudian account. He asked, have you collated it with a map of Spain? I answered in the negative. I had not yet had time to do so. All right, we're going to have to come back to this. All right, let's end with this. The proof from the internal evidence here arising from the names of the localities alone is the strongest character. It amounts to the conclusion that the cities of Makeda and Escalona must have been built by the Yahudians, and at or about the period stated in this conquering roll, it is self-evident that neither the Christian nor the Muslim rulers of Spain before or after the era of the Hajjah would have suffered the hated and persecuted Yahudians of Spain to build and call cities after their own names. To attempt would infallibly have drawn down the heaviest penalties. Toletola or Toledo, Maqueda, Escalona, Luisa must therefore have arisen as a period when no such obstacles existed. But such a period must have been prior to Christianity itself in Spain. Prior to Christianity, our ancestors built these cities. Y'all hear this? Because of Christianity, that's the Spanish Inquisition, when they came to kill our ancestors and convert them. It says itself in Spain, example to the Christian era. This conclusion relents us in the account of those cities of Spain of their foundation and nomenclature as preserved in Yahudian history, professedly from the time of the captivity and the original Israelitish immigrations. it has been remarked upon the etymology of Toletio from the Hebrew, that this Hebrew name, still the Spanish name, argues Yahudian founders, Yahudians only, were likely to have given it this name. And the storm-tossed Yahudians, immigrants themselves alone, could originate such a name or transmit to posterity in singularity, enigmatic meaning. Whoa. All right, that's enough for now. But we can keep going. It goes on. It talks about Spain. It talks about them in Spain. Then let me do this last one when it talks about the Caucasus. Page 4412. The Primeval shows Simeon with the Khazars and the Caucasus Mountains. I want to end with that for my elder Taj Baliyah. So it's 4412 on this video. So I don't know what page it was. I don't think the page showed, but he read it in the video. So let me go back to the video. I'm going to go to 4412 and we're going to end with that. I've been doing 5 hours, but he got me
May
teaching
I say
now.
something, please?
Absolutely, daughter of Yah.
Okay. So it says Nebuchadnezzar sent them there for commercial use. It sounds like exactly what's happening in the awakening today. It sounds like they went there with a mission, kind of, because they were already indoctrinated and knowing Nebuchadnezzar, if you don't submit, if you don't comply, then that's the end of their life. It said that they went there over their free will. It kind of sounds like he sent in Boule to these other Israelites, and they came in the name so they could identify with the people that were already
to infiltrate. Mm-hmm.
And then he could expand his territory.
His territory. Good ion, Hakyama. Great ion. That's why it said, because it said the other, I'm like, for their own free will and their own, I'm like, but Nebuchadnezzar was an enslaver. I'm like, so it kind of, you just tied it all in. So he did it to expand his territories into the new, because he knew they was already there. So you're right. So he sent in Boule. He sent in, good ion. Good word. All right, I got you. I'm gonna read the text in a second, Taj. So let me end with this. I want my elder Taj to see this Caucasus Mountains thing. So, I could get the book then. So if he said 4412, it's page 328. 328. All right, let me see. All right, 325. 325. Because this was at the end, guys, of that lesson of the tribe of Judah, because he's still trying to prove about these white slave masters. But y'all know the Most High got me, when I saw it, I seen fruit for the children. he doing some Nebuchadnezzar stuff. He see view, there we go. He see I see fruit for the children. So that was 3. So it was back. So I must have read it already. It's somewhere back there, because I think I went to 325. 325. Because I see fruit. 335. Let me see. I must have just passed over, because he said, I'll find it. If I don't find it tonight, I'll find it in the next study. It said Manasseh and Simeon live with the Khazars in the Caucasus Mountains. So 325. I must have just passed it somewhere. Let me scroll back. Yeah, he trying to teach hate. And Mosai said, I'm about to give you receipts, fruit, And someone sent him this book too, just so y'all know. So if anybody find any ancient books Just send them. So the Dante, he thinks somebody sent him this book. He never knew this existed. So someone sent him the book, and he was thinking, he told him, anybody send me books, that's because he want to make more videos. The difference with mine is I'm saying send me books so the Ruach HaKodesh can decipher these books and we can learn our true, not for purposes of building, puffing ourselves up. We can learn to decipher the truth. All right? So if y'all get any ancient books, send them so we can break them down. Yeah, I did do this page. So I didn't see it. So it's somewhere, and I'll find it another time, where it literally said that they were, I'll find it, that it said that the tribe of Manasseh and Simeon lived with the Khazar in the Caucasus Mountains. Taj B'Elah, it literally said the Caucasus. I was like, what? So that's how those fools over those Khazars of the Caucasus, those Caucasus Mountain Khazars got our identity from Manasseh and Simeon. Folios. All right. And now with what you just wrote, Hakyama, Nebuchadnezzar was playing out the prophecy by sending in those foolish northern kingdom. Worshiper. Yes. Yes. Sending the serpent into the natural branch to make sure, Lariase, you said that last week too, to make sure that they continue to worship the serpent. All right. So now let me read Elder Taj. You say you sent it as a text, Taj? Let me see what he wrote. And we close now. It's 2:00. Can't believe I did this long. I really got to tone these down. I want to do 3 hours. Here I am, 5.5. My goodness, I really got to learn to tone these down.
Also informed, okay. They confine in the...
That was that when I found that video. So let me go to my text. Let me close that. Go back. So Elder said, can you please tell me what to do with this app? Oh. So Elder, I seen your text. I wasn't able to respond. The reason why is because he's asking me, guys. He's asking me, all right, let me stop share. This book is the one primeval, we're going to come back to this. There's other fruit in this. So the one primeval language trace experiments to do ancient inscriptions in alphabetic something. I don't know what the rest of that says. But anyway, stop share. All right. So the elder asked, guys, for those in the investment group, he did the banter bubbles thing when you went to banter, and he signed up so he can get the points ticking. So he asked me what it's telling him that he needs to add a wallet. And so he's like, but when I saw it, Elder, I was like, well, there's no way. So the thing is, it's difficult. So the reason why they knew it, because they're in the class. So in order for you to add the wallet, first thing I'll have to do is send you to sign up for a Phantom account. Then once you get the Phantom account, you have to know how to open the wallet, how to set it all up, then how to grab the Solana wallet from the Phantom, the Westnet wallet address, then paste it. So it would be like, it would take like, you would have to learn, I would have to teach you how to do all these things. And the thing ends tomorrow, like you have to have it now. So that's all like, so I was trying to think yesterday when I was preparing the study, I was like, if I send them a link, if I send them the thing, it's still, you literally, we would have to, you would have to have been in the class, because I just did it in the class Wednesday. So in the class Wednesday, what we did was we set everybody up with, because they've been in the class, and it's still that this space, digital currency space, is such a new space that it's a real strong learning curve. So what we do in our investment group, we walk them through everything. So in the class, we live on a Zoom like we do in our Bible study, and we have everyone download this, go to Phantom, download. Then you got to put the extension in your browser. Then you got to do step by step. Then you got to make a wallet. You got to create. Then you got to save a seed phrase. You got to save your private key. Then you got to store that and write that down. Then you got to so yeah. So if it was that simple, Taj, I would have definitely been like, here, just take this, copy it, and do it. Because now this was the funny part, Taj, listen to this. So after, because I sat with it, because I'm so busy, I said, okay, I want to get the elder the thing. So I was like, yeah, how can I do it? So then when I started contemplating, okay, maybe I could do this. I could send them to Yana, WhatsApp, and then we could try to get them to get the wallet. And then it was literally like the rag was like, okay, so once he do paste the wallet, right, and he get it, then once that happened, they drop the coin, he have no idea what to do the next day, because that just starts the thing. Because now you got to know what to do, have the coin on the exchange so you can watch the chart to know when able to sell and get out. Like, it's so many different things. I just laughed when I said, that's all right, I'm going to have to tell the elder. It's way too difficult for that. Like, so that's why people are taking the classes. So we're walking them through each step and setting them all up, because it's too much for them to learn. So me and Yana have been studying in this space for years. You know what I mean? We've been doing this like a year and a half ago. Me and Yana was doing this when nobody knew. So we was already learning all this stuff too. So praise Yah. But yeah, so what I could do, and something coming forward, if there's something that is an easy thing that can just, add, and plus this one was quick. It's coming tomorrow. But today, the 20th, it drops during the 20th. If it was something that was like 2 weeks away or maybe next month, then that would be enough time for me to get you set up, even without you having to learn, because it would take time. I'll be like, all right, we're going to set him up with this, set him up with that, set him up with this. Then once he get it, we'll be able to do it for him. But this drops today. It drops right now. So it was too fast. All right, praise Yah. So for everybody else at home, I keep saying I'm going to put out the investment group stuff. It's coming. It's going to come. All right. So, because the digital currency is where the future of currency is going. And if we don't understand and know the devices of the serpent, then we'll be left behind. All right. So I'll be teaching all of y'all, and we'll be setting it up where all of you can start to, set up these accounts so that you're ready for when these banks start closing and they start trying to cut off your money and everything, that y'all won't be left not knowing how to do anything digital, not having the wallet set up, not having the cold and hot storage set up, not having no keys, no nothing. You won't know nothing. You'll be just lost with you'll be standing there like, with your flinging your lips while they closing all your currency, because the fiat currency is going away to digital and you don't know how. Don't think the Most High ain't have his children already learn the devices of the serpent. So almost 2 years ago, he had me. I knew about it, but I started the studying about a year and a half ago now. And Yana been in it for about that long or longer, Akiana. So he has children he's already prepared. You know how he sent Joshua and Caleb in with the Nephilim? You know how he sent them into the city of Ai to scout out the territory? Don't think the Most High don't. Oh, yeah. So he sent us into this digital marine kingdom space, but that's where currency going, man. All right, praise Yah's holy name. Right. So for everybody watching, everybody Mashiach Assembly, everybody, I will be promoting the investment thing. And for those who don't even join the investment group, it'll still be certain things that is free for you to learn to get set up, just the basics, so that when these things collapse, you have the things set up in the digital space that you're ready to migrate. You're set up where you're not going to get caught out, because 75% probably of the population is going to be left holding air, where their bag is going to be gone, because they have no idea to turn it to digital. And these banks are going to wipe all accounts. And then you're going to be stuck with universal basic. You're going to be stuck to be caught into the slave system of monetary slave system that they're creating. All right. Yes, some foundation. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. That's enough. I'm exhausted. 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe I've got to be ending at 12:30, guys. what, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30 is enough. That's 4 hours. That's way more than enough. I got to start. Starting Sunday, I got to start shutting this down. Y'all got to help me shut it down because I'm draining myself and I'm working nonstop. So when it get to like 12:30, y'all got to start stopping me. I don't care where we are. We can continue the next time. Just to preserve me. Help preserve Unc. Because y'all know me, I keep teaching his children to my exhaustion. And sometimes I'm exhausted. And then spiritual warfare attacks happen. Like happened why I didn't go live on the 25 to Life. Because their attacks were so insane. They attacked me in every way, mentally, spiritually, financially, everything. Drained me for hours and hours and hours. And I'm like, and then I had set up the thumbnail for 25 to Life. Did all of it, did all this work, and they wiped my thumbnail. They erased all of it. And the only way would be for me to spend 2.5 more hours putting together the thumbnail. I sat there, and the rag was like, just relax. And I said, praise Yah. And I'm like, I just need to go to rest. It was already like 2 p.m. in the afternoon or something crazy. Y'all remember, because I was on the WhatsApp writing y'all. It was something crazy. I don't know if it was 2 p.m. And I went to, all right. So if y'all can help me on these studies, when they get around 12:30, if y'all could say, hey, Aunt, you need to start wrapping it up. So you can, because y'all need to help preserve me. Because if I drain out, I can't be there to do so much. So praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you, Taj Balaya and Yanapa for covering. Thank you, Akyasha, for being there in case I needed you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, now my throat. See, that's what I meant. So now it's swelling now. Almost 6 hours straight. Now my throat is swelling. All right. Praise y'all. Hopefully y'all got some fruit from this. We'll continue because there's so much more fruit. So much more to come. At least I'm done with that Dante thing about our wicked Israelite ancestors in Negro land. Now we can get back to teaching the history. He got us teaching our history now. And we're going to get back to a Bible study too, because I haven't cracked open the Bible. We be doing it every Tuesday, but most of y'all not on our Tuesday Bible study. So we're going to get back to crack and open the Bible. Like I said, maybe I'll split half the history and half open your Bibles. So we can go back to breaking down that Bible for y'all. Praise Yah, his holy name is rightful order. I love you all. Go forth and be the light of the fire that you are in Yah. You are the fire of Yah, and there's a light of your fire. I start saying that now because that's in scriptures. We read in one of the scriptures that it said, go forth and be the light of the fire that you are. Let your fire, your light shine bright in the darkness. All right. Thank you, Taj Balaya. I thought you would. I could see when certain things, I said, I know the elder going to be like, all right, there we go. It's tying up certain things for me too, elder. So praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. We love you all. We'll see y'all on Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 p.m. for the Q&A. I'm going to do the Q&A if I got any questions. We're going whatever y'all brings out for Sunday. I'll see y'all Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 p.m. All right. I am so tired. But y'all know, as Hebrews, I just got to do little, man. This is Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, and we keeps it real.
Bossy, you know what it is.
Bussy, you know what it is. We the House of Yah, we speak truth to power, no matter what. And we ain't scared of nobody.
Bossy, you know what it
is. I love y'all. That little boy makes me laugh. I love y'all. Go forth, guys. Be the light of the fire that you are in the Most High. We see all y'all for those who join us on Sunday. From Mashiach Assembly Ministry, I'll see y'all to all y'all worldwide. Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Moment of silence for the Most High. 1 second, moment of silence for the Most High and the Shabbat. Starting now. Shabbat Shalom, Abba Yah. You said, be still and know that I am Yah. You exist in the stillness. So we took that moment of stillness to be in your presence. You know, your presence is in the stillness. Thank you for the Shabbat Bible study. Thank you for the Shabbat teaching. Thank you for the history. Thank you for the rightly dividing of the word. Thank you for the Rayach that come for correction. Thank you for your presence, Abba Yah. We love you. And we say, less of us, more of you. Greater is you that is within us. Thank you for calling us all to be your children, whether natural branch or companion. He who does my Father will is my mother, father, sister, or brother. He who does the will of the Father. That's what Mashiach said, Joseph Robinson. You want to talk all that he come from the Israelite. He said, he who does my Father's will. Now, listen clearly. Sorry, Rayach is back. Yahuwah Sabaoth, and I'm closing right here. They came to Mashiach, these Israelites. They said, your mama and them here, your brother and them. Mashiach looked at them, Joseph Robinson, and said, who? He who does my Father's will is my sister or brother or mother or father. He said, I don't care that they Israelite, Joseph Robinson. I don't care that that's my own mama, Miriam, my own brother. If they don't do my Father's will, they ain't my brother. And if they do my Father's will, whether they Israelite or not, they are my brother. So miss us, Joseph Robinson, with that serpent heart you got. Repent for it and rebuke it and clean yourself up. Or you going right with that serpent that you worshiping. YAHSHUAH Sabaoth closing this one out. He came right in at the end. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. Shalom, obedient children of the Most High who do the will of the Father, my mashpah, Yah, my family. I love y'all all. Shabbat Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds